Good morning and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
Oh, man, time is going by so fast this morning. It's hard to even get caught up. I almost didn't get the show started in time. Not because I wasn't down here and I wasn't ready to go. I was just looking around at shit.
Busy.
I was just kind of down here staring at stuff.
Like what?
I was kind of just looking at my phone and then just kind of looking at things going, this is nice. Should we put some new pictures up? And all of a sudden I look down at the time and it's 5:58. And I'm like, oh, shit.
Gotta go.
Gotta hit the start button. And we're here. Welcome to the program. Today's episode is titled, It's Official, America Doesn't Know How to Count. I remember, and maybe I'm just, what is that where you think back? Maybe I'm being nostalgic for my childhood. You know, that happens a lot. People go, this generation today, they suck. And it's like, yeah, so did we.
I miss the good old days.
Yeah, I miss the good old days. And it was like, were they? I mean, they were old. That's true. But were they any good or less good or more good? Children are certainly more in danger now than they were before, like of toxic adults convincing them to chop their genitals off. I mean, that's weird.
It's true.
I would definitely say that's an odd thing. I would say once you're an adult, do whatever you want.
But don't touch kids.
But let's not talk kids into it. It's not even the touching kids. It's the fact that a kid might go, oh, I feel a little confused and whatever. And an adult might see that as an opportunity to go, oh, let me pile my shit onto you. You know, it's kind of the way I feel about religion. You know, people will go, oh, I'm in a bad spot. And they're like, have I ever told you about my God?
Do you have a few minutes?
Yeah, and it's like, well, how do you know that what works for you works for that person? This is a pretty big decision they have to make. And they're vulnerable right now. They don't need someone coming in there and going, oh, man, you know what you need right now? You should probably take these pills and cut your dick off. It's like, whoa.
Kids agree to just about anything.
Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of thing someone's got to come to on their own.
Yes.
I don't think,
big decision.
Like they do these polls now, and they go, oh, yeah, more like the amount of people who identify as non-binary or this or that has grown by like 700%. I'm like, yeah, then that shows it's not a medical thing. It's a social thing. Mm-hmm. Like there's no.
It's never happened before.
Right. It's not a thing where there's like, oh, just this. If it's a communicable disease, it can spread like that for a little bit and then go back down. Mm-hmm. But being trans is not something you cough into the air and someone catches, you know, or at least I don't believe we've proven that. So what you're saying is that nature has upped the amount of mistakes they make by that much. I'm sorry, that's not what I learned in school.
It's definitely a social thing.
I don't know how I got on this, but the point is.
I don't know either.
Am I being nostalgic from back in the day? Because I remember back in the day, no, Sean Raz, that is what I'm saying. I don't think you can catch the trans.
I heard you can catch it from toilet seats.
Oh, I heard that sometimes they put needles in vending machines. And when you go in to get your change,
it pokes you.
Yeah.
And now you're trans, your dick falls off.
I had an uncle when I was a kid who actually did believe that. Yeah.
Thank you for finishing that sentence.
What
I didn't know where the uncle thing was going.
Oh, yeah. Once you say uncle, a lot of things can be said.
Yeah.
You know, molested, is he trans? Who knows?
He told me it's because we're so close.
Yeah. We were really close. So, no, I have an uncle who, I remember I was 8. What was 8 for me? 95. Because I should technically just start telling people I was born in 87 because I was born a week before 1987. So all these years I'm like, oh, 1996. This is how you know you're getting old, by the way, is because you're splitting hairs on the age thing.
Oh, I absolutely cling to the 94.
Yeah. So, if someone says, oh, it was 1996, you were 10. I'm like, no, I wasn't. For 1 week, I was 10.
That counts.
Whole year, I was 9.
Think about it. It counts because you're that much closer to it anyways for the most of the year.
Did you just make a circling the planet motion?
No.
Is that what that was?
I have no idea.
You were the whole year. No, that's the Earth going around the sun is what you just did.
That was your trip, yeah.
Okay, I'm about to say something really stupid. But it's just so I can make sure. Earth spinning around is a day. Earth going around sun is a year. Correct.
Yes.
There, I made a correct statement. I was just making sure. So anyway, back in my day, and I don't know about yours, when you would have an election day, you knew by the end of the night who won.
Mm-hmm.
And
you can sit by the TV and it's over.
Right. And I don't know what election changed that, because 2000, yeah, that took months because it was an election of 100 million votes or whatever, and it came down to like 500. That's impossible to handle. I get that. But 2004, we knew that George W. Bush got elected that night. 2008, Obama. 2012, Obama. Even 2016, even with Trump and Hillary, we knew that night.
I was going to say that that's maybe the one that started changing things because people hated the outcome.
No, but remember, then you had COVID, and then they changed all the rules of voting for COVID. I say if you're not willing to get a lethal disease, you shouldn't go vote. There.
What?
There's the rule. Survival of the fittest.
I guess skipping.
I only want the people tough enough to make it, to go out and make the decisions. Because if a little coughing disease is going to knock you over dead, I don't need you to be involved in the future planning of this country.
See, that's fine. You said lethal. I'm thinking Ebola. Even that you can live from now.
Yeah, like only Africans die from Ebola
because
the rest of the world doesn't care about them, which is gross.
It is gross.
Think about it.
Do you see yourself like sending money over there for charities and shit?
I honestly, here's the thing about me and charity. You got to come to my door and ask.
But then you shut it.
No, if they go, look, we have all this stuff for when we get Ebola that will live and be fine. Mm-hmm. You know, you have a bad case of diarrhea for a while, but you'll make it. We don't have to deal with it here in the United States because we have indoor plumbing, so we're fine.
Usually.
So we're going to take all our Ebola stuff and we're going to send it to Africa, but it costs a little bit to get it there. If we get a couple 100,000 of you Americans giving us $10, we can knock out this Ebola thing for the Africans. You know, least we could do with all the, bad business transactions of the last few hundred years. So then I'd throw in $10 to stop the Ebola, but you got to ask me.
My goal someday is to be able to donate to the ASPCA so those commercials can stop making me cry.
No, because now you're just, think about it though. Now you're just giving them money to make more commercials.
That's true.
Fuck the ASPCA.
You know what I worry about sometimes? You just mentioned how we have
typhus.
We have plumbing and stuff like that. Well, how about all the people where like homeless people are running rampant and shitting in the streets? What kind of diseases are they going to bring back to us? Like the fucking bubonic plague.
In San Francisco, it's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bubonic plague and shit like that. Yeah, they've had that.
How long before that gets just out of control?
I don't know. I plan to move by then.
Okay.
Like to an island.
Sentinel?
Well.
You can be the king of the
I have a question for you. How many mercenaries would you need to hire to conquer Sentinel Island? Think about it. I bet you
How big is it?
If I had $5 million, I could take Sentinel Island.
Why has nobody then?
It's going to look bad. It's because it's going to have to be a genocide.
Because you're killing
You're going to have to murder. You think any of those are going to go, yeah, sure, I'll adjust. You're going to have to kill them all.
No, they definitely want to eat you. They're going to poke you in the eye with something and eat you.
Balls Deep says about 500. Here's what I'd need. I'd need a couple armored personnel carriers. I'd need 5 Bradley fighting vehicles.
Okay.
And 100 to 300 good men armed to the teeth. And I could probably colonize Sentinel Island.
Did you say 1 to 300?
100 to 300.
Okay.
1 to 300. Yeah. Skeezy says 20 with body armor and automatic weapons.
As long as you didn't get caught up, I guess, with like a bunch of them like ambushing you from behind.
Right. That's why I need the Bradley fighting vehicles. They can't get in those.
No. What are they going to do? Claw their way in?
Stevie J says, you just need one Spanish missionary with a smallpox blanket.
They'll all eat him and then they're sick.
You know what? Never mind. I just need one Marine with a cold and I should be able to take Sentinel Island.
Think about that. Nobody's been there, so they don't have the disease, right?
Yeah, I need one Coast Guard member with pertussis.
Okay.
And I think I should be able to knock out Sentinel Island.
Yeah.
And then you could keep it for yourself.
Fuck that. Just give them COVID. They'll die without their vaccines.
So hack, though, isn't it? Or I could just give them the COVID vaccine. What? I could vaccinate them. No, because of their system, they wouldn't be able to handle our medicine.
Oh, it's not ready.
Right, exactly. Okay. Ryobi says one Enola Gay. We're going to end up doing the 12 Days of Conquest song for Sentinel Island. One thermonuked. 2 landing craft, 3 APCs, and a Abrams tank just for good measure.
There you go.
Christian Moses Holt says you might want to try taking over a parking lot and see how it goes. Oh, you know what? Let's pick a tough parking lot, though. San Francisco, recently closed business, homeless people.
Oh, God.
That'd be good training for Sentinel Island.
Yes. Do you think the people on Sentinel Island are into gay stuff? Can they get monkeypox?
I bet you they're into gay stuff, but they don't call it like gay stuff. It's just...
They just kind of have sex with everyone?
It's boys being boys. They're just getting bored.
Ew.
And they just start...
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, think about it. That's how it was in the Roman days and all that.
I forget about that.
And the Greek days, so they're probably a lot like that. They're like, this can fit in that hole. Let's give
just
it a shot.
hole.
Yeah.
This one might stink a little worse, but it's a hole.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think all their holes probably stink about the same. I mean, think about it. Sentinel Island.
No showers.
Yeah, you probably, all their holes, like if you're fucking an ear or an ass, it's going to reek. Just my opinion.
Think about it. They have no way to like, what if they get like bacteria infections anywhere? They can't cure it. What are you going to do? Put a leaf on it?
Yeah, I was just going to say they probably have like some medicine leaf that they use.
It's good.
Oh, man. I think I've thought about this before. Like if you take like an island or a culture that's never met civilization before, I bet you, like in the movie Hocus Pocus, you could go in there with a lighter and you could go like this and they'd think you're a wizard and they might just give you the island.
Every time we come up with this topic, I encourage you to watch The Green Inferno. You're not going to do well with it.
Yeah, but I'm going to plan better.
You're going to plan better? It was a plane crash. They had no other plans.
I'm not crashing a plane.
Okay.
I'm storming the beaches like Omaha.
Okay.
Omaha! The woman's holes probably don't smell the best either. No, it's rancid. There's probably a lot of... Here, this is what I'm thinking about Sentinel Island holes. A lot of yellow.
They're all free bleeding?
Yeah, you ain't... Yeah.
Aaron's just dead now.
There's a lot of yellow crust on the pie.
Shut up.
Put it that way.
Yellow crust?
Yellow crust.
You don't get yellow. It's not yellow.
How do you know?
I don't think you get yellow.
The most you've ever gone without a shower in your life is 3 days. You would have no idea.
That's true.
No idea. Raz of Chaz says you're going to need a battalion to fight them off. Your truck and tracks won't go anywhere on that island. Oh, that's a good point.
Yep. It's overridden with trees and shit.
Yeah.
Plus they could, a tank you could do it.
No, the tracks will get stuck. You get too much mud and then all those trees and stuff.
You can't do anything with tires because they'll fucking stab them.
Are there any Nazis still alive? They went through the Ardennes forest. I could talk to them. Like if Hans Guderian was still alive, I could be like, yo, Hans, how'd you guys get through the Ardennes forest with all those tanks? And you go, it is very easy. Why? Is you planning Sentinel Island? That's going to be where we were going to make our big comeback.
Allegedly, check out Ukraine.
I could ask the Azov battalion.
You
You're right. They probably studied the Ardennes offensive over and over.
Probably check down south a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Azov battalion. I got it. How much would it cost to hire those guys?
Probably not much if they get like the glory of claiming Sentinel Island. Be kind of cool.
They get to start their own thing. Yeah, but then they'd take it from me. They'd be like the white supremacists in Breaking Bad.
They would kill you.
Yeah. Slow down there, Sparky.
Or you could just tell them all your inner hopes and dreams that they align with and they'll let you live.
I could be like, hey, what do you think of this guy? Wait till I get my money right. And then you'd be like, oh, okay, we'll be pals. Anyway, I think where I was going with that before I ended up colonizing Sentinel Island is when I was a kid, elections were settled the night of. I saw an article yesterday on Twitter that said Nevada claims they won't be done counting until next week, to which I have one response. Why?
Why are they not having people counting all day?
Why are we not knocking this out by lunchtime today?
It seems easy enough.
Well, and in boxing, in the movie Cinderella Man, they say this, it's taking forever for the decision for the Braddock Bayer fight to come in. And Joe Gould, Paul Giamatti's character, goes, I tell you this, they wait this long to make a decision, they're deciding to screw somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but if you don't want people questioning your elections, stop doing questionable things. You're allowed to ask questions when people go, hey, all these votes that came in 2 days ago? Yeah, we're not going to be done till about next Tuesday counting them. It's like, why? It's thousands of ballots. You could literally have one guy. You could give him 500 ballots. He knocks it out this morning. You do that to about 100 to 200 people, and you've got the rest of these ballots nailed.
Exactly. It's not big.
How can we could do this in a shopping mall this afternoon? Why aren't we? Why is it taking a week? This isn't right.
It almost seems like they don't want to.
Yeah, so it's very, very strange. It's a complete mess. Yeah, what? Can they only count up to 500 votes a day? Right, that's what somebody says.
But like he said, one person can knock that out in a morning.
Here.
So.
One ballot. Okay, one race, mark it. Two race, mark it. Three. And that's hand counting it. They have machines that do this. You could hand count this shit. But I don't know. Nevada says it's not going to be till next week. Arizona's vote count barely moved yesterday. And it's really interesting. Their vote count stopped moving once one party started gaining. Once one party started to narrow up those results, all of a sudden results stopped coming in.
And I suppose we can't ask for like voter reform and shit like that or to like have a one standard for the entire country because no one's going to agree to that.
Our standard. You take
Minnesota does do a good job.
I am a Minnesota supremacist. Even though we're a blue state, I think you could be a worse blue state than what we have.
Well, blue or not, it's just how the voting works.
We needed the money. But our voting is very good. We get counted. We don't fuck around, and it's over with. It's done. And we're a bigger state than Nevada.
Oh, yes.
And we have more. I think we have more people in Arizona, too, don't we?
You would think, being a desert.
Arizona population, 7.2 million. So it's about the same. We have about 6-7 million. Oh, 5.7. Well, fuck us. 1.5 million more. We're about the same size. So, yeah, they're not. They say they're not going to be done counting until next week. And my first question is, how do you know that? If you don't have them counted now, how do you know that?
Oh, my goodness.
And number two, why? I don't understand.
I do like that point. I didn't even think, how do you know that?
Right.
Like, you could be done way sooner.
It's very interesting. I guess Arizona, technically, like Nevada's going to go red in the Senate. So it's all going to come down to Georgia's runoff anyway.
Okay.
And boy, is there going to be some bullshit there.
If Herschel Walker pulls away with that thing, there's going to be some angry people, in my opinion.
Well, no, I mean, why?
People did not like him.
They apparently don't like Raphael Warnock either because he's only 0.4 ahead of Herschel Walker.
Yes, they were very equally unliked. I just feel like Walker's name was more ran through the mud.
Think about it this way. You've got Brian Kemp beat Stacey Abrams by like 10 points and Herschel Walker's behind by 0.5. So obviously, yes, there was a disconnect there between those two. But whatever. I checked this morning. Nothing moved overnight. Nothing. They just...
it's just not right.
They're either lazy, stupid, or crooked. And honestly, I'm giving a 33% chance to each one of them. Lazy, crooked, or stupid. You guys get to decide.
A mixture.
Those of our audience members who live in Arizona, maybe you could tell us. Are you lazy, are you crooked, or are you stupid? Let us know. 2:45 is our goal today. Again, you guys, that election night coverage we did, you guys crushed it for us so hard that we're still feeling the effects of it 1, 2, 3 shows later. Since then, we have not had a full goal since the election night coverage, and we didn't have a goal last night.
At all.
Nothing. It was just a freebie show for everyone. So 245, that's over $100 ahead of where we typically have it. So thank you guys very much. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal accounts. I do want to tell you, Veldrain says you ignored my super chat. I'm sorry, buddy. I got going on Sentinel Island. He says $5. The correct pronoun for binary is it. If a person is truly non-binary, it should be fine. It's neither male or female. However, it's offensive. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. I'm glad we were able to.
You can catch the its from toilet seats.
Yes. A case of I got the its. I want to mention this because I think April is going to do this order today or tomorrow. If you do have plans on becoming a VIP and you'd here to guarantee you're going to get your VIP or merch order before Christmas, I would get it in on this order.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because if we end up ordering in the beginning or our next order could be beginning or middle of December, that's cutting it really close. So if you want to do the VIP thing for Christmas or you want to do some merch for Christmas this year, there you go. SteelToeEntertainment.com/shop. If somebody wants to throw the link in the chat, that would be great. Otherwise, if you want to do the VIP, $250 in 1 week gets you all of the shirts, gets you the steel toe hoodie, which people cannot stop raving about, the 5.5-inch vinyl sticker, an entry into a $100 drawing every single month, and you get that forever. So every year you've got 12 chances to basically get your VIP package for $0, because when you factor in the merch and then you win the drawing, back to even. So also 2 tickets to every live event we do, which we're going to have one in January. You and I just need to look at our schedule and see which weekend works. And then also when we come out with new merch, which will be this spring or summer, then you get a free copy to claim for yourself. You got to tell us you want it. Say, hey, I'd like to claim the new hat or whatever. I think we're probably doing hats.
I was going to say we can agree it's going to be a hat, right?
Yeah, you say, hey, I want the new steel toe hat. Boom, there you go. Comes right to your door. Perfect. So steeltoeentertainment.com/shop, or you can become a VIP. Do that before tomorrow, because that is probably when the order will go in, if you want it by Christmas. All right, guys. 2:45 away from our goal today. Let's see if we knock that out and do a half hour of overtime. Overtime today will be Brendan Schaub Stole a Show.
Oh, yeah. And, actually.
Like a blatant ripoff. Mm-hmm. It's remarkable how blatant it was. Logo, title, everything. Here's my theory on Brendan, because I think we've made it clear more than anyone else. Like any of the people we make fun of, I don't think we have any personal animosity towards.
No.
We're just watching a guy and we go, oh, this guy's fucking hilarious. Like the idea that they'd put out a show for the public to consume, we like to laugh and giggle at. And it's never a good person who's just trying their best. You'd be an asshole if you were making fun of that guy. Mm. It's always someone who thinks everyone else is a jackass. Everybody sucks. I'm the man. Here's my show. It's like, all right, let's knock this guy down a peg or two. Plus, when they react and they're psychos like Zumach, it's a lot of fun. So, Brendan, though, I want to be clear what list I put Brendan on. And you guys might not like this, I like Brendan Schaub.
Love him.
I do. I like him. I think he's developing a better sense of humor about being made fun of, or at least doing a better job of ignoring it. I think Brendan's just such a big, dumb, lovable oaf that when you make fun of him, it's like making fun of a guy you're kind of friends with, but he bugs the shit out of you and you just got to get it out. Mm-hmm. You know, Brendan's just a big buffoon who can't read. And when he does these things, it's hilarious.
I definitely always call him a buffoon. It's correct.
Yeah, and he always finds himself in these wild, wacky situations, and you just want to comment on him. Like, I was thinking about this at the gym yesterday. I'm like, you know what I'm doing when I'm making fun of these guys? I am an internet play-by-play commentator.
Sure, that works.
That's what I'm doing. I'm Al Michaels.
He, to me, strikes me as like a dumb gazelle frolicking through the fucking desert somewhere and something's attacking it.
He's a baby deer.
He doesn't know.
Brendan's a baby deer, and he's just, and you're like, I don't hate baby deer.
No.
But it's funny to make fun of them because they move all goofy and they seem stupid.
Fell down.
Right, exactly. So, we got that coming up. We got some Opie. Guess who Opie was talking about on his live stream this week?
Not Anthony.
Anthony. I mean, they don't bring him up ever.
He's still over it.
Yes, we're going to check in with Opie today in overtime. Don't worry, guys. Opie is still over it. And he doesn't want to talk about it.
What is it now, 8 years later?
8 years. In July, it'll be 9. Veldrain says animosity would be someone getting steel toe suspended for a week because that is income lost. Why would someone get us suspended for a week? I'm a good boy.
Is that a threat?
Les Marquis says this is the same guy that ripped off Spurs jerseys and sold them at his shows in San Antonio. Not surprised that Brendan is stealing. Oh, I didn't know that. We also didn't look into the True Geordie dildo thing either.
No. What is wrong with us?
I want to look into it. Write down. We might do that tomorrow. We last night we did the True Geordie Andrew Tate rivalry thing, and we're going to clip that out this weekend because, boy, that is
embarrassing.
That is embarrassing.
Dude, if anyone ever got my notebook for like show notes and shit, I just wrote down True Geordie dildo. Like my notes are spicy.
Don't worry. That's the least worrisome
the
of
least
your
one.
notes. Yeah. Segura is a bigger hack than Schaub, says Bumbaclo. I don't know how he gets away with it. His wife is too ugh. You know, I used to think that too because I just bought everything Red Bar said. But we've watched some Segura now, and he's a funny guy. I mean, he seems to me like a funny accountant. He doesn't have like the most charisma in the world. He's kind of dull, but he's a funny guy. Like the thing he did with Brendan right to his face on his show. If you don't think a guy like that is funny, you got a problem.
Yeah, he was so suave about that whole thing too. He kind of like kept it totally under Brendan's radar.
He basically, he got Brendan to agree. He's like, don't you hate it when a guy does this and this to get into comedy? And then Brendan's like, yeah, it's fucking stupid. And all Tom's doing is saying things Brendan's done. It's so funny.
I don't think Brendan has anything like nefarious in him though. So like when I hear that he's stealing things, that kind of doesn't fit his personality to me.
That's because he didn't steal it. Brendan, like James Corden, has people who work for him who hate him. And they steal it and then they give it to Brendan. Brendan doesn't know who these guys are. And then Brendan is the one who gets in shit and the whole internet makes fun of him. I think Brendan's being sabotaged from the inside.
There's a good chance.
Yeah.
Especially if they hate him.
Turtle says, just popped in and heard dildos. So is it Geordie talk? Yeah, see? Some people know him as the dildo guy.
Well, it's coming.
Shamu says Schaub steals jokes as well. Yeah, he has done some stuff that if he didn't steal them, again, somebody hates him and wrote him jokes. And they were Nick Swartzen jokes. Paul Polito says also Bert is way too eager to whip out the balloon knot. Bert Kreischer's awful and he's irredeemable. Even the Joe Rogan crew is getting fucking tired of Bert Kreischer.
When I found out Bert Kreischer did an enema live on like one of his Netflix specials, that's just
a little too try hard.
It's so try hard.
Little too much. Thank you very much to Amy for the 25 over there on PayPal/Streamlabs. We appreciate that, Amy. Down to 220 for this morning. I don't think we'll have a problem getting there. Jeep ZJ says Tom is awful, just like Bert. I don't put them in the same category. I don't think it's. I don't think that's fair.
I think Tom has some level of class to him.
Tom has some level of comedic talent, whereas Bert's just big, loud, and stupid.
Hairy.
Yeah. JJ Walker and Letterman and Gary Shandling writing for him. What? JJ Walker. I mean, Letterman and Gary Shandling, both comedic icons, but JJ Walker, that's. By the way, I don't know if you know this or not. JJ Walker now does like political talk radio.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like the Dynamite. Like he does politics now. Him and Joe Piscopo's another one from like the 80s. Although I think Jimmy Walker, is from the 70s. But Joe Piscopo, who was on Saturday Night Live and did a bunch of impressions. Yeah, they like comedians. I'm telling you, when comedians stop being funny, they go, I know, I've got charisma. I'll just talk about politics. I'll become a Republican or a Democrat, and I'll just start throwing that shit out there.
Dude, and that's everyone across like the talent spectrum too. Like people that really suck go to that too. Like Tony Michaels thought he was funny at one point, and now all he does is like bitchy political shit.
And really bitchy too. Like really.
Fucking cocks.
Fucking cock. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Like really?
Oh.
There's so many people out there that make me want to stop saying the F word.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering if I'm the only one. I hear someone say it so much that I'm like, I'm just going to pump the brakes on that whole word. Because you say it.
I think I'm going to eliminate it from my lexicon, if you will. Thank you to Veldrain, $5. He says, that was an example. I don't have the ammunition to get anyone suspended from any platform. That ammunition is many college students without hobbies.
True.
Fair enough. 215 away from today's goal. Thank you, Veldrain. Okay, should we jump into our things for today? We got lots of stories. I've got SNL Writers threatening to walk off the show because they booked Dave Chappelle as the host. Of course. Because SNL is now where comedy goes to die. I'm sorry, but if you're going to be a comedy writer and you're going to walk off the show because you don't like a guy they booked as host, that's anti-comedy.
There used to be a day where you'd think you would have cheered to have Dave Chappelle as the host.
Because he's a great comic and you could learn a lot just from watching him. I mean, Adrian Washington gave himself a career by watching Dave Chappelle on HBO. The mic slap, the knee slap, his whole persona. I mean, he ripped it off of Dave Chappelle and all he had to do was watch him on TV. So he obviously motivates a lot of comedians.
He does.
To basically do his bits.
He's great, though. SNL, I do believe, just had Amy Schumer on. And I'm sure that one went swimmingly.
That you can walk off from because it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought we were a comedy show. What's she doing here? Isn't she the housewife and stay-at-home mom that used to be a comedian like 10 years ago?
Now she is, yeah.
She's doing like, oh God, her career is now like, they did a reboot of her show, but as like a special on a streaming service. And I haven't heard anything about it.
The last thing I ever heard about and tried to watch was that leather special. And I got through about 5 minutes. It's just the grossest thing ever.
I made it a long way through the leather special because I hated it so much. I was powered by hatred. You were hate watching? Yeah. Oh God, I loved it.
He's just like angrily beating it to it.
And I'm just sitting there going, you're not going to stop talking about your pussy, are you? You're just going to talk about your pussy this entire time.
That's Whitney Cummings now too.
And I start watching and she starts going into something and I'm like, pussy? She's like, it's like my vagina. And I'm like, yep, there it is. Could not stop.
Whitney Cummings went through a phase recently where she was putting naked pictures on Instagram, just talking about close-ups of her pussy and shit. All the jokes she posted were about her pussy.
There is a Sam Hyde interview he did with, who's the guy who does all those really funny Porcelain. Mm-hmm. He did an interview with Porcelain, and he said, you know what? It's almost worth pulling up. Porcelain asked him about female comics, and he said, women aren't funny unless they're being effed up, weirdo, lesbian D-word. Like, my uncle fucked me. My pussy smells or something. Sam Hyde, Porcelain. Porcelain did a whole documentary on Sam Hyde. It's really, really good. Yeah, here's the interview. Oh, God, he did a 1 hour, 19-minute interview with him.
Well, you keep him as long as you can.
I don't think so. I think BuzzFeed has.
Yeah,
he's probably a little.
I could jump around.
I'm not saying he's. God, that woman is so. She's so beat.
She's
my
disgusting.
God.
Hold on.
Think about Kavanaugh. Like, if only that's. And I mean,
Trump, I'm not,
yeah, they talk. I didn't know it was an hour long. I thought it was like a 20-minute interview, and we could skip around to it. But it's really long. Check it out on your own time. Sam Hyde, Porcelain, really, really good. But yeah, he was saying he's like, unless women are being fucked up dudes,
right?
They're never funny. And it's like, you can be mad at that, and people do get mad at people who say that. But, I mean, there's very few. Paul Polito, by the way, that's the best way I've ever heard Sam Hyde described, the Bigfoot of comedy. He's the Sasquatch of comedy. But I'm trying to think of women who have been funny and haven't just been like, my vagina, my pussy, my pussy.
I feel like Sarah Silverman has also been terribly unfunny.
Yeah, she was fucked up.
Ellen used to be funny though, right?
Ellen, very good. Ellen, very talented. Ellen never went that route. That was never her thing. She wrote jokes and was like a classic stand. A lot of those women who came from the 80s and 90s, Roseanne, Brett Butler, and then you go back further than that, Joan Rivers and people like that. Very, very, very funny.
Joy Behar, though, was not funny, right?
No, Joy Behar was. Like, her
I thought we looked
stand-up
back and it wasn't good.
Joy Behar's stand-up back in the day was not bad. I would much rather have 80s Joy Behar than Joy Behar now. Put it that way.
Okay, yes.
Maria Bamford, very, very funny, yes. And Maria Bamford was just a straight-up comic who wrote great jokes. There was one other one I want. I don't think Eliza Schlesinger leans on the pussy stuff. I'm not saying she's like a legend or anything, but she's at least done it and made a career. Mm-hmm. And you can tell there's a level of authenticity in there.
That's good.
I think. Now, see, Labglass says Eliza is a vagina comic. I don't think she is. I've watched a couple of her specials, and I get it. It's not for me. Like, she's playing to a female audience, but I don't see her as like my pussy, my pussy. I don't see her that way.
Isn't there one named Ali Wong too?
Ali Wong's very funny.
Yeah.
Ali Wong is very, very funny. There's who's another pussy comic who was just you were watching her special one time and I had to shut it the fuck off.
God, I don't watch specials that are female very often.
God, somebody put her name in the chat. I'm trying to look. I can't find it anymore. Nikki Glazer. You were watching a Nikki Glazer special. You had it on. It was on Netflix.
Really?
Yeah, you had it on, and I'm watching it. I'm like, this is fucking trash.
You honestly remember more of this than I do. I don't remember her.
I always remember my hate.
I don't know what she looks like. I mean that.
My hate warms me and gives me memories that I store in the back of my head. All right. let's continue on because now I'm getting bogged down. Dave Chappelle. Yeah, so we'll talk about the Dave Chappelle thing later. Apparently, the SNL writers don't want him because, he's hateful and all this.
Just an overall bad guy.
I would love to hear his take on the Kanye stuff.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I would love to hear, because he was the one who did the Space Jews bit in one of his last specials. He's like, it's about a race who was here a long time ago and then left. And then everyone else inhabited it and built homes and lives and everything else. And then the aliens came back and said, this is ours now. We're taking it. And I'm going to call it Space Jews. It's like, holy shit. Didn't get anything for that because he told a shitload of... That's what Kanye didn't realize. You can do the Jew thing. You just got to throw some trans stuff at the end of it. So that's what you get in trouble for.
Yes, get all the heat.
Yeah. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's go into a little bit of politics, seeing as we just had an election. Just because we're all watching shit nationally and Senate races, it doesn't mean there's not stuff going on in local government, city councils, things like that. And sometimes that stuff can be more interesting than watching a congressional race or a Senate race. Let's go to Tarrant, Alabama for an example of this. In Tarrant, Alabama, the mayor of that town had a little disagreement with one of the city council members. And usually in a town where that happens, they talk it out at a meeting, they vote, and they put it to bed. They put it to rest. Mm-hmm. It's not exactly the direction it went in Tarrant, Alabama. Let's take a look.
And we're on top of breaking news tonight in the city of Tarrant. A council member there, Tommy Bryant, faces harassment charges tonight.
And as we told you earlier, Megan Sgrano has been on that scene. She was the one who provided that video you saw earlier. And she also tells us that the council member is accused of punching Mayor Wayman Newton. Now, the police chief tells
Wayman Newton.
They did it trial by combat.
Yeah, they did. Yes. They had a disagreement on who was going to get the garbage collection contract. And they said, I challenge you to a trial by combat.
Our Megan Sgrano that this happened outside after tonight's city council meeting. Here is her report of what happened.
Just moments after a tense Tarrant City Council meeting, Police Chief Wendell Major says he saw Bryant punch Mayor Newton in the parking lot. This is video of Bryant's arrest in the City Hall park.
He's just an old Alabama city councilman, and he's punching the mayor in the face. The older you get, the weirder you punching someone in the face gets.
I think so. And I have spent time at length in Alabama before, and every really old person I met is either really, really cunty or the nicest pushover you'll ever meet. So.
There's no middle ground with old people
really.
In Alabama. But if you're 20 and you punch someone, it's like, oh yeah, obviously. If you're 30 and you punch someone, you're like, all right, you're getting a little old for that, but hey, I understand, I get it. 40, you start punching people. People are like, that guy's a dick. 50, you're punching people, and they're like, he's a drug addict. I don't know
problem.
Yeah. 60 and 70, you start punching people, it kind of becomes adorable again.
Well, you kind of ask what the other person did first instead of looking like, why would he hit you?
If you get hit by a 70-year-old, it's probably your fault. Yeah.
Parking lot after a city council meeting with a lot of back and forth between Bryant and Newton. Tarrant Police Chief Wendell Major tells me
I think it's a commercial zoning. You fucking idiot. It's a residential zoning, clearly. They should be able to put a strip mall there. I'll put a strip mall in your ass, you fucking communist.
That escalated quickly.
It should be zoned residential. It should be zoned commercial. I want condos. I want businesses. You don't know how to grow an economy, you cuck.
Whoa.
Jesus, this got
you two outside now.
It's just, guys, it's just nice that you two both have a passion for this town. The rest of us are here for the $25,000 a year stipend.
Yeah, I think we're all looking at this the wrong way. These guys care.
These guys give a shit about your city. You want elderly council people and mayors who are willing to fist fight in the parking lot over your city. They
want
give
it
a
in
shit.
A Times Square.
Yeah.
Not Times Square, Town Square.
Yeah. The rest of them, just put up a boxing ring.
Why not?
Let them go for it.
Dude, my little town of Litchfield has the perfect fucking thing in the middle of that little park in the middle of town. You know what I'm saying?
The pavilion.
That's exactly what we need.
Right. Put them in the Opera House. Put a boxing ring in the Opera House.
Yes.
Let people sit up in the balconies and shit. Sure.
in the parking lot having a conversation with Councilman Bryant when the mayor walked up to say something to him.
Turned around to have the mayor approach me after I was having a discussion. The councilman and I were having a discussion. The mayor approached. The councilman told me the mayor wanted to see me. I turned around and talked to him. Then the two exchanged words, and the next thing I know, the councilman struck the mayor.
That's pretty ballsy to do it right in front of the cops.
Well, you know he meant it.
Yeah, you know he really wanted to hit a guy. When the cop's right there talking to you and you go, fuck this, and you just hit the guy.
And then
That's...
as the cop, too, now you're kind of like, okay, if he's willing to do that in front of me, what the fuck did that guy do?
Yeah, you look around 3-4 times, you're like... You're like Martin Sheen in The Departed. You're like, how am I not supposed to arrest you right now?
You care to explain?
Yeah.
Major says that they will get a warrant for Bryant and he will be held until he makes bond, and then he will be scheduled for a hearing. Now, after the incident, we did see the mayor go into the City Hall building to be checked out by medical personnel.
And the mayor said to us, you know, maybe he's right about garbage collection. I think I'm going to change my vote.
And we did not see him leave. In Tarrant, Megan Scrano, ABC 3340 News.
All right. Well, they're fighting each other in Tarrant, Alabama over... They never told us what the argument was about. Like,
No,
was it city related? Did somebody fuck somebody's wife?
I would say that, maybe.
Oh, we got a little...
But that guy's really old, unless he, got really younger than him or something. You're fucking that guy's wife?
Yeah.
And it's weird.
Gordy says, what about if you're in your late 30s and practicing boxing? I don't know. I'm not in my late 30s. I'm in my mid-30s.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're a month and a half from 36.
That's
if you
still
round up,
mid-30s.
that's 40.
That's mid-30s. Mid-30s is 34, 35, 36.
I like how the older you get, you can make up new parameters of like what your age is considered.
31 through 33, early 30s. 34 through 36, mid-30s. 37 to 40, or 39, I guess, late 30s.
I've always heard that if it's a 5, you round up.
That's bullshit.
Under 5, it's, round down.
Not when there's 3 stages, then you got to go by 3s.
Like, I'm closer to 30 right now than I am 25.
But you're in your late 20s.
You're in your late 30s.
No, I'm not.
What you think.
That is I am literally in the middle of 30.
Until next month.
30. Thank you, Lemmy. 36 is still mid-30s. I'm glad that we have people in here who are trying to be honest and not trying to be gimmicks. I like that. I like that we have honest people in here.
Do you like the honest comment that says you look 42?
Look, if that's how you feel and you're not just trying to hurt my feelings, I understand.
If I was told you were 42, I'd say you were a good 42.
Okay, well, I'm 35. What about that?
You're a great 35.
Thank you. I know you're full of shit, but I appreciate it. It just feels good to hear it sometimes. Now I know what it's like to be a woman. You know people are lying to you, but you just go, you know what? I'll take it.
Dude, as a woman, you get you get a couple lines in your forehead or something from being on the lake too much and it's over.
Yeah.
So
got to get traded in, right?
It's true.
You got to take care of yourself.
I've got one forming.
See, the nice thing about men, like men have this thing that women don't have that we can fall back on if our looks start to go, and it's called an enjoyable personality and fun. So we get a little ugly as we get older. We get to, yeah.
Men seem to get more attractive the older they get.
We do.
Is that weird?
Yeah, I plan on getting super hot pretty soon.
Like, isn't it Brad Pitt? Like, that guy seriously is hotter than he's ever been, I think. Didn't we say that one night?
Oh, man, I don't know. Meet Joe Black, Brad Pitt.
He keeps getting...
That's some
he's like a fine wine, though.
I got to tell you, Meet Joe Black, Brad Pitt is...
Look, he's been hot the whole time.
That's some top shelf dick.
He's been good.
Here, ready?
That's a weird movie, by the way.
Meet Joe Black, Brad... Yeah, but it's got Anthony Hopkins, so it rules.
So you do like it? Okay.
Oh, fucking Anthony Hopkins is the shit. And Claire Forlani's in it, for God's sake. Let's... Yeah.
You just like his frosted tips.
Bro. I mean, Meet Joe Black, Brad Pitt.
Dude, anyone would fuck. I get it.
Honestly. He looks a little bit like a lesbian.
Okay, now pull up your Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Brad Pitt.
You know what? Honestly, you might win this argument because there's a lot of lesbian in 1998 Brad Pitt.
That's what I think you like about it.
No, I don't. There's a little bit of Ellen DeGeneres in Meet Joe Black.
Ellen Pitt.
Brad... I keep putting 2 D's in Brad. Brad Pitt...
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I
Look at
don't
this
know,
guy.
Man. That kind of looks like your uncle's going to ask to bum a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, you got problems. Oh, that says a lot. Oh, man, you got issues, bro.
Tell me he's... Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, pull up Inglourious Bastards. He's hot in that, too.
Okay, Inglourious Bastards, Brad Pitt. There might be an argument there. Brad Pitt.
Even with the stash.
He looks a little retarded, you got to admit. There's a lot of tart in there. Come on. Jesus. When was Prime? We're trying to find Prime Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
That's not a bad one.
Brad Pitt. Let's see. Oh, okay. That might be Prime Brad Pitt.
He's got a little Matt Damon thing going on.
Oh,
there.
You know what? There is. You know what? It looks like Matt Damon and Crispin Glover had a Down syndrome kid.
I've never been a Matt Damon girl. I don't think that's a popular take, but I don't really like him.
I like him as an actor.
I don't like him as anything.
Oh, Legends of the Fall Brad Pitt or Troy. Oh, Troy Brad Pitt might be primo Brad Pitt.
Okay.
You're really making this show gay.
I didn't do this. You did this.
Well, I just don't like I don't like your clear dad fetish because it makes me wonder about myself. Like, I don't know what the dad fetish is about. Psychologically, I don't know what that says. I don't know where you're at when it comes to that because you're like, oh, man, when they get into their 50s, I really want to touch their dick. And it's like, okay, that's a little weird. That's odd. There's something about that.
Are you outing me as having a dad fetish right now?
You've got a dad fetish.
Okay.
I'm
not going to fight it.
Nor can you. You've given us too much evidence. You have to plead guilty. We don't even have to give you that good of a plea bargain. Like, we've just got you against the wall, basically. And if we were 62, you'd probably like that. Paul Polito says, dude, I was average to unattractive most of my life, but the last 10 years have changed me. And the difference in the way people treat you is crazy. That's kind of weird, though, because now you're basically saying, bro, I got hot. You're not allowed to say that about yourself.
Hey, the guy's got confidence. You shut up.
I need a bigger chin if I'm going to get hot.
He needs, like, one of them Johnny Bravo, like, implants.
Let me see. I need, well, no, let's not get weird. I need to go, the jaw is not bad. The jaw needs to come to a better point, though.
Maybe a more defined jawline would help.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll grab a hammer and a chisel later today, and we'll get there.
Maybe we'll take that tooth out while you're at it.
No, I have an appointment for that now.
And what are you doing to it?
Crowning it.
Lucky tooth.
Because it's a king. Thought the obvious answer was Mr. and Mrs. Smith, says Lip Ripper. This is how much guys even like Brad Pitt. Even guys in our chat are going, oh, no, bro, it's Troy. Or, oh, no, it's Fight Club. Or, oh, like, even they're going, dude, we're going to skip over the fact that what we're doing is totally gay. And we're just going to give the God's honest answer.
I bet you just loved him in Interview with a Vampire. Is that your favorite Brad Pitt?
I don't think I've watched Interview with a Vampire.
What?
No,
Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt?
I still have to watch Legends of the Fall, man.
What is wrong with you?
They're saying Snatch, Brad Pitt. George Clooney is pushing 60 and is still a smoke show, says Electric Shoes. See, these are all guys.
That's true.
Unfortunately, my personality has not become sexy as I get older. Would you fuck Walter Matthau and Grumpy Old Men?
No, but I would consider Cranston. I'd consider Cranston.
See, you got some.
It's not all that, though. Like, there's like a weird small.
You and your dad have to sit down and have a talk because you're fucked up.
My dad always loved me. I feel no smoke there.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, you got to figure out why you've got a dad fetish.
Maybe because my dad treated me right.
Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe too well. Like, I don't know.
I don't feel attracted to my dad, if that's what you're saying.
I'm getting some Freudian vibes that you're projecting your attraction for your dad onto older men.
No, I was going to say there's a very small swath of older men that are like ideal. But then the rest of them has got to be like my age.
You don't seem interested in anybody your age.
Oh, I don't?
No.
I can't think of any.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't seem, whenever it's like celebrities or something.
All the celebrities that were any good are older now.
All of mine are like, whenever I talk about celebrities, usually 40 and under. And yours, there aren't any over or under 40.
Tom Selleck had a good, few years in there too.
He was in his 50s when he was on Friends. Jesus.
When he was in Friends, he was a fucking
He was in his 50s
piece.
when that happened. Good Lord, man.
I'm actually going to trade Aaron in for an older model.
You are not attracted to anyone under 40.
When you get to your weird tweener phase when you're in like your 40s, I'm going to trade you in for something else.
For a person who's AARP.
Yeah. You're
going to steal all their social security
benefits.
checks. Yeah. Jesus. Well, because you're in your 20s, you ain't ever going to see a Social Security check.
Hell no.
You gotta steal
I'm paying
somebody
for
else.
it, but I
Yeah.
ain't getting it.
Old people, start saving your Social Security checks. They'll be a collector's item one day. They'll be like, remember these? Before all the politicians stole it from you. They took all your money and then just... That's the fucked up part. There's going to be no Social Security, and they took tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars from each of us our whole lives. And then they're just going to go, oh, we kept it.
Do you know what's wrong? I'm realizing with a lot of people my age, like
What?
men that are specifically my age, is like they're all like pretty boys and that soft guy who
They're
doesn't
gay.
do any kind of work. They're a little gay. Yeah.
I don't think you have to do a lot of
If
work.
you go to Hollywood especially, like they're all really femmy now.
I'm sorry, but a lot of those guys who are doing like work nowadays, they're gay now.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying like the doing work or not doing work thing. Like, I'm way less gay than those guys. And I don't do work. I do this for a living.
You are like a couple statements away from being certifiably gay.
Talking shit
So-
is the new being a man.
Right, and I don't like that. That means I have to go to an older bracket because they're not quite
No,
like
no, no.
that.
I'm saying the older men that like were hammer and anvil types and were men, those guys are now in this age the guys who talk shit and are funny.
I think we're agreeing and you're not seeing it.
Yeah, no, you're like, oh, they have to do the working thing.
No, they
with
don't.
the being a man. That's why I have to go to them. No.
They don't have to. It's that guys my age are very soft and feminine, or they're feminine.
Right.
It's weird. I don't like that.
The blue collar ones I'm talking about. They're like gay and soft now.
No, they're all that way.
No. There's some cool
What the
ones.
fuck ever.
There's some cool ones who just don't give a shit and they like to make fun of stuff. Those are the cool ones.
Are you projecting?
Dude, I'm fucking so cool. It's
You're also
remarkable.
not my age.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So-
Yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting I'm not your age. We're on different ends of the millennial spectrum.
I'm on the very young. I didn't make it to the bottom year though, right? There's a few under me.
No,
My brother made it to the last
82
year.
to 2000.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
That's a way bigger swath.
Goes a
I'm in the
ways.
middle then.
Do you like, they want to know if you like Cranston as Walter or as Malcolm's dad. I think you'd want to fuck Malcolm's dad.
I'm having a hard time with that one. I would say Walter, but I don't
He's
remember
got
what Malcolm's
cancer,
dad
you
looks
fucking
like.
Weirdo.
Yeah, but he turned into this weird, ambitious badass.
All right, let's test your dadness theory, but it also will tap into your racism a little bit.
Okay.
You can go on a date with the guy who played Jesse Pinkman or the guy who played...
Aaron Paul.
Yeah, you can go Aaron Paul or you can go the Italian dude who played the Chilean. Gus.
Aaron Paul or Gus?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
Well, because you're into old dudes.
Aaron Paul.
Mike Ehrmantraut or Todd?
Ooh. Oh, Mike Ehrmantraut
See?
all day long.
He's fucking gross.
No, he's not.
Oh, but see? You've got a problem. He is a weird looking
I'll
dude.
tell you what it is. It's not always the physicality of it. It's definitely more the personality. And theirs is just better.
Would you guys like to order? All right, let me tell you what's going to happen. We're going to order an appetizer. You're going to enjoy it. We might have a couple of drinks. But after that, we eat our main course, and then we're going to go home and have sex. All right? There's nothing we can do about it.
At least he's decisive.
Yeah. That was like that. That's a classic, like Mike Ehrmantraut line is, here's what's going to happen. You always know you're getting a good monologue. Shane F says, Brad was banging a prime Jennifer Aniston. Hoist that stud up
Yeah.
on bangable dudes of all time.
That's true.
It's fair enough. Labglass says, in the words of Patrice, you ain't gay until you fuck. It ain't gay until I'm fucking you. Exactly.
Okay, then Aaron is about 6 inches away from being gay. Okay.
Oh.
You're so red.
Leigh Marquise says, let me guess, April, you would fuck Tom Selleck. She would.
Back in the day, he's not hot anymore.
Here, guys. I'm gonna get April all soaking in her seat right
Come
now.
on,
Ready?
don't do this.
Here.
Yeah, play
guys-
this for me.
Guys, are you ready? This is what we do in our house for foreplay.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something.
Yeah?
I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior.
I'm for it.
Are you getting excited? Yeah, she's for reverse mortgages now. By the way, this is supposed to work on 68-year-old women, not 27-year-olds.
Look,
Yeah?
I'm an old soul.
Yeah. You're ready.
Maybe that's my problem. I'm too old inside.
We don't even have this house paid off. April's trying to call for a reverse mortgage just because Tom Selleck's pitching it.
I just want to talk to Tom.
Just wants to talk to Tom Selleck. By the way, I know you can think he's like old man fuckable.
He's not now. I said
But
that.
isn't he an irredeemable piece of shit for doing this?
Oh, I've said that so many times.
For taking money and doing this to people?
Back when, this is such a bad example, but like when he was in Friends, I think he was like prime hotness back then. I really do.
And everyone saw him as past his prime. That's why he was on Friends and not
I know.
doing big movies anymore.
Yeah.
Because he was past his prime.
I clearly have a problem.
Oh, man. You kind of think about this. Bruce Willis's career, like before he retired here a year ago because he's dying, Bruce Willis's career like died for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bruce Willis after 2000 was not good. Like he did not have a lot of success after 2000, did he?
Nope, I don't
Because
think
you had
so.
like Armageddon in 98. And then you had like all the Die Hard movies and
When
all that
was
shit.
the Fifth Element? He was in
99,
that too.
2000. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's right in there. Bruce Willis did not, he had a long fall. He was able to stay famous while not doing anything particularly good for a long time. I could be wrong. I have to look this up now. Not good when you write Bruce Willis in IMDb and it goes actor Die Hard from 1988. That's not good. Credits as an actor. Look at all those. Look at all these movies they made him do before he retired from acting because he had aphasia. He's still got 4 upcoming movies that he made, and he's been retired for like 6 months to a year now.
Yeah.
And he's got.
So they just pumped these out.
They pumped these out. Now look at 2022. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 movies in 2022, and he's got 2 more coming out. So 11 movies in 2022. And spoiler alert, they are dog shit. Like, they're not even bad movies. They're not even studio movies. They're just some guy who has a few $1 million in his pocket was like, I want to make a movie. I bet you I can get Bruce Willis. And they just throw money at him.
There comes a point where I kind of want to stop watching movies of some actors because I don't want to see them go down like that. I don't want to remember them that way.
Yeah, I'm looking at his IMDb right now, and yeah, I'm going back 2018 Death Wish. That movie was like, I didn't mind that movie, but it didn't do very well. It wasn't like a huge movie. Extinction, I mean, the second Sin City movie, meh, and
Red.
that was 8 years ago. Yeah, the Red movies 10 years ago. Good Day to Die Hard, The Expendables movie, that doesn't count. That's not like a him movie.
I forgot
You could remove Bruce Willis from The Expendables, and those movies are fine. Cop Out was bad. Live Free or Die Hard, maybe in 2007, but then that's a Die Hard movie. But that's a Die Hard movie.
Yeah,
So you're going back to
2007 though.
1988.
I think that was a good movie.
Honestly, like 16 Blocks, Lucky Number 11. You could argue Sin City in 2005. The Whole 10 Yards. Yeah, like after 05, Bruce Willis was shit.
He made an appearance in a Charlie's Angels movie.
He had a long
Jesus.
fall. That's for sure. Because of his aphasia. Really? Did he have aphasia for 16 years?
We don't know.
I don't know. Well, at any rate. Now, how did we get on that? Oh, yeah, you love older men.
We've really gone all over the place today.
It's almost like a Friday show on a Thursday.
It does feel Friday.
All right. A couple more. I got a couple election things to clear up. You know, today's title of the episode is It's Official, We Don't Know How to Count.
We've lost it.
In Tennessee, you guys, this kind of slid under the radar as, all the other stuff was going on and, are the Republicans going to take this or take that? Yesterday, the Republicans officially took the House.
Okay.
If they win the Georgia race, they're going to win the Senate. And like I was saying, I don't know what these fucking people wanted. Like, they're all disappointed and they're all upset with themselves and everything else. It's like, you got the House, so Biden can't do anything now without your guys' say-so. And with that libertarian guy gone, you're probably going to win the Senate in Georgia.
I think they'll come around to it. Like I said last night, I believe that they thought they'd run away with everything.
Okay, but if you have 55 votes in the Senate or you have 51, who gives a shit?
I agree with you. I just thought that I think that they thought it was going to be like a landslide vote for them. I do think that.
Yeah, to me, their whole thing was vanity, and their vanity's hurt. It's like, dude, you got the job done, okay? It's like, you look at a deck you built, and it doesn't look exactly like the picture, but you're like, looks good. We've got a deck.
Is it functional?
It looks great. It's even. We're fine. Yeah, but the way we stained it, it doesn't look exactly when the sun hits. Who fucking cares? It's going to be fine. Tennessee, so in all of that stuff, in all this Chris popping and wristwatches, I just sit back and just watch and just get nauseous and watch all these cheap imitations get rich off them and get dollars that should have been theirs like they switched wallets. Sorry. Tennessee has officially banned all forms of slavery. That's what happened in the election, guys. We banned slavery. It's official. Now, I know a lot of you I thought this was settled science.
No, I actually found out this year that it was not.
Yeah, I thought we decided that, well, don't bullshit me. Today you found this out.
No, I had heard about this.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
You didn't get out of those notifications. Oh, slavery's on the ballot for some.
No, because I just see slavery and I go, well, just good to see it in the news, Tennessee has officially banned all forms of slavery. Voters on fucking cucks. Voters on Tuesday approved a ballot measure that removes language allowing slavery and involuntary servitude as forms of punishment for convicted crimes. Okay, so they still had slavery and indentured servitude if you fucked up and broke the law. That's kind of nice, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, does it make me a bad person to say that sounds fair? Fair?
That's not slavery. That's hard labor. That's labor punishment. Yeah.
It's community service.
The measure passed with 79.54% of the vote. Put it this way. I don't think it's not my preferred way to punish a criminal, but it's also not something I would work to put on the ballot because it's like we're not using it. It's not something that's being done. It's like nobody's putting on the ballot, hey, should we repeal the law that says you can't carry a duck on your head over state lines? We're not using it anyway. Who gives a shit? Don't really bother with it. Plus, it's kind of a fun little talking point. It's like, hey, I live in Tennessee. We're still the only state that allows slavery in some form.
Or how about how Wyoming still allowed animal fucking for a while? Do you remember that?
Do they? No, it wasn't a felony.
Okay.
It wasn't
Apples
that they.
and oranges.
Now wait a minute. It wasn't that they didn't allow it or that they allowed it. They didn't allow it.
There's no punishment.
It was just it was a ticket.
Okay.
Goat fucking was a misdemeanor.
You get to folk your
You get to fuck your goat. Yeah, he's fucking his goat. What is he doing over there in Wyoming? He's fucking a goat. Go ahead. You were saying fucking a goat?
It's a small price to pay.
Yeah, if you want to fuck a goat, you'll pay the ticket while the cop's writing it.
Exactly.
You'll be fucking, you won't even
now,
break.
Do I have to write it before I come?
Yeah, you won't even break stroke, and you'll just be like, oh, I brought $200 with me because I figured that's how much it costs to fuck a goat.
There you go.
There you go. I'm square with the house again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm on a mission to make goat human babies. So.
Can you imagine the sounds?
It would mostly just, until you shot it out of mercy, it would go, "Argh!" That's what a goat baby would sound like.
No, I meant the sex.
Oh, I thought you meant a goat-human hybrid. I was going to say, it'd be the most...
I'm sure it sounds about like that,
It would be the most retarded thing you've ever seen in your life.
We just have... No, a centaur is a horse, right?
Yeah.
So what's the human-goat
Goat
combo?
boy, the Jim Brewer character.
Goat boy.
Yeah, until you shot it out of mercy, the goat man would just go... "Argh! Argh! And then you'd blow its head off and God would go, thank you. Thank you for making this an evolutionary cul-de-sac. I appreciate it.
What an abomination.
Yes. The measure amended Article 1, Section 33. Who cares? The funny part is over. They banned slavery.
How dare
in
they?
Tennessee. Right. Did you ask everyone? Well, I guess you did. It wasn't in the election, so... Coltrane with $5 says GOP wanted supermajority, 60 votes, to overrule any law Biden tries to veto. Okay, well, in my opinion, that was never in play. There were never 60 seats available. Let's see. You're going to get 51 with Georgia. So let's see. Arizona, Washington, Oregon, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire won. That's it. Those are the only ones that were in play. That would have got you to 57. Well, then Arizona, 57 max.
Mm-hmm.
You were never getting to 60, guys. Just as George Carlin once said, drop some of your needs. That's it. Danny DeVito from the Hercules cartoon movie. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much for that $5 super chat. $210 away from our goal today. Thank you guys very much. Grank Nutterbutter says, I don't think you guys are taking this slavery thing very seriously. Well, I mean, in fairness, we moved on to goat fucking.
How do we do that?
Talent. It's called talent. Aaron DeTire says, Mr. Tunmus from Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. Whatever, gay.
Oh, he's saying like the half goat, half human.
Yeah, I know. It's just no man should reference fucking bed knobs and broomsticks.
You don't want to mention Narnia?
No. If you mention Narnia.
I forgot about Narnia.
If you mention Narnia and you don't have cum on your face, you're weird to me. That shouldn't be allowed.
So if you have cum on your face, it's okay.
If you're a guy and you've got cum on your face and you're talking to me about Narnia, it then I can register with me. It makes sense.
Oh, for Narnia.
Ooh. Right. But if I'm talking to a man who's just wearing normal clothing and he's got a normal voice and he's like, oh, you ever see that Narnia movie? And I'd be like, you a serial killer? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Giving me real Dahmer vibes.
Yeah, I'm not liking you. David Chandler with $4.99 says Goat Man is a satire. I know. I didn't think it was the SNL character. I didn't think that was a social commentary. So Aaron jerked off all over himself watching Narnia. Makes sense. No, I don't talk about Narnia. There's no cum on my face. I promise. You can blacklight me. You can blacklight me right now.
About 20 years ago, he had to wash that shame off.
Don't blacklight the bottom of my feet. It's a weird story, and I don't feel like telling it.
Why are you doing Blackfoot?
No, black light on the bottom of my foot. It's a cum on the bottom of my foot joke. If you can't keep up with the conversation, you'll have to sit at the kiddie table.
No, I got it.
Thank you. King Yeti says, if you're a guy and have cum on your face, it better be your own. That's a weird line to draw.
Yeah, but you guys won't even...
What if you're gay?
You guys are so afraid of your own cum. How could you possibly cum on your face and be okay?
You should have a healthy fear of your own cum.
It came from you.
Yeah, I know, but it's gross and its texture is awful. And you should only be...
Why do you know how the texture is?
If you're I've jacked off before.
Into your mouth?
No, not into your hand. You feel it on your hands and what? Jesus, grow up.
God, you're messy.
So,
Kleenexes.
It's an unstable force. Yeah, you should have a healthy fear of your own jizz. Jizz should only be used to either procreate or punish a woman. Those are the only two uses.
I feel like that's the same thing.
The only two uses for your semen are to put a woman in her place and knock her up. Boom, done. Orange Boy says maybe April sat on Aaron's face and that's why Aaron has cum on his face. That's a good point. Little Lemmy says having to cum all over your hand is pretty gay, Aaron.
I agree. You can come into anything else.
You get cum on your hand just by osmosis.
No, you can have something on your hand.
What do you want me to jack off with a glove on?
Most men you see like in shows and stuff, and I feel like it's not far off. There's Kleenexes.
Right, but it gets on your hand.
It doesn't have to.
It does. Who's the expert here? Who's jacked off more dick? Well, you probably jacked off more dicks.
Right, exactly.
Individual dicks. But I've jacked a dick off more times than you have.
How many times has the average 35-year-old jacked off by now?
Let's see. You start when you're probably about 13, 14. Here. You know what? Calculator time.
Are you doing math? Okay.
Calculator time, everybody.
Start extrapolating.
Gee, you haven't seen your dick, so your opinion doesn't count.
I think Gee's got multiple kids. He's definitely seen his dick.
You've not seen your penis. This is not a conversation for you.
I bet Gee has a nice dick.
All right, so if you're 13, you're jerking off. From 13 to 35, what's your average? 3 times a week? Maybe
Rookie numbers.
Okay, let's say 4 times a week times 52 weeks is 208.
Oh my God.
Times 22 years, 13 to 35.
Now, would you say you're doing it as much the older you get, or are you just having more sex?
I'm going 4 days a week. That kind of averages it out. There might be times where you do it once
Dry
or twice.
spells? Okay.
You might never do it. You might do it every day. So 4 days a week, 208 times a year. And we're going, let's go 20 years to keep it even. I would say the average 35-year-old has masturbated 4,160 times.
That is sick. How is that thing not raw yet?
That is a disgusting number. Well,
how is all your dick skin not
it
sloughed
replenishes
off?
its moisture, as organs do. Fire Ginger with $2 says, I just found out I'm above average. Congratulations.
Nice.
Congratulations.
You did it.
April, stop being a woman and grow up. You get it on your hand. It happens. You don't jerk off using the Kleenex. That's for cleanup.
Hey, sorry.
Yeah. You jack off to keep sane. Hashtag Wolf of Wall Street. Coltrane says, what kind of low-T bitch is Aaron? Do you not have any shooting pressure? Oh, do you just shoot and then stop? Like once you start shooting, do you go, all right, hands up, and you just go, ah, and you're water wiggling with your cock? Like, what are you doing?
I now want to know where Coltrane jacks off.
You get it to the end, and when it's at the end, you kind of get that last,
Is it true that you can't do it in the shower because it sticks to everything? I've heard that before. Like, you can't do it in the shower.
Where the fuck are you? It's not like E6000. Like, it's not like Gorilla Glue, for God's sake.
Okay.
Honestly, you get some water on your hand and you could just wipe it down.
Somebody told me once that you can't do it in the shower because it sticks. I don't know who that was or why.
Did you ever date this person that said this?
No, actually, no.
Because I believe you were talking to a mental retard.
And I only date those.
Old ones, though. Old ones. You got to date old retards. Little Emmy says, y'all better smash that like button or Aaron might off a hostage. Oh, yeah, you definitely need to. I definitely.
He starts with the cats.
Well, I mean, I'll do even if you hit the like button. I mean, it's a cat. I'm doing you a favor, for God's sake.
He only does cats.
Yeah. Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. Elias says comophobia is a real thing.
Why be afraid of it, though?
Atta girl, April. Thank you, Elias. By the way, Elias, is it 9 o'clock Central tonight or is it 8 o'clock Central?
Oh,
I need to know what time to come home from boxing tonight. And
that's cool.
Is April on or is it just
No.
me? And now it's awkward because now you're going to feel like you have to say April even if it's not.
No, you don't. It's Aaron. It's okay.
Mr. Nobody with $5 says, my girlfriend shot me in the face before. Oops.
I'll tell you how that happened. Because, like, when he's about to come and, like, you give it to the girl, she aimed it wrong.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Scott Richard Staska with $10. Thank you very much, buddy. 185 away from today's goal. All of a sudden, just a flood of fucking super chats coming in.
We're talking about dicks.
Thanks, guys. You guys really like the cock talk on this program. So where are we? 185 away from today's goal. Thank you, everybody. Very sweet of you. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal links if you'd like to do it that way. I'm having a hard time keeping up with the chat because you guys are super gay today. Guy Sartell says it will stick to the bottom of the tub. Real awkward when the kids take a bath. Guys, what kind of jizz do you have?
Daddy,
you
what's this?
You can rinse it off. You can squeegee the damn thing.
Maybe like different men eat different things and it gets thick and, grabs on. I don't know. At least I came up with a theory.
This was fun for a while. And now I think it might be. I think it might have run its course.
Is it gay if, like, you're a man whacking it and you come on your tummy? I think that's kind of gay.
No, that's the way to do it.
Why would you do that?
Because you're laying down, you're relaxing, you're having a nice
on your own
No,
self.
you wipe it. You give it a good wipe. And then you upturn
I
at the
feel
end.
like only
you get
women
it all.
should have it on their tummies and their backs and shit.
No, it's not gay. Yeah, see, Phage Live says that's gay. Yeah, that's not gay.
Is it the usual?
20 says that's
Wow.
the usual. Exactly. You jack off on your body.
I'm learning a lot.
Bro, some of y'all dehydrated as fuck, says Don Lemon's AIDS.
Oh, that's it.
Ladies man says it's human nature.
It's just really, really dried out cum that sticks.
Who wants to be standing up while they're jacking off? What are you, like, multitasking? What the fuck is
I
wrong
didn't
with
say
you?
you had to
What are you,
stand up.
trying to do the dishes and like, ugh?
I mean,
I like to put some.
if you're short on time.
I like to put some rose petals on the bed. I like to light some candles, lay back,
Gay.
have a little.
I don't even get rose petals. What the fuck? I think I've gotten rose petals once in my life ever.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And that was because they slipped you an abortion pill into your food, and they were trying to say sorry. It's actually kind of sweet.
I thought so.
My gosh, Aaron doesn't know how to jerk off. I'm sorry, A-Cab on the plane, but there are many people in this chat agreeing with me, so I think you might be the one.
He's got people backing him.
I've got a lot of people backing me. What do you got, my
got
friend?
His front.
Jeff says, for real, coming on yourself is a last resort. They make tissues to come in. You're going to hold stuff that takes away from the enjoyment of the orgasm itself. You're like, oh, I could grab something. Oh, hold it. That means you're like ashamed of your jizz.
Have you ever came in a sock?
When I was young, like really young, and then you realize, ow, fuck.
Yeah, I feel like you'd get like rug burn.
Don't do
on
that.
Your dick.
Might as well rub sandpaper on your cock. Not a good idea. Paul Polito says, I only tug my salami after I treat myself to a candlelit dinner, you savages. Exactly. Make it a thing.
I like Paul.
Mad Max Mardigan says, coming anywhere on yourself is incredibly gay. Why don't you just swallow it like you really want? Jesus.
You probably could aim if you've got like good pressure in there.
All right. Hulkamasha Baby says, tummy or towel, start a poll. I think that's a good idea.
There we go. Tummy or towel.
By the way, I'm trying to drive down that 5% female audience we have on the YouTube analytics.
I'm here with this conversation.
I think that'll work. Tummy, towel. Where does it go? There we go. Tummy or towel. All right. The poll is up in the chat if you'd like to be a participant. Thank you for the $1.99, David Chandler. He says, try Stut Joe's underwear squeegee method.
Ew. Oh, my God, no.
The retired Stuttering John, by the way. No longer a podcaster.
What does that mean, the squeegee method? You came in your underwear and you just squeege it out?
I'm moving on because I don't need to know. Thank you. Fauci's Pangolin says, why is it every time I'm in business, it turns perverted? Because we know. We know.
We have like something starts buzzing in our brains.
Robert Henry's upset that we don't have mouth as an option. I apologize.
Can you add an option?
Well, I mean, it's a little late now.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I want to drown in cum.
That's
it's a little on the nose.
It is 2/3 towel to tummy right now.
Ooh, see, that's my theory.
But us tummy people, we do have a considerable amount of support. It's just we're not the majority. We're cool. We're the hipsters of the jacking off world. No one jacks off lying down. You're gay.
What is the weirdest thing you've ever done while jacking off? Like, have you put it in something weird?
Delivered a child. It's weird because I'm not a doctor and they shouldn't allow me to do that. No, I was birthing a calf and I just, stressed, so I had to.
Calling my lawyer right now.
Get my blood pressure down. That's all.
So you're no cantaloupes for you or nothing like that? Nothing weird in a bad day?
Who's coming in a cantaloupe?
You've heard things. We've heard that before. We've talked about that here before.
Jesus.
There's been stories of guys doing that. And then they burned themselves because they warmed up the cantaloupe first.
Who told you this?
We had a story about it once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine Aaron lying down and rubbing one out into his belly button. God, everyone's so picky.
You've got a fucking deep one, too. You've always got lint in there.
Everyone, you should smell it. This
I have to get out of here.
This show is not going where it was supposed to. I've got to say. It's not going where it was supposed to. All right, we got to get to the Dave Chappelle Saturday Night Live thing, and we got to wrap up this poll. I think we got it. 100 people have chimed in. 69%, 31% towel over tummy. Okay. So a good representation for the tummy crowd. They got some good numbers in there. They're just not the majority, which is cool. It's cool not to be in the majority.
Cool.
It's cool. Affordable Signs, affordablesignservice.com. Right behind us, that backdrop there, and the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, all made by our friends at Affordable Sign Service of St. Cloud and Alexandria, Minnesota. But Affordable Sign Service can make you stuff no matter where you live. Affordable Sign Service does it all. We're talking about signs, banners, custom signs, storefronts, lighted signs, LED signs, 3D signs, pylon signs, monument signs, letters, real estate, vehicle wraps, magnetics, and so much more. That's Affordable Sign Service. AffordableSignService.com. AffordableSignService.com. And also Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Visit them this weekend. Live music every single weekend. They've got live bands. You've also got those world-class Bloody Marys. Great place to go watch the Gophers, the Vikings, any kind of sporting event. And, of course, have yourself a pizza. Have some cocktails. Have a beer. Hang out with your friends at the best dive bar in central Minnesota. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Okay. I think we've made a lot of new gay listeners today.
Moving on.
I think that's a step in the right direction.
Okay.
For the growth and acceptance of this wonderful program.
Less women, more gays. Right?
I mean, are you asking me? Tomato.
I don't
Tomato.
I don't like what you just said.
There's unrest at 30 Rock, you guys. Just wanted to let you know that.
What
Unrest
happened?
at 30 Rock. The SNL Writers, otherwise known as the LGBTQ community, are upset that Dave Chappelle is going to be hosting Saturday Night Live. That's right. People who are writers, young comedians who are writers on one of the biggest comedy shows that's ever been made, are upset that one of the greatest comedians of all time is coming to work with them.
It's just sad. I wouldn't even go if I were him.
You're in the sketch comedy business, and a guy who is responsible for one of the, if not the greatest sketch comedy shows of all time, is coming to work with you. You arrogant, entitled little fuck. You could learn so much from this guy showing up. Dave Chappelle could write this episode by himself, and it would be the funniest episode they ever did.
I wish they'd let people do that.
But they're going to be all pissy. They're upset about the decision to let Dave Chappelle host Saturday Night Live this weekend. And by the way, it's not like they just made this decision yesterday. You're choosing now to get bitchy about it?
Yeah, you book these people out a while.
We're told that some staff writers are so furious that the comedy superstar, who has made transphobic and homophobic jokes, he's also made racist jokes. It's fine. He's kidding. Guys, he's kidding around.
So is everybody else, though.
Yes. Has been chosen to helm the iconic show, that they're sitting out the episode. Fire them. This is the other problem with people like Lorne Michaels. All these people who used to have an edge have lost it. If your writers say, if you bring this guy in, I'm walking out, and you go, well, then you're anti-comedy. I run a comedy show. Get the fuck out and stay out.
Right. This is like failure to do your job now.
Do you
have
think
to go.
Michael Che and Colin Jost, who basically write that show anyway, do you think the two of them are upset that Dave Chappelle is coming to host?
Not even a little bit.
No. They're not going to do the show, an insider told Page Six, but none of the actors are boycotting, nor should they. It's so stupid. I mean, again, fire these people, get rid of them, and bring in new writers. But Chappelle's rep told us there was nothing to suggest that there was a boycott when they attended writers' meetings this week. So all these cunty little writers don't have the balls to go walk off when Dave shows up. They just go behind the back to the press and go, we're mad, we're upset, this is bullshit. I don't like it. I don't want Dave Chappelle to host because I have 3 trans friends and he's told jokes about them.
Didn't he kind of already come out and discuss why he said those things, or just about it in general?
Well, you might have missed it, April. He's only done it 5,000 fucking times.
It doesn't really... Isn't that the whole thing about comedies? You're supposed to just like kind of put aside all the shit that you believe in or not and just see things as funny.
Or push boundaries. I love it when people who are all political like this and they don't want you to tell trans jokes, but then they'll say like to any liberal comedian or any comedian who's making a liberal point in their act, which is fine as long as it's funny, they'll go, oh, this person's great. They push boundaries and they do this and they do that. But when Dave Chappelle starts to push back against the power structure and what they say you can't joke about, then all of a sudden, oh, he's transphobic and he's evil. Hey, SNL writers, tell me you're into Orwellian shit without telling me you're into Orwellian shit. I love how SNL used to be the voice against the power, and now they're just the mouthpiece for the man.
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry, guys. All these things you hold near and dear that you think are these counterculture ideas, you're the ones in charge. Like, you're the ones dictating what the message is, what we get to say, what we don't get to say. Dave Chappelle is not in charge. Dave is on the outside shooting spitballs at you. You're the power structure. I know you think you're fighting it. But if you want to see who's in charge in a society, look at who you can't make fun of. And right now,
there's a theme.
It ain't Dave Chappelle.
Nope.
It ain't the old guard in comedy, so to speak. It's a lot of other things. And you guys are getting bitchy because every single episode of SNL, you get all of your life's beliefs verified. You get them all honored. You get all the terrible, awful, safe humor you want. One episode, there's going to be a guy who might be the funniest man breathing right now, and he's going to come in and tell some unpleasant jokes for you. And you can't handle that one time. Do you know how many people watch Saturday Night Live and swallow their pride? And you can't do that for one fucking episode?
I just wish we could go back to the day where, like I said earlier, people used to just... You would have thought, like, back in the day, Saturday Night Live would have been thrilled to have this guy because he's...
Saturday Night Live is. It's like everything else. There's like 3 cunty writers who will not shut the fuck up to everyone they talk to.
Yeah, I guess.
They have to have it be known that they don't like this. Again, Lorne Michaels booked him. Michael Che and Colin Jost probably love that he's coming on. Many of the cast members are probably thrilled to be working with one of the greatest sketch comedian performers of all time.
I do like that none of the actors are striking or anything because they have walked out before when they've brought certain people in.
Did anybody walk out for Trump?
Yeah. Yep, I think so.
Did
and then there's people on there like, who's that blonde chick?
Kate McKinnon?
Kate McKinnon. She's done a lot of shit about like... I don't know, just like the abortion bits and stuff, where
or like she dressed up as Hillary Clinton and sang to her picture.
Really fucking bothers me.
He last hosted the show in 2020, well before Netflix released his 2021 special, The Closer. It angered some viewers because many of Chappelle's jokes were aimed at the trans community. A lot of them were aimed at white people and Asians and black people and Latinos. I'm sorry that the black guy with an Asian wife makes fun of everybody, and here's how you know you're on the wrong side. Everyone else got what they are mocked and ridiculed by Dave Chappelle. Mm-hmm. They all thought it was funny. They took it in stride, and they either liked it or they didn't. You're the only group out of everybody complaining. Do you ever, and I know this is a rhetorical question, does the LGBTQ community ever look around and go, wow, it's another day and we're outraged at another person for doing something they do to everyone else, including us, and we're the only ones upset? Could it be that maybe we're fucked up? Could we be getting something wrong? It's not even that I want them to come to that conclusion. I just want them to have the humility to ask the question once in a while.
You'd think that'd be a stressful way to live. Just wake up and, okay, what am I mad at today?
I mean, you look at like attempted suicide rates and mental illness rates, it does seem like there's a cost to bear for being that angry all the time.
Right.
Yeah. Now his monologue has this for material. I agree, Special K. Look, I never want to watch Saturday Night Live. Dave Chappelle's coming on. I have to watch the monologue. That's like when they would bring Louis C.K. on or Bill Burr to host Saturday Night Live. It's like, you understand you're getting a lot of people who think your product sucks and is really stale and hasn't been good for 20 years. And they're going to watch it now because this guy's on.
I used to watch this show every weekend. I really liked it. And then I think for like the last 8 to 10 years, it's really fallen off, in my opinion.
Everybody does the whole like, oh, it was the best when I was a kid thing. And I don't know.
For this show specifically, do you think that's wrong? I mean,
because I think it's a lot of people who, like, as they get older, they're idolizing their past. I think you could make an argument that there's funny people and funny sketches in every Saturday Night Live. I mean, but there's ups and downs to that show all the time. Like in the 90s when they were transitioning from the Dennis Miller, David Spade, Adam Sandler, Chris Farley, Chris Rock era, and those guys were all off doing movies in the mid-90s. Mm-hmm. That show fucking sucked for a while until you had like Farrell, O'Terry, Forte, and guys like that. I mean, it was god-awful. In the years where Eddie Murphy left before they got Mike Myers and that, there was a little lull in there where that show fucking ate it for years. They were ready to cancel it in the 70s. They were ready to be done with it in the 80s. They've been close to canceling that show multiple times, but they keep pulling somebody out of there, you know? Somebody keeps coming in and carries the show.
Obviously, to me, like, SNL was the best when they had, like, the van down by the river bits and shit like that. That, to me, was the best SNL.
See, and I would say that I would challenge you. go back and watch that era.
Yeah.
And yeah, you'll remember the really good ones, but go watch a whole episode. There's a lot of shit in there.
A lot of misses.
A lot of misses. I mean, we only remember it because we've remembered the ones that stand the test of time.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't remember that frozen caveman lawyer bit that fucking ate it. You know, you don't remember that. But you remember the travel guide bit with Adam Sandler and Chris Farley.
Yeah, but then again, today I'm starting to remember things like the Kate McKinnon abortion bits or the Hillary Clinton bits that fucking sucked. I'm not remembering any good ones
The
anymore.
Kate McKinnon bits where she's in those support groups talking about being abducted by aliens, fucking hysterical.
I haven't seen one of those.
Really, really funny. Really funny. Yeah, the Billy Crystal era was rough. When they ran out of their originals in the 70s, the Bill Murrays, Dan Aykroyds, guys like that, they were going to cancel that show because it was just shit. And then in came correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they said Eddie Murphy, when he came along, he saved Saturday Night Live.
That would make a lot of sense.
Because they were going to cancel that show because it was just trash and garbage. Mad TV during its first 5 years were the best years. Mad TV's another one where you remember the good stuff because it was your alternative, but Mad TV had a lot of shit where you just rolled your eyes and went, okay. All right, guys, we get it. You're different.
I think there's probably a lot of shows like that, though, that they just don't hit every time they're on.
Right.
I think that's probably most shows.
You remember them better as you get older. William Walsh, the Robert Smigel cartoons were very funny. The ambiguously gay duo, the TV Funhouse stuff, it was pretty good. Little Emmy says Saturday Night Live has essentially turned into what Star Trek was. New and up-and-coming comedians get their start being on Saturday Night Live. That's what it's always been. I mean, Chris Rock was not a big deal when he was on Saturday Night Live. He became a big deal because he was on it. That's what it's always been.
I used to like the Bill Hader Stefan bits back when you could make like actual trans jokes.
Bill Hader was really funny. Will Forte was hilarious.
You're right. I did like the Bill Hader, Will Forte, and there was a couple other people around them at the time. They were good.
Oh God, I can't remember. God damn. Oh boy, this is embarrassing. Kristen Wiig.
Yes.
Very funny.
She did so many weird characters.
What happens is as the years go on, you forget the misses and you remember the hits, and then you go, oh, I guess that era wasn't so bad.
Dee Gulag just reminded me too. I liked Molly Shannon on there.
Molly Shannon, very funny.
She did some really funny bits.
On a Gas Tire, very funny.
I liked the bit that Molly Shannon did where she had a co-host on the bit too, where they did like a talk radio thing about like cooking and dumb shit like that.
Yeah, the Sweaty Balls bit.
Sweaty
Ball, the Alec Baldwin segment.
That was my favorite.
But I mean, this era is going to have its great skits. Like, I think that Kenan Thompson Electric Shoes bit is one of the it stands up there with some of the funniest things they've done. A fucking black blues musician who will not stop doing encores. He won't shut the fuck up. Like, he went on to do 15 more encores that night. There also Kenan Thompson and Chris Red, or is it Chris Red? And all those guys who were in that episode, that scene where they're doing the newscast and they're keeping track of white criminals and black criminals in the news, and they're trying to stereotype.
The Weekend Update?
Yeah. No. It wasn't Weekend Update. They were doing a news segment, and it was 2 white anchors and 2 black anchors, and they would do stories, and they would each go, oh, yeah, that's a white guy. And then they keep score of which one was white and which one was black. They're bragging at each other. They're saying play it. They'll pop us if we play it.
I'm kind of in the minority. I used to like the Seth Meyers Weekend Update. I don't think that it's better than the Michael Che and Colin Jost
Yeah,
one,
I think those two are way better.
I did like him.
I think he's one of the worst ones they've ever
He used
had.
to have Stefan on and shit like that, and I thought that was very funny.
Yeah, I think, to me, Norm Macdonald is the greatest Weekend Update of all time. I mean, he just told jokes that you're just... Telling Norm Macdonald no was making Norm Macdonald do it. Like his fucking OJ jokes, he did all of those great Weekend Updates until he got fired. It was like him every week begging them to fire him. And he would, like, the guy who ran the thing was a buddy of OJ's. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Don Ohlmeyer, was a friend of OJ Simpson, because OJ did the NFL on NBC. And he was making all of those OJ jokes. And Don Ohlmeyer said to Lorne Michael, you tell him to stop fucking doing those OJ jokes. And Lorne's like, I'll tell him, but he's willing to get fired over this. And he went on the next week, and it was just like 10 minutes of OJ material. And they fired him the next day.
We played that once.
Yeah. He's or there's one where he did a Marlon Brando joke. Here, we just won't show the video. Norm Macdonald. Is this
last week?
Yeah, here's Norm Macdonald on Weekend Update.
On Larry King Live, Marlon Brando made the shocking statement that Hollywood is, quote, run by Jews.
Okay, just that pause is fucking hilarious.
There's just fucking titters out there. They're scared.
Outraged Jewish organizations made it snow in New York in April.
Sorry, I stepped over it.
In response, outraged Jewish organizations made it snow in New York in April. Well, earlier this week, actor Marlon Brando met with Jewish leaders to apologize for comments he made on Larry King Live. Among them, that, quote, Hollywood is run by Jews. The Jewish leaders accepted the actor's apology and announced that Brando is now free to work again.
And he would do shit like that all the time.
God, he was so young.
He's just the best, man. Norm was, to me, Norm was the best Weekend Update. I thought Kevin Nealon was okay, but I didn't like the Mr. Subliminal bit. I thought that sucked. Dennis Miller was good. Colin Quinn, I really like Colin Quinn. I think I'm in the minority there, though. I enjoyed him. But Norm Macdonald is my favorite Weekend Update guy. Although the two guys they have doing it now do a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I don't know how we got on that. Oh, the Dave Chappelle thing, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah, if they're...
A couple of people don't want him there.
Honestly, if those writers don't want to be a part of it, then it's an easy fix. Fire them. Those aren't funny people then. Those aren't comics you need in your writer's room if they're going to have... If one of the greatest who ever did it is going to come on your show and you're going to turn your nose up at it.
Dude, even if somebody comes on there that you don't like, you should be able to do something funny at their expense, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like he's going to go on national television on Saturday Night Live and just bag on trans people the whole time.
Probably not.
Chill, guys. Chill. 185 away from our goal today. People wanting me to play the electric shoes bit. Guys, I'm telling you, even if I just play the audio, I think we're going to get popped. But,
it is so good, though.
All right, fine.
Organ and parts from an old Chrysler Imperial. She was often overlooked in the U.S., but in 1966, she was invited to...
I can't play the video, guys. They'll fuck us right in the ass on it.
Right.
This is, so basically imagine it's a PBS show about black blues players who didn't get the credit they deserved back in the day. Mm. And this guy's talking about this woman who made this great performance on like an American bandstand show.
Perform on the British pop music show Wingding. It was a memorable night of music that also featured Stax music artist Jarvis Fillmore. That footage was never available until now. Check it out.
Electric shoes that on my feet, they feel so sweet, light up the street. Electric shoes, they make you move, they make you move. Electric shoes, they're gonna rock ya, shock ya, maybe even shock ya. My electric shoes.
Simple enough concept. It's good. Little blues song.
Jarvis Fillmore! Wasn't that fantastic, ladies and gentlemen? So bad, wasn't it? Jarvis Fillmore!
Electric shoes, they make you move, they make you groove.
He's great.
Electric shoes, 1,000 watts is what I got, and that's a lot up in my shoes, and they so bright, so light, a little bit tight. My electric shoes.
By the way, you're welcome for you singing this all fucking day now.
I know. This is it.
Just brilliant! Jarvis Fillmore again, ladies and gentlemen. He was a trip, wasn't he?
Incredible. You're brilliant, mate.
Love you, doll. Indeed. Very, very nice. Now we have an artist.
Tick, 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 tick,
Oh, he's still going.
tick, 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 tick. I'm over here.
He's behind him.
Now I'm over here.
Oh, this
Plug
is
'em
great.
in, it's a sin. Tick, 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 tock, 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 tock. My electric shoe. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Jarvis Fillmore smashed it, didn't he?
Here comes again. Electric shoe.
All right, and then I want to go to then they
not
cut
quit.
to this part.
Very much.
Jarvis Fillmore played 17 encores that night. But if anyone could follow him, it was Ida Mae Avery. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to have American blues artist Ida Mae Avery with us here tonight, performing her powerful song, Deliver Us to the Mountaintop.
That's right.
Electric shoes. They make you move.
Yeah.
Kenan Thompson fucks. I like that guy.
Kenan Thompson, I don't think anyone has ever worked as hard to like overturn people's opinion of them than Kenan Thompson. Like he was that kid from All That on the Nickelodeon show and like Mighty Ducks 2. And then he got Saturday Night Live and they're like, the child actor? What the fuck is he doing here?
Oh, he's going to make it.
And then and they're like, oh, fucking Kenan. And then all of a sudden he's around for like 15 years now. And they're like, all right, he's like the funniest guy on that show.
He really is great. Him and Michael Che, honestly, in my opinion right now.
Dude, Michael Che is very, very funny. All right, let's continue on. So yeah, Dave Chappelle.
We'll get a pop later.
Yeah, stop busting Dave Chappelle's balls. He's very, very funny. 185 away from our goal today. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat if you'd like to help us hit that. And when we do a half hour of overtime for you. Stuttering John was in one of the Dabblers Anonymous Reddit pages.
You'd think he wouldn't want to go there.
Well, he was really upset. Well, it's one of his sock accounts. And he was really mad. But you can always tell because John has just a way of typing and talking.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody had put up one of our clips that we uploaded yesterday of John saying goodbye to podcasting and it's our last coverage of him and whatever. And this was very rare for a steel toe Reddit post. When people put our stuff up on the internet, it's very divisive. But on this one, it was one of the most upvoted things of that hour, and there were all positive comments. Like, this is good, and blah, 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 blah. There was one negative, and it was clearly John. And he goes, I wish this show would go away, and they're begging. They won't do a show unless their audience, they'll stop doing their show if their audience doesn't give them money. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. We do our 4-hour show, and because we need our audience to make money, it's our Achilles heel. In order to do this the way we do it, we have to make a certain amount. And if we do, we go, here's the least we can do for you guys. We'll stay on a half hour longer. Mm-hmm. He's like, no, they cut off their show if they don't. Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's not how it works, John. Sorry, buddy. So anyway, 185 away from that. If you feel like throwing in and knocking that out today, there's the links. There's a new Casey Anthony documentary that Peacock is making. They're interviewing her. They're talking about the case and the whole deal. Casey Anthony, if you'll remember, she had a daughter. The daughter ended up dead. It pretty much looked like she killed her kid.
Seemed too obvious.
Or at the very least had something to do with covering up
Knew about it.
the child's death. Like, I've always thought about the Casey Anthony thing. I think the kid died.
Okay.
Due to neglect or something else. And then she panicked and she tried to cover it up. But I don't know if she murdered her kid. Because I'm thinking about this. Murdering your child is such an evil thing. I believe that so few people in the world are capable of it. The odds of her being able to do that to me, I like to play when I don't know the person, I like to play the odds. And the odds are she fucked up as a parent or she neglected the kid, something happened and the kid died. And then she panicked, she tried to cover it up, and it made it look even worse.
I don't remember. What did they deem as Kaylee's cause of death?
Believe it was blunt force trauma to the head.
Okay, see, I've seen a child be killed for that same thing and the parents walked. Isn't that interesting?
Right.
Because you could never prove it unless you had the item.
And also, I think if you're on a jury, most of us can't go to that place, so we can't imagine someone else doing it. We kind of give people the benefit of the doubt.
It is horrific, yeah.
We give people the benefit of the doubt. By the way, hello Cowpote on his alt account. He says, hi, April. He also
buddy.
says 466 more likes, fools. Well, yeah, here, let's do that. Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. People are saying, yeah, she definitely killed Kaylee. I don't, man, that's...
You're only saying that because you're as a dad, you wouldn't do that, but you're giving too much credit to some people, I think. Some people are not good parents. They're just not. You don't know.
For me to believe that she actually actively murdered her child, like she still does interviews. She's doing this documentary. She's talking to people. She'd have to be one of the top 10 most evil people I've ever encountered.
That can happen, though.
It can, but you see what I'm saying about playing the odds? It's extremely rare.
It totally is. I don't know.
I guess
but
it
is just, I think you're being very optimistic.
And also,
and it's because you're a decent parent.
Also, maybe because I'm underestimating her because she's a woman. I don't see her having the capacity.
She might resent that kid for something.
Oh, she did. She 100%
Exactly.
did. She wanted to go out partying. She wanted to go out drinking and all of that. And it all seems like such shallow reasons to kill a kid.
Some people are like that.
Anyway, they're making the documentary. Do we play the video for the... This is what I hate about NBC and YouTube and all of this shit. You put out a trailer. You want people to watch the trailer. We play your trailer, and we get a copyright pop. So maybe we'll play this without the video.
That does suck. I wish people could see it. It's supposed to be advertising the documentary.
Right. Yes.
So.
Peacock, the subscription service, is doing a documentary called Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies. Now, for a kid whose dead body was lying in the back of a trunk, I don't think the title is very whatever.
Not very sensitive, that's for sure.
But here it is, the 1-minute teaser trailer for it. And they're interviewing her. She's sitting in a chair waiting to be interviewed.
Casey interview?
Here, we'll just pop
ABC
it up real
marker?
quick. There you
Saw
go.
sticks?
Would you?
No.
Okay.
Not my type.
If she hadn't maybe murdered her kid.
She's just not my type.
Okay.
I can put aside the kid killing thing.
Okay, well, that's mighty big of you.
Why talk to me now when you're not getting creative control?
Casey Anthony. Wow, they won't even show her speak in the trailer. I kind of like that.
I guess.
November 29th on Peacock.
Oh, I bet we could have played that. That was so nothing.
That's the day I get my tooth fixed. Right, but it's not worth it to me. You know what I mean? It's
Which day is it?
Tuesday, November 29th.
I'll watch it.
It's coming out.
Of course, I'll watch it.
So she's doing that, and I guess people aren't happy that NBC is doing this documentary, to which I would say, why? Like, what's the problem with it? I saw iDubbbz's girlfriend or wife or whatever was on Twitter trying to get clout off of it. She's like, oh, well, I just don't think it's very sensitive to have her on. I'm like, all of you white girls were fawning over Jeffrey Dahmer a month ago. So forgive me if I don't take you seriously when now it's a woman potential maybe murderer who's getting a documentary about them. It's just such a women-hating women thing. It's like, if you were against the Dahmer thing, I would see this being a problem for you. But if you were watching the Dahmer thing and now you're pissy about the Casey Anthony thing, it's just more of that women hate women shit.
I kind of see your side of it, or I maybe think that women don't want it portrayed out there like somebody could have actually killed their kid, like a woman killed their kid.
I don't think that's their objection, though. Their objection is she's terrible, she's evil, she's bad, don't platform her. But she's a news story. The news went and interviewed, how many times would a fucking reporter go and interview Charles Manson in the time he was in prison? All the time.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I think the reason that most people are intrigued by these human beings is because we don't behave that way. And it's interesting to watch somebody who did these horrific things.
Yeah. There's also a documentary on Teddy Hart coming out, one of the Hart family members, who's had a really weird life. There's this girlfriend he had that disappeared like 7-8 years ago. And there's a lot of questions surrounding his involvement in this woman's disappearance, but they don't know what happened to her, so they can't charge him with anything. And one of the people who brought this to the forefront and started talking about it on the internet and making it kind of a thing is in the documentary. Do you know who that person is, April?
No.
He has a nighttime talk show on YouTube, And he kept bringing up the Teddy Hart thing, making fun of him, and then stumbling on the disappearance thing. And it's not someone you would assume would be in a mainstream documentary about someone, but he sits down and gets interviewed for
Do
it.
I know this person?
We've mentioned this person. They've mentioned us.
A nighttime one? It's not Mersh, obviously.
It's fucking Mersh.
It's not.
Mersh is in the Teddy Hart documentary.
That is really wild.
Oh, it is. And by the way, if you guys want to watch a great documentary, you and I might have to get Peacock this next month because
we'll see.
The Teddy Hart story is fucking crazy.
I don't know much about him.
Oh, God. He is, well, the Hart family. You're familiar with the Hart family. He's one of the Harts who didn't really make it in pro wrestling. He was always kind of an indie wrestler.
Yeah. Okay.
He ran a wrestling school.
Oh, that guy. I do know that guy.
He ran a wrestling school with some guy, and this guy was accused of, underage girl shit. His name was Chasen Rance. And he took this girl to chase, this girl who disappeared, to Chasen Rance wrestling school.
Mm-hmm.
And would work with him and work with her. And then she disappeared, and they think Teddy Hart knows something about this. And he's been stonewalling and the whole thing. You know what? I'm willing to get popped for this one because it is so fucking weird to see Mersh in like a mainstream documentary that I have to play this.
That is weird.
I believe this may have made Red Bar's head explode.
Good for Mersh, though.
The world of Teddy Hart.
Actually, and I have to say this, Mersh cleaned up pretty nice for this. You don't even think it's Mersh at first.
He's not the ugliest guy ever. So that's good for him.
This may get back to him. Mersh is one of the ugliest guys ever. And
Really?
I like Mersh. I like Mersh
must-
a lot. He's not the best looking guy. I think even Mersh would tell you he's not the best looking guy in the world.
I stand by what I said.
He's not one of the ugliest guys. I shouldn't say the ugliest guy. I'm being a little dramatic. But I don't think anyone would look at him and go, oh, there's a matinee idol.
Okay.
He's a pro wrestler, and his side hustle is breeding Persian show cats.
Well, I mean,
oh my God.
breeding Persian show cats and also being a person of interest in a missing persons case. But yes.
I thought this was going to be the next big hit reality show.
I wear this as deodorant sometimes. I hate to say it.
I had no idea that I was going to wind up at the center of a missing persons case.
Third generation Hart. It's time you meet the devil.
I have the power to easily snap my fingers and have people killed.
Teddy was polyamorous.
He's done a lot of things to us. He's not a good man. He's one of the worst men on the planet.
I don't deserve this anymore.
This is Samantha Fiddler. Samantha's been missing for 5 years now.
I haven't heard her voice in years.
Where were you then?
Wait a minute.
There he is.
Is that a Nightwave radio clip on an NBC documentary? Oh, get ready.
Done. I didn't do it. It's fine.
That's fucking Mersh on an NBC
How
documentary.
does he look so different?
Well, you got to clean up to do your...
Can I tell you something? I wouldn't have made that out to be Mersh compared to what I see on his
Neither
show.
would I. Royce tweeted
You had
it.
to have just told me that.
Royce tweeted it yesterday, and I went, well, where's Mersh?
Okay, looking at him now, he's definitely not my type, but he's not. He cleaned up nice.
He cleaned up very nice, yeah.
Didn't do it. It's fine. Can we turn off the cameras?
To be honest, I really don't give a about Sam Fiddler.
Yeah, he has actually an interview with Mersh about the Samantha Fiddler thing, and it goes about as well as you'd think it would.
Just weird.
And he's very abrasive, and he comes out of the gate right away yelling and screaming and pounding and screaming and hollering.
Well, God, good for Mersh. That's really cool.
Yeah, that was it's pretty wild that they picked Teddy Hart for a documentary. It's Bumba Close says Jesse P.S. was super salty when he saw Mersh. I think anyone who spends their time hating Mersh kind of deserves to be salty because, and I've said this before, I don't see Mersh as a guy to be loved or hated. Like, Mersh is just Mersh. He's a guy doing a show. And if you don't like the guy doing the show,
harmless.
Turn it off. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Mersh. We have a lot of listeners who, they love our show. But sometimes they have problems with the people I'm willing to talk to, or the people I'm willing to say that I like, or even people who I'm willing to say I don't mind. Like Gino's the new one. I don't mind Gino.
Gino's fine.
Gino's a decent enough guy. You know, people are
I
like,
like him after talking to him.
his fucking show sucks and he's a piece of shit. And he's like, then ignore him. He's not going to show up on your radar, I promise.
You literally have to go subscribe to Compound Media to hear him, so it's kind of on you.
Mersh is kind of the same way to me, where it's like, if you don't like him, fine. Hate his fucking guts if you want to, but I'm telling you, it's a waste of your free time.
It's true.
It's a waste of your time to hate Mersh. Either watch his show and enjoy it or go watch somebody else.
I think it's a waste to hate most people because you really could just avoid them.
Especially when those people, like, if they're entertainers, they do a show. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of like, it's one of those things where you're like, this has zero bearing on your life.
That's what I mean.
Like, it's, they're saying Mersh fucked him up in that interview. It is a pretty good watch. I would go check it out. Adam Goldstein TV says, you make fun of Mersh's looks now, but just wait until he hires that personal stylist. He's talked about that. Look, people are allowed to say
Is he doing that?
Cringy shit. I've said cringy shit.
A personal stylist?
It'd be kind of funny, though.
Come on.
Right. I mean, but that's all it is. But people want to hate him for that. And it's like, dude, my buddy could say that and I'd bust his balls over.
I don't hate him. I think it'd be very funny to watch somebody like gelling Mersh's hair and combing it.
I would have a buddy. I'd be like, oh, what are you getting? The personal stylist, you homo? What is he going to do your hair? Is he going to give you some frosted tips, you queen? Like, that's all.
I can see this guy.
People are like, the fucking Mersh and his personal stylist.
He would get one.
Oh, yeah. And it wouldn't help.
No.
That guy. Oh, Kitty B says Mersh even yelled at the private dick that was fleecing Samantha's family out of money. Yeah, he kind of took that Teddy Hart thing on, and I think he kind of pushed it out there. Grank Nutter Butter does make an accusation, however. He says Mersh farted on my cereal, unforgivable. That is a naughty thing to do. E-Rock says Mersh looks like the guy who drove up in a Lamborghini and took the stolen Nazi art from Grandpa Simpson. You know, E-Rock, in Chad Zumach's latest episode, he talked about our interview. But Chad claims he doesn't watch this show. He doesn't watch it. He doesn't know anything about it. But he also, in the next breath, said he watched our interview and that I was really fangirling out and you're a fucking dork. So if you ever want to check that out.
I think Eric is a sweet boy.
I'll send it over to you.
Very
E-Rock
nice.
is a very nice guy.
I never know if I should call him E-Rock or Eric. Does he have a preference?
I feel like if I call him Eric, it's like we've hung out.
Yeah, but then if I call him E-Rock, I feel like I've hung out too because it's...
You weren't an Opie and Anthony fan. He was known to everybody as E-Rock.
I understand that.
And to call him Eric, it's like, I haven't had Thanksgiving with the fucking guy. I'm not going to sit here and, you know. Like,
by the way, when he says I wasn't a fan, it's not for like, I thought it was bad work. I was not listening.
Yeah, she was 4 years old, so it doesn't...
For the record.
She just turned 18 this month. Somebody says that's why Rogan is so good. He has everyone on and talks to anyone. Wow, how did we get to Rogan out of fucking chasing rants and
that is weird.
Teddy Hart? Jesus. Mick KM says none of these shows are forced on you. Just watch what you enjoy. Yeah. Adam Goldstein TV says Jesse is out of his fucking mind. He does a great show. I was watching Mersh's Teddy Hart interview yesterday on YouTube. I watched a Jesse P.S. Ethan Ralph thing yesterday on YouTube. I can appreciate them all. I don't understand the whole if you like this guy, you can't like this guy thing. Continuing on. Oh, my God, are we way behind? We'll catch up in the chat here, and then we'll move on to something else. Pontiva says, it's funny how you are allowed an opinion on people, but your viewers aren't. No. I'm not saying you don't get sensitive on me now. I'm not saying you can't have an opinion on the guy. You're more than welcome to. I'm giving advice of don't, like, get wrapped up. Like, don't make it a thing to hate these people. Just watch something else. You can absolutely hate Mersh. You can dislike him. He can rub you the wrong way. He's an abrasive personality. Same with Jesse P.S., same with Gino, same with me, Anthony, anybody else. Mm-hmm. You can dislike these people. What I'm talking about are people who, like, when that person comes up, they're like, God, I fucking hate that guy. How can you like him? And you're like, this shouldn't be, like, Pontiva, I'm not saying that you aren't don't be sensitive and say I'm not allowing you an opinion. What I'm saying is, if I were you, I wouldn't carry that around like a backpack. That's all.
Some people need something to cling to.
Yeah, I like Mersh, but the porcelain documentary was hilarious. I thought parts of it were. I did think some of the porcelain stuff seemed like it was a personal vendetta.
Well, kind of like when Red Bar goes after Mersh, too. It all seems very personal,
really
a
personal.
reach.
Stevie J says, YouTube recommends his show to me all the time. He triggers bad memories for me, though. Well, then I can understand you staying away. Who wants to have bad memories? I don't want you to have bad dreams, for God's sake. Jeff says, I've learned about so many different people just from this show. I really don't hate anyone you bring up because that would require I cared. Yeah, I think that's a healthy attitude to have. 103 Top Gun says, first time I've watched live. What has Marsh done? Exactly. There you go. That's all you're good. Gray Duckling says, so if I see you out in public, do I call you Aaron or Titty Polo? Well, see, now that's up to you. It's all your level of familiarity, if you will. Ethan, someone writes, Ethan and Gila are pure shit, though. Now, there's a difference with Ethan and Gila. That's content. That's watching people to make fun of what they do. I'm talking about in your personal. If I walked around and I was like, fucking Ethan Klein, fucking Gila, don't do that.
That's what I picture Mike David doing.
Yeah, like, don't have an opinion on these people once you get into the real world.
And
leave it at the door.
Right, we see where that's gotten him. He's sick. He's very sick.
It does, man. That shit, that multiple
when you
people
hang on to that shitty attitude that long.
Even Sven said that, and I agree with him. You do that, and you start.
It'll come back to you.
That's why it's got to be a work. It's got to be you with the volume turned up. Otherwise, if you don't know how to check out of that, it does. It rots you from the inside, for sure. All right, guys, on we go. Enough with us D-level internet people. Let's continue on to something important, and that is some fucking guy with a microphone getting yelled at by old white ladies.
That sounds good.
This brown gentleman, that's how I'm going to describe it.
Great start.
This brown gentleman was going to do some kind of man on the street bit, and I think it was about the election. But we don't really know what he was going to end up getting into because these two old white ladies decided to shit on him for giving them a nice little compliment.
Oh.
Have you, you've seen like 20-year-old really progressive girls, right? And how obnoxious they can be.
Yes, of course.
Now let's put that kind of speech in like a 70-year-old woman's build.
That doesn't usually happen.
It's a rarity. This is a very strange 1 minute long clip. I don't know what black box is. I don't know if that's a big thing or if this guy's just some man on the street guy thing trying to make it a deal. He stops to talk to these two women, thinks, hey, if I talk to these two old people, I might get some comedy out of it. Old people say wild shit. Yeah. It doesn't go the way
especially
he thought.
him being a man of color.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very cultured way for you to put it. I said a brown man.
It's very on the nose.
So this Tootsie Roll talks to these two wrinkled bags of shit.
Ladies, I just have a question. How are you ladies so beautiful?
Another one.
Did you just try to do that?
Another one.
God, you're so white.
Fucking DJ Khaled over here.
So beautiful.
Bullshit.
What's bullshit?
Your question. That's an irrelevant, rather bullshit question.
It's not a question, it's a statement. You're gorgeous, you're beautiful.
To you, how are you to judge whether I'm beautiful or not?
Oh, never mind. I take it back, you cunt. You're fucking hideous. Your outside matches your inside.
Listen, the eyes don't lie, Chico. You're beautiful.
Well, and what if I weren't?
To me, you're gorgeous.
Okay.
Take the compliment. Take the compliment. Every time I compliment a lady.
I find that an insult because it is not up to you to judge whether I'm beautiful or not.
What is wrong with these two?
Tell me how you voted without telling me how you voted.
Yeah, no kidding. These two are like the exception, not the rule, in my opinion, because
know.
most old people love compliments like that.
That's what I'm saying. You took a 20-year-old woman and you put it in a 70-year-old's body. Who are you to judge whether or not I'm beautiful?
Which is also why men can't find nice women now because they're all bitchy as soon as you say they're pretty.
Dude, I reserve the right to take back my compliment of an old person at the first sign of pushback.
Fine, you old bag.
Yeah. Okay, fine, you old bitch. I was just trying to be nice, but you want an honest take? Here it goes. You don't have an ass anymore. It's just turned into droopy wrinkles.
Oh, it looks like Droopy Dog.
Your ass is awful. You look like your ass looks like Walter Matthau's face in Grumpy Old Men.
It looks like a Shar-Pei.
Yeah. I'm going to say, oh, you're beautiful. And if your words aren't, thank you, that's so sweet of you, I'm going to start judging you harshly I'm going to break your body down into 16 sections, and I'm going to analyze every one of them.
Ooh, can we start at the turkey neck?
I mean, it's tough. You can choose.
There's a lot of real estate there.
Your hair is dead. You've got
technically hair's always dead.
Awful notice me glasses with wrinkly, satanic, angry eyes. You've
got a pit bull snarl on your face.
Bird lips. Your ears are they're old. Your neck is a turkey gobble. You're stretching it out as far as you can, and I can see the individual wrinkles where small rodents could probably burrow and live.
You've got liver spots on your temples.
Yes.
I mean, it's my opinion. You're beautiful.
That's the end of the discussion.
Listen, I love the old ladies. The grandmas, I love them. Gilfs, I love the grandmas, but they just don't love me back.
Be sexist. Now you're ageist, so you may go away in peace. Yeah. Okay.
This doesn't seem very peaceful. I mean,
this seems like a bit.
She's like 3 seconds away from calling him the N-word.
I'm almost not buying this.
Why? No, she couldn't act that well. She really is.
You don't think
she's
so?
a bitch like this, for sure.
I just never hear old people talk this way.
That's why this is so interesting.
She's also wearing a knitted blanket on her shoulder.
Oh, yeah. She voted for the dead guy in Pennsylvania, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
She's a Fetterman voter.
And learn about land back. Learn about the indigenous struggle for land and land back.
No.
What the He didn't do it.
Is she making like a...
Native Americans.
A Native American.
She wants him to learn about Native Americans and giving land back. It's like, well, start with you. Give your house to a Native American. Go live in the.
Yeah, but is she only saying that to him? Like, he didn't bring that up. Is she saying that to him because of his skin color?
He heavily edited this. I'm sure it's about some kind of ballot initiative or some kind of protest thing. I mean, I'm sure that, they're out there talking about Native stuff, and he just called them beautiful. He didn't even get to the Native American questions.
This is great for him, though. He didn't even have to try for this one.
No.
Shout to the indigenous, but you're beautiful. Can you say thank you?
Okay, fuck off, man, before it gets worse.
This is getting aggressive. I think you should go.
Please.
Bye.
This is getting aggressive. I think you should go.
Those women haven't had sex in 32 years.
Which you'd think would make them a little more,
You could have double teamed that young man.
Yeah, you could have shown him something that you learned in the roaring 20s. Instead, now just everybody hates you. Blur says dirty old feminists. That is.
It is weird.
If you don't grow out of that shit, you just end up a wrinkled old angry bag of shit.
And they were obviously a couple, right?
Oh, yeah, they were scissoring. There's for sure.
They're breaking hips every night.
Relax, Leigh Marquise. You don't need to call that man the N-word and then call him Hispanic. I said brown. It doesn't mean black.
And I just said a man of color.
Yeah. And the rest of our audience just said the Hispanic S-word. So I think we were pretty progressive. The Mark says, my husband says I look like a 75-pound bag of rotten vanilla pudding. I know you're a liar. Wow.
Whoa.
He's quoting them. Jessica says, I've had the same interaction with some ladies in my neighborhood. Told them they looked nice in matching shirts, and they said, why do I care?
I can't imagine that. Every old lady ever has loved me.
Oh, I think you guys look nice. Why does it matter to you? Hey, come here. Come here. Look at me. I hope you die today. I hope God extinguishes your light by sundown this evening. You don't deserve to be here anymore. You're old, you're rotten, inside and out, and you should be punished.
They also fall into two categories you hate, which is women and olds.
Yeah.
So they've really got to go.
Oh, man, I tell you what. Yeah, they're crossing, they're checking off a lot of my boxes. Yeah, they probably hate the Arab guy. That's what it is. It's probably his Arabicness. Jessica says, I laughed in their face rather than calling them crotchety old bitches. They need to be taught. They need to be taught. And what are two old ladies going to do about land back for indigenous people?
Yeah, it's not like they're getting off that bench anytime soon.
Yeah. I'm going to help Native Americans. Take your Social Security check and go play some slot machines. I think that's about the level of involvement that you're capable of having. Why Do I Podcast says this is totally fake, totally fake. I don't know if these two.
Kevin and I are on the same page then. Because I said too, I'm not buying that they talk like this.
Okay.
I've never met an old person who didn't appreciate a compliment. Never.
Oh boy. I mean, I really don't, I don't know. I just don't feel like these two, like these three.
Didn't you ever have like a.
I just don't feel like these three would be like running together. That's all.
I don't know.
I just don't think they would be.
He put him up to it for a little bit.
Thank you to D-Luke for the $10 over on PayPal and Streamlabs. I appreciate that, buddy. D-Luke with $10. That puts us at 165 for today. Thank you very much for that. 165 away from today's goal. If you feel like contributing, there are the links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Super Chats, PayPal, and Streamlabs all count. This might be the most fucked up story I have of the day. We've often accused Wisconsin of being the Florida of the North.
Oh, yeah.
And this certainly puts them in the running. A Wisconsin nurse has been arrested and charged with elder abuse after she allegedly amputated the foot of a dying man without permission.
Okay, this is clearly a foot fetish gone wrong. She figured he was out anyway.
I didn't say a dead man.
Dying.
Which let me make one thing perfectly clear. If she did this to a dead man, it's fucked up.
Yeah, he's already dead.
But it's still not your place to be just lopping off feet. You're not the foot people.
But who's going to cry about it? Nobody.
Maybe they wanted to bury him, with the whole casket open.
Maybe he said he wanted his foot left on somebody's mantelpiece.
Maybe. But either way, he was not dead. She took, and how do you take a guy's foot while he's still alive? Is she using like an axe?
A meat cleaver.
Is she hacking into it with a saw? Like, how are you ripping off? There's no clean way to take somebody's leg. And even if he's on his last breath, like an obstinate animal, even in death, will still lash out. Like every bit of muscle movement he has left in him, he's going to use to avoid getting his leg cut off.
Yeah, the pain does it.
Yeah. On May 27th, Mary K. Brown, 38, supposedly elected to amputate the foot of an unnamed 62-year-old patient at the Spring Valley Health and Rehabilitation Center in Spring Valley, Wisconsin, about 230 west of Green Bay. Sometime in March, the man had been admitted to the facility with severe frostbite in both feet. I got wicked bad frostbite when I was in the Scouts. Here, hit it with whatever you want. I can't feel it. Medical staff had determined that the man was near death, and Tracy Reitz, the center's director of nursing, said that tissue in the foot that Brown reportedly removed had become necrotic. The foot was dead, foul-smelling, and was held on by a tendon.
God.
How do you freeze that? You can freeze so badly that your foot starts to just slough off?
I don't know what you know about like older people, but sometimes your circulation gets bad too. And yeah, when you get the frostbite, it is your flesh dying. So I can see it tearing maybe if you're a little older.
Oh, so you can get frostbite and your foot sloughs off?
I guess.
It just wears away from the bone.
Your flesh is dying.
It just kind of makes a sound like that as it sloops off of your leg. Oh, fuck.
I think we have a sound drop, actually.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. He's like a black woman in a Wawa.
Why would that work?
Because your skin's black now after frostbite.
I want to drown in cum.
Would it be that one?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Just say you're gay.
If I'd grown up on a farm and was retarded, Bruges might impress me. But I didn't, so it doesn't.
I don't know what drop you're talking about.
The spam one.
By May, medical staff had determined that the man was near death. The foot was foul-smelling and hanging on by a tendon. Another nurse described the foot as black like a mummy. It's a little racist towards Egyptians, but okay. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't think we had to go into it then.
Do we get a picture? Can we have a picture of the foot? I want to see how black
I think if you've seen
was.
one frostbooten, it's a frostbooten. By June, the patient had died, though the cause of death has not been disclosed. The medical examiner assigned to the man's case drew attention to the amputation after he noticed that the foot was no longer attached to the body. Well, old Sherlock Holmes over here figuring shit out.
Look at this guy.
You know, do you see that, doctor? Foot, toes, all of it. Yep, all fine. Doctor, they're missing. Well, that's obviously the first thing I noticed, but I also noticed that the foot was missing, that there were no pieces of the foot intact. Mm-hmm. So the foot is intact where it is whole. That much we can be sure of. So they bring it to the medical examiner, and the medical examiner goes, hey, I don't know what kind of Keystone Cops operation you're running up there, but you brought me a corpse with one fucking foot. What's wrong with you people? So then they started to look into it.
It sounds like she didn't have too much work, though, if it was just a tendon.
No, she probably just, you know what she probably did? She probably did that thing when you're almost done cutting a branch or a log. She stood on one side and just stomped on the other, and it was able to
I'm going to throw up after
just break off.
Fucking gross.
She just took it. She held on to the guy's upper thigh, and then she just leaned his leg over the end of the table, and then just one stomp. She was able to take it off.
Every branch I snap now, I'm going to see that.
You're going to see an old man's frostbitten leg. The medical examiner assigned to the man's case drew attention to the amputation after he noticed that the foot was no longer attached to the body, but was rather lying beside him.
So what was the point?
Yeah, like, what are you taking the foot for? You know what she did?
Don't take the foot.
It was like, it's like when you play dolls when you're a little girl, and she was using it like she was playing house with him, and that was his phone, and she would put the foot up to his ear, have him talk, and animate him and all that stuff. She's probably playing a fun game.
Is this what you did?
I know this. This is no way to get a leg up in that business. Here we go. She actually did it because she was part of a very disconnected. It's reconnected now. We're good. Hit refresh. Just a bump in the road. We're fine. April, stop touching your hair, says Rain. It makes me anxious like Joey Diaz on Xanax bars.
It bothers me too. I've got a lot of hair and it gets stuck weird in the headphones and shit. I'm sorry.
So if you have this woman, she's cutting off the foot. It's a black foot. It's a rotted, frostbitten foot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, probably not the nicest thing in the world to do, but is the person really missing said foot? They're dead.
Yeah.
But,
that's how I started this, and you didn't agree with me.
Well, I don't know. It just, I don't know. I just don't feel that kind of frostbite should cost you an arm and a leg. You know?
She could sell it on the black market.
Oh, she definitely could. It's just, how do I not have more leg and foot and toe puns? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I can't find it either.
Oh my God. I wanted to do more leg and foot puns and I've got absolutely nothing. Jesus. When Pete Koch of the Pierce County Sheriff's Office questioned Brown about the detached foot, she allegedly admitted that she had performed the amputation as an act of compassion because the foot was in such poor condition. She also allegedly claimed that she would have wanted someone to amputate her foot under similar circumstances. Now, that's not what we ended up hearing about this when they investigated the case further.
That's also projection.
Court documents indicate the man's tendon had been cut with scissors before it more or less detached from the leg. There are allegations that Brown planned to steal the foot and put it on display in her family's taxidermy shop.
I fucking told you.
With a sign saying, "Wear your boots, kids."
In fairness, that'll get the message across.
Certainly will. However, other reports indicate that the foot was placed in a plastic bag and stored in a freezer so it could be returned to the body after the man passed away. Last week, Brown was charged with physical abuse of an elder person, intentionally causing great bodily harm and mayhem. Each of those charges carries a maximum penalty of 40 years in prison. Brown is expected to appear in court on December 6th. So
she's lucky he didn't put his foot in her ass.
Where are you? Which story do you believe? Did she do this out of compassion for this gentleman? Or did she do this to put it on display in a taxidermy shop to warn the kids?
The problem I'm having with that story is it's so specific that might be true. I feel like that's a little too specific to not be.
Yeah. I mean, this seems like she'd be a Walking Dead character. Like she would be wearing feet around her neck.
And I'll tell you why else. Like most people, even if they think it should be amputated, they won't just go out of their way to clip it with a scissors by themselves.
Right.
There's something wrong with that person.
How old and rotted do you have to be, though, that someone can cut off your foot with a scissors? Like, that's so odd.
We're sitting here, like, thinking of all the things you have to saw it off with. Like, get out your bone saws, guys.
I was even thinking you had to wood chop it, where you had to hold the leg and stomp on the shin. Nope, she just, like,
I'm thinking of my rib splitter for my deer.
Yeah, she took out a Fiskars, and she just got it.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody didn't take their Boniva.
They needed more collagen in their life.
Yes. Marquis says this person was stuck outside, just couldn't get a leg up. It's too bad. Too bad. Peach Rose says, I was thinking she's mentally unstable and shouldn't practice medicine anymore. Whoa. It seems we're getting very, very judgmental.
Overstepping.
Yeah, I mean, guys, what are you, a fucking doctor? Take it easy. By the way, if you're enjoying today's show, do us a favor. Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. This was very funny yesterday. I hope people don't mean this. On MSNBC, Katie Tur and a panel of other, you know how they do those panels on the political shows?
Mm-hmm.
Katie Tur, who's allegedly a journalist and a contributor, was talking about the election. And they got to the point where they talked about, Joe Biden. Is he going to run in 2024? Is he not going to run in 2024? So on and so forth.
Sure.
Well, they decided to have a discussion about who should run if Biden doesn't. If you look at the Democratic Party, they were thinking, who's the next star you see that could run for president? I would tell you who Katie Tur said, but you'd have to see it to believe it. So I'm going to play it for you here. April, any guesses? Don't look at the article.
I don't have a guess, to be honest. I don't know.
Does anyone want to wager a guess as to what she said regarding who should be the candidate?
Oh, God. Well, you put it up now.
I also think he ran everywhere in the state, which is a lesson for Democrats. He left no stone unturned, and he ran as exactly who he is. I mean, I have no doubt.
I agree. Fetterman's campaign was a stroke of genius.
John Fetterman were sitting here, if he were in a bar, if he were with his family in a restaurant, he'd be exactly the same person.
Right. A guy you would need subtitles to talk to. Now, that's not a joke. He literally has a computer where they subtitle what people are saying to him. That man is now going to get a vote on national policy. Good job, Pennsylvania. By the way, that's not even a Republican or a Democrat thing. I get it. His opponent was a fucking snake oil salesman who nobody should like or trust. The Republicans did this to themselves and the Democrats did this to themselves.
Much like here.
I'm just saying that a guy who's recovering from a stroke, I don't know if it's the healthiest thing for him to be in the U.S. Senate.
So she's about to say what you're saying she's going to say.
Not her, Katie Tur.
And voters completely see through that. So that is also a lesson for Democrats, too. This is a guy, you know who he is, you know what you're getting, and that ultimately matters in politics.
Fetterman as a nominee at some point for president, I know there's some variables, obviously.
No, there's not variables. He has brain damage.
He's literally unwell. He's sick.
Actually, you know what? I think that does qualify you to be a candidate for president now. Maybe they're just trying to keep consistency. If they go Biden into Fetterman, it'll be an easy adjustment period for voters.
Yeah, because I don't think Fetterman's brain is totally gone. He just can't talk. Well, at least Biden, he's
like the thoughts are
away
coming
at this
through,
point.
but like the thought to
It doesn't
his mouth,
translate.
it doesn't translate. Yeah.
Just a few. But I just, what he did in the super red, deep red parts of Pennsylvania and the way that he ran ahead of Biden, as you were saying, ran ahead of Trump. I mean, it just makes you wonder about his future.
Yeah,
That's the end of the clip, but that guy's
Poor guy.
response is the perfect response to someone saying, "You think Fetterman could be a presidential candidate?"
It was actually also Fetterman's response.
I got to play that again.
Sure.
yeah,
There. That's exactly what you're supposed to say.
Oh, man.
Hey, what do you think? John Fetterman for president.
yeah,
It's perfect.
That's exactly how you should talk when someone says, "What do you think about John Fetterman
Oh, consider it, guys.
as a presidential candidate?" Yeah, you don't need to consider it. It's okay. If you're at a point where John Fetterman is like that, hey man, that's who we're hitching our wagons to. For president, just, take this one off.
Just the fucking nerve for somebody to even say that. And that race was really close. Fetterman and Oz ended up very close, so it's not like he ran away with it.
You know what it is? It's MSNBC knowing they have some Republicans watching them, so they're just fucking rubbing it in. They're rubbing, I kind of like it. They're rubbing the Fetterman thing in to the Republicans. They're like, not only is it, hey, this guy's pretty rad, he won the Senate. They don't believe what they're saying. They know that he was a fucking nightmare. Chuck Schumer met Joe Biden on the tarmac and said, it looks like that fucking disaster in Pennsylvania didn't hurt us too bad. So they know he's a nightmare. But they're like, oh, he won and we've got Republicans watching us. Let's lean the fuck in on this one. What do you think about him being president?
I don't know. I feel like most Republicans would hear that and laugh at you like you're absolutely retarded.
No, I think some of them that are really into politics and thought there's a red wave coming, their heads would explode.
I don't know.
Their heads would
I'm not
explode.
that person, I guess.
Baggio says he needs to have another. Well, no, I certainly don't. I don't care about the guy's politics. I don't want him to have another stroke. That would be awful.
I just feel like even the stress of a campaign could cause you to stroke out sometimes, and you've already had one.
Yeah, and he didn't. He didn't stroke out.
So
during the campaign.
I guess that maybe means the worst is over for him.
Maybe, yeah, he's on the mend. 165 away from today's goal. Super Chats, Streamlabs, PayPal, it all counts. If you feel like contributing, if we hit that goal, we do 30 minutes of overtime at the end of our program, and we got about an hour and a half before we run out of time, so we're looking pretty damn good today. So anyway, I have to circle back to the Casey Anthony thing for a little bit, because the point we were going to get on before we got on the Teddy Hart Mersh train documentary thing was Nancy Grace. I saw this yesterday. I haven't watched the video yet. I thought the fucking balls on this. What do you call it? Grandstanding. What is it where you do things for your own benefit so people will notice you? Like, she's such a user. Like, this is the person who, when Casey Anthony was being tried, she would go on TV every night and go, "Tot Mom. It's time for the Tot Mom case." It's like, are you really trying to brand a fucking baby murder case, you sack of shit? She always makes these cases about her. She always draws conclusions. And she's a lawyer, but she always draws these conclusions about the case. And then when she's totally wrong, she either copes or takes the night off. She's one of the absolute worst people ever, Nancy Grace.
Don't want to be embarrassed. Come on.
In that Duke lacrosse case, remember where those lacrosse players were accused of raping those girls?
Yep.
And they had their whole lives ruined, and those women lied. Nancy Grace was burying those kids on national TV night after night after night. And then, and Jon Stewart did a great segment on this back when it happened. And then when those boys were found not guilty, I believe the women came forward and said, "We made this up," or at least the authorities, after investigating, went, "They're making this up."
So sick.
And those boys were exonerated. You know what she did that night for her show?
Took it off.
Took the night off. Mm-hmm. Instead of, like, to me, those are times as a host where you have a chance to build like a rapport and trust with your audience, because you can come on that night and they go, "I'm very embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I've run these boys through the mud.
I really screwed up.
On this one, and I'm going to try in the future to never do that again. I really ate a shit sandwich on this one."
You could give a true Geordie apology.
Oh, God. You could go on for 23 minutes crying and kvetching and whining. True Geordie made a proper ass of himself in that apology. But anyway, I wonder how much of Nancy Grace not doing a show that night, by the way, was the network going, "We don't want to get fucking sued, so why don't you take the night off?
Don't bring it up again."
Right. But she's done that many other times. She interviewed this girl, Amanda Duckett, I think her name was. Amanda Duckett had a missing child. And Nancy Grace had her on her show, and while this woman's got a missing baby out there, I think the baby ended up being dead. While they're looking for it, Nancy Grace took it upon herself to like grill this poor woman on TV about her possible involvement in her baby's disappearance. A couple days later, that woman killed herself.
Oh, God.
Nancy Grace never felt bad about it.
Never talked about it.
Never felt like it was her problem. Never felt like it was an issue with her. Nothing. Never felt like she contributed to it. Not a thing.
Well, that's just great.
Yeah.
Convenience.
She is the worst. Well, they've got her talking about the Casey Anthony documentary.
So this can't go bad.
She was on TMZ, and they interviewed her about it. And I have to say, if irony and duplicitousness and someone not recognizing the smell of their own bullshit or hypocrisy, if that causes your head to explode, hold your ears as tight as you can and make sure you don't have a blowout this morning. Remember, Casey Anthony case, Nancy Grace called her tot mom every single night, got a hashtag going, the whole deal.
As a Peacock aren't dumb. They knew this was coming, so why do it? It is the only reason they would do this. They're in a business. They clearly know that there's going to be an audience and that this is gonna be profitable for them.
Because they're gonna make money. That's why they're doing it. And it's on us whether we watch it or not. And I would like to point out that I was contacted by this group when the director was still working on it to have a sit down with Tot Mom Casey Anthony. under these conditions? And I said, absolutely not.
Oh, so you will sit down night after night, use her name as a hashtag, give her, she's still saying tot mom. She's still using a fucking gimmick over a murdered baby case. This piece of shit. She's unlikable from the second her mouth opens.
Just miserable.
But she has to let it be known that she got contacted. They asked me if I would sit down with her. And I said, no, that's bullshit. First of all, the reason it's bullshit is because you're not the one who's going to make the money off it. If it were your show, you would have done it in a heartbeat. Someone else is going to make the money, you old harpy. And that's why you didn't do it. So I don't want to hear Nancy Grace sit there on TMZ and talk about how sanctimonious and moral she is. She'd sell her soul for a dime. She's sold people down the river over and over. There's something about her that does legit eliminate my sense of humor.
That is the thing. Like, if she was being paid heavily for this, she's all over it.
Yeah. Or if she could do it on her own platform.
So she keeps getting the money for it. Yep.
Because when I learned I couldn't ask the questions I wanted, I couldn't control what was happening. No way. Because she's going to...
I'll give her this. At least she's honest. She's a super control freak who, if she doesn't get her way, she'll take her ball and go home. Okay. That's
I
fair.
can kind of see her point, too, a little, though. If they're not going to let her say certain things, but yet they want to have her on, why even be on?
This is my problem, though. You sat there and monetized this fucking case for years. You built a career on it. And now, when you're offered a thing, you're going to get sanctimonious about standards.
Sure.
About journalistic credibility. You have none.
Do exactly what we predict. She's going to have softball questions and lie her way through it with no one to test her, such as under cross-examination. And this is a way for her to get fame, notoriety, as if she needed any more, and probably money. Now, Peacock may say, oh, we're not paying for an interview. Again, BS. You guys have heard of licensing fees.
By the way, how jealous this is her oozing jealousy that she doesn't get to do this.
She needs it.
This is Nancy Grace oozing jealousy. She's mad at Peacock. She would do the same fucking thing. And when people criticized her for it, they go, well, I'm just raising awareness and I'm just trying to get the story out there.
Raising awareness is such an empty statement.
She's empty.
For photos, sure, we're not going to pay you for your interview, but I'll pay you $20,000 for a picture of Kelly. Yeah, that's how that works. I can tell you this, they're going to make a mint. Is it distasteful? Yes.
Fuck you on distasteful. Like, you speaking out against this makes me want to defend Peacock. Yes, of course, Peacock's putting on this content to make money. The same reason Netflix made a Jeffrey Dahmer show. To make money. Ted Bundy shows, John Wayne Gacy shows. That's why they put this shit on. People in the media, like I said, going to interview Charlie Manson when he was alive. Same thing. It's to make money. So let's stop. I just hate the phony outrage when all this is about is Nancy Grace didn't get asked to be a part of it the way she wanted to. That's what this is.
What concerns me is that we are not learning anything. There's no furtherance of the truth. There's no furtherance of justice.
What else do you need? What do you want? You think Casey Anthony, after going to trial and being found not guilty, is going to go to a documentary and go, oh, yeah, murdered my kid 100%, threw her in the back of the trunk, but this thing isn't getting made.
Okay, but then if she's going to sit here and bitch, like, she could have at least gone on the documentary and bitched instead.
Yeah, I hate her so much. I like the Amanda Duckett thing is bad enough for me, but then just like the Duke lacrosse thing and her like trying to I just hate that she tries to make every story about herself, but then gets mad at other people when they step on her gimmick. But then tries to play it off. Yeah, but she's trying to play it off as like, oh, I'm a good person, and these people are scoundrels trying to do it for a buck. It's like
she goes on TV with her cross necklace and all that.
Yeah, they're just doing it your way, Nancy. That's all. Jim and Sam may not have a very good show, but Jim and Sam did have a good moment early on in their program where they actually walked Nancy Grace because Jim Norton hates Nancy Grace.
Okay.
And they had her on, and they were grilling her pretty hard, and she just finally got up and she walked out. She just said, nope, fuck it. I'm not doing this. Thank you very much to Jeep ZJ with $20. He says, she's a succubus, yo. I would agree with she's a succubus, yo. Thank you, sir. Knocking us down to 150 away from this morning's goal. Paula Deen is way more cool than this lady. I kind of hate Paula Deen too.
Why do you specifically hate Paula Deen?
Because that bitch had diabetes and was hawking sugary, buttery dog shit food onto people. Like, oh, isn't this delicious, y'all? This is amazing.
What does that matter? Do you have diabetes? She's making money.
She's fucking gross. I don't like her.
She is gross. I don't like her either, but I don't see, like, your point, I guess, if she's sick with something, that doesn't mean
No, she was seen as like this wholesome Southern lady, and meanwhile, she's a ruthless business cunt like anybody else is.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like it when these people get away with fooling people, basically. I don't like that the people are fooled. Like with Paula Deen, I have diabetes. I can't eat that. I would never eat this food. It's fucking terrible for you. But I'm going to pitch it on you and talk about how great and delicious it is. Buy it out of my cookbook. You.
At least she told us. Plus, she loves the N-word.
You footless bitch. All right, you're right. You know what? She's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You know what? I haven't eaten this morning.
I haven't either.
My blood sugar's a little low, and I just want to apologize. Thank you very much to Zachary with the $5 over there on PayPal.
Thank you.
And Gray Duckling with $9.99. Thank you very much, pal. He says, thanks for the stickers, April. Now I've got to find random cars to stick them on.
Yes. Start with that Hummer in Sauk Rapids.
Yeah, there you go. Ooh, there you go. 140, 130 away from today's goal. Dear Butch with $10. Says Paula Deen has delicious, tasty food. I don't like her.
You don't have to like her. Like, everyone behind the scenes is a nasty business person that has jobs like that.
I agree with Ryan the Garbage Man. Martha Stewart has way more class than Paula Deen.
Martha Stewart made it out of prison and she's friends with Snoop.
Fuck yeah.
So.
That's how you do it.
She's a bad bitch.
She is a bad bitch. Martha Stewart.
If you actually had to call somebody a bad bitch, she could be one of them.
She was insider trading. She's wonderful. I love it. She should be in Congress.
You're saying you're for it?
We should be able to do anything Congress does. That's all.
That I don't disagree with.
I don't dislike Martha Stewart. I want her accountant. N-Word says, I hated Giada's food, but she's hot as fuck. She's got weird eyes, bro.
I never want to hear that I have a big forehead again, because she's got the biggest I've ever seen.
She's got a weird face.
It is. It's weird. I very much think she looks like one of those brat dolls where their heads are ginormous. That's what P.H.
Cheddar just said. Bratz doll.
She's a Bratz doll.
My thing with Giada is, here's the perfect word to describe her. I can't use hot. You know what Giada is? She's cute.
Yeah, she is.
She's a very cute.
She's attractive.
Older lady.
Is she old?
She's like pushing 50.
No.
I'm telling you.
I'm a big sucker for Bobby Flay.
She's 52. Looks great for 52.
Fucking great for 52.
April always says Bobby Flay can get it.
I've never said he can get it. I like his food.
You think he's hot? He's a swinging dick.
Come
He's been
on.
fucking everybody.
He does fuck everybody. He's been married 3 times.
He is a real piece of shit, that Bobby Flay. I'm not judging. It's just total bag
He's been
of
married
shit.
to some names, too.
Yeah.
Big names.
And he fucks on them. He fucks around on all of them.
Who is that really hot one that he cheated on? Who was that again?
I believe it was...
I couldn't believe January Jones.
Michelle Obama.
January Jones was the other woman, and he cheated on somebody else.
I thought Giada was the other woman that he cheated on January
been a rumor.
Jones with.
I don't think it's true.
I think he probably put it right in her shit cutter. Allegedly. I'm alleging it, but I have no proof.
It's just what he wishes would have happened.
Yeah, I just imagine that if Bobby got a hold of Giada, he'd convince her to give up the back door. It's just my theory that I'm working on for a new book.
Okay.
Why did I, sometimes...
Backdoor stories with Aaron.
This is why I have to move on so quickly from topic to topic on this show. If I start thinking about the thing I just said, I'll really start to question
I want to know who his spouses were.
Well, what are you so fucking needy for?
You said I'd like to fuck him. I want to know what I'm up against.
Jeff said that, no, Jeff, she did not, he did not fuck John Jones. January Jones would be.
How about Leslie Jones?
He actually fucked Leslie Jones. He was in a slump, and he did a slump buster. And
can you imagine those two? She's fucking him because he's tiny.
Karate Chopping Space Monkey says, I would love to see Gordon Ramsay put Bobby Flay in his place. Ooh. All right. Who would you rather, Gordon Ramsay or Bobby Flay?
Bobby Flay.
Oh, you're a
all
dipshit.
day long.
You're dumb.
I'm afraid Gordon Ramsay might actually hurt me.
Good.
Jesus, you are not a nice person.
Physical man.
Maybe you should fuck him then.
Should. What do you mean should?
You know what? That guy's yelling at you during sex.
I need you to turn over. What are you, a zombie? I'm not going to fuck a cardboard box. You're not just going to lie there like a 2x4. Turn over.
Okay.
Give up your asshole.
Okay, a couple yellers. Are you fucking Gordon Ramsay or John Taffer?
John Taffer's got to lose some weight. I am not a chubby chaser.
Whatever.
And you came in my hair. What are you doing coming in my hair?
What
You
hair?
don't come in people's hair. That is an unsanitary thing to do. You'll get somebody sick coming in their hair. Shut it down.
Okay.
I'm taking a shower.
Emeril Lagasse or Mario Batali?
Oh, my God. Fuck it. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Jesus. I'll fuck Jane Lynch.
That's actually kind of how I feel. I don't want to pick one.
Jesus. Give me any other random celebrity. Here's what I'll do. I'll go on it. There's got to be a website.
Generator?
Random celebrity
yes.
generator.
This
Here
is
we go.
good.
All right.
There's probably a fuck one, marry one, kill one out
Ready?
there.
Pick a number 1 through 10 and you have to fuck that one.
9.
9. All right. Let's see who April gets here with 9 on the random celebrity generator. 1, 2,
Oh, you.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm afraid.
8, 9. You have to fuck Kirstie Alley.
Oh.
All right. I'm going to say 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, man. Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Oh, you got lucky as fuck.
All right.
She's awesome.
I'll give Home Ec another shot. I'll give it another shot. All right, one more.
7.
7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dale Earnhardt Jr. All right.
I can fuck Dale.
There you go, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
He's not the worst.
What is he? He's like 48? 48.
I'm guessing he comes fast.
All right, 6. And then oh, yeah. If he gets tired, don't let him hit the wall.
Oh, we'll do another lap later, buddy.
All right, 6. 1, 2, 3. I'm missing some good ones. 4, 5. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Next one's Whoopi.
I gotta fuck Will Wheaton? What a nerdy fuck.
You two would have some cute kids.
Jesus.
Oh.
I don't want to fuck Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton.
I don't think I'm the first person to ever say that, by the way. I don't think I'm the first person who's ever gone, I don't want to fuck Will Wheaton.
Dude, any girl that went up to him for like an autograph somewhere, he tries to come on to them like, I didn't want to fuck.
Yeah, like, no, Will.
This wasn't even for me.
I am a fan of your skills. Like, you have great talent. This isn't like a subliminal message of me trying to fuck you. I think you're really good at acting. I think you're a funny
I don't want to
guy.
stop playing that game.
All right, one more?
One more.
All right, go ahead.
6.
From Blossom? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tom Kite, the pro golfer.
Oh my God.
You get to fuck Tom Kite.
What a fucking honor.
Watch out for his 3-wood.
Okay, you go.
9. No, 8. We haven't done 8 yet. 8. 1. Damn it. 2.
Total trash.
3. What the fuck? 4. Branford Marsalis, damn it.
He's a saxophonist. It would be
5.
mine.
Damn it. Fuck.
Wilfred
fuck,
Brimley?
Fuck. 5.
Oh, we missed
6. 7. Curly. I could have fucked Curly. All right, here we go. Oh.
That is very fitting for you.
I don't want to fuck a
You
horse.
and your Sex in the City addiction.
I don't want to have sex with an equine.
You can give her a sugar cube after.
Oh, I could. I could give her a Macintosh apple and a Blumpkin.
It's got weird.
The show got a little out there.
We did miss 2 and 3. We could do the entire.
All right, fine.
10.
You get 2, I get 3. Here we go.
Okay.
These are our last ones.
All right.
1.
Aw.
Oh, you don't get to fuck Joe
Damn it.
Rogan. You get to fuck Coolio.
Oh, he's
Hey.
dead. Necrophilia.
Ready for your parents to never talk to you again? There we go.
You just don't tell him about these
Oh,
ones.
okay. So I get 3? Yeah. 1. Oh, ecstasy of the gold guy. 1, 2. I mean, she's dead, but I'll take it.
You get a lot of like shit show ladies.
I do. I get a lot of nightmares. But she could probably.
I fucked Coolio.
You did fuck Coolio. It's a little odd, though.
Oh.
Boy.
His hair poked me in the eye once.
We've got so much going on today's show. We got to stop fucking around. We're only into our 7 o'clock hour stories. What are we doing? We do a little catch up here. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care Towing with a great selection of towing services for any kind of vehicle you may have or any kind of equipment that you may have, including heavy equipment. Central Minnesota, hey, All Care Towing is the way to go. Nobody gets there quicker than All Care. 320-253-5203. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Again, Midland Armory has a fantastic selection of firearms, rifles, handguns, shotguns, magazines, optics, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, you name it, they've got it at Midland Armory. You don't have to live here to enjoy what Midland Armory has to offer. You can just order right there online. You can use the promo code SteelToe. Save yourself a nice amount of cash. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Again, midlandarmory.com. 1:30 away from today's goal. There's the links in the chat if you want to contribute to that. Otherwise, super chats work just fine. If you become a member to this show, we add up all the memberships at the beginning of the month, and we cut the goal by that much every day. So right now, I think we just eclipsed 350, which is awesome. So we've been knocking $40 off of each show. And our goal is to have enough members in the next couple of years where we can get rid of that goal. And our dream is to do Steel Toe completely devoid of any kind of funding other than people just subscribing to our channel and doing the goals and the ad revenue and the YouTube Premium revenue. I have to give a shout out to everyone who uses YouTube Premium to watch this show. As our numbers have gone up, that has gone up. That will go towards knocking down the goal every month as well. We really do appreciate that. Getting that YouTube Premium and watching a shitload of Steel Toe, that has statistically now been proven to be a great way to help out. So we do appreciate everything you guys do for the show. Are you familiar with Aiden Ross?
Not really.
Twitch streamer.
I do know the name. Never a deep dive.
Every time there's one of these Twitch streamer controversies, to me it always bears out the notion that Twitch really is, no matter how many more viewers you may have than us, no matter how much more success you may have than us, I just always kind of see being on Twitch as the minor leagues. Like, you can be lazier.
We can say that now.
Yeah, you can be lazier. You can have no broadcasting ability. You can barely do anything. You watch these guys on their stream and they just stare at a screen playing a game.
And if you're a woman, you just pull your tits out.
You pull your tits out. I feel like on YouTube, you got to work harder.
Yes.
To keep people's attention. You have to actually, you watch the shows that are on YouTube and you watch the shows that are on Twitch. Production-wise, quality-wise, it's not even close.
You can tell the show was prepped.
Yeah. So Aiden Ross is one of these guys. Guys, don't kill me if I get this wrong. I think he plays games on Twitch. And he's just kind of, I don't even know what his skill is. He's not a funny guy. He's not like a comic. He's not like a commentator.
Does he do reaction videos?
I think he plays games. He's just a guy that a bunch of teenagers have globbed onto and gone, I'm going to watch this guy. It's wild. Like, people used to give the Kardashians shit for saying, oh, they're famous for nothing.
Well,
I think Twitch streamers have made the Kardashians look like Sean Connery.
Right.
Like they've been working at it.
Things.
Yeah, like they've accomplished something. Here's Aiden Ross getting swatted last night.
Good.
This is another thing. This is the next level beyond. This is why I tell you guys, if you don't like a show, if you don't like somebody, and if you love us, great, thank you. And again, to address Pontivo, we're not telling you how to live, but my advice would be, if you don't like a personality, hate watching, leave that to our show. We'll hate watch them because we like to make fun of them. We don't even hate them. We just like to goof on them, make fun of them, have some fun, have a laugh. If you let that turn into anger and you start hating these people, who knows if you go down that road where you're fucking swatting people and doing all kinds of stupid shit. This is where that hate watching gets you. If you don't have a sense of humor about it. This shouldn't happen to anyone. I think Aiden Ross is a douche. I don't understand why he's famous, but nobody deserves to have this happen to him. Also, why are these new rich kids who have like internet money, why do they always have the tackiest taste in houses?
I don't know, but they all have that same house. You're right.
It's just that
it's like a big, open, weird, boxy thing.
Shitloads of windows. Like they're living in a terrarium.
I like windows.
I know, but
I like the outdoors. So
it's just like this big, gaudy fireplace. Like they all kind of have the same.
No offense. If you had that, you'd love it too.
No, but what I'm saying is they have stuff that's nice for. You can tell they came from like middle class lives because they get all this money and they get things that a middle class person would think is nice in their house. Like you can tell someone who became a CEO and is like into money and has financial advisors and shit like that. And they have nice things. They have decorators. You can always tell when these 19-year-olds get famous on Twitch and they get money that they decorated themselves. It's just, they all
what
have,
they like, though.
Yeah, it's all kind of a gaudy, tacky kind of a thing.
It's all usually a really sterile palette.
Yeah.
Too. It's very white.
Exactly. They don't really think about, filling space and occupying the walls and shit like that.
Sure.
Everyone can hear you. We got swatted. There's a SWAT team at my house right now, bro. I can hear him.
Yeah, send Anthony outside.
Yep, he's coming right now.
To me, this is like the Amaranth thing. Why are you filming this?
Yeah, this is when you cut the feed and take care of business.
Turn off your fucking stream. You're getting swatted. You don't need whatever bits and subs are coming with the sympathy of you getting swatted. I think you're going to pay your mortgage this month.
I always kind of figured that, like, if you and I had a tragedy going on over here or like chaos, we'd probably cut the feed.
Guys, we got to go. We got something fucked up going on. We'll come back in a little bit and talk to you about it. But like doing this swatting, but like I got to keep the camera on. I got to. Ugh.
Right now, I hear it. All right.
Smart.
Why do y'all do this, dude?
Ew, now watch this.
Why?
See, now this is why you can't be mad at people if they question your sincerity. He zoomed out the camera.
So you can see everything.
So you can see more of the swatting.
Yeah.
Like, to me, people get mad, like young people get mad on Twitch when you suggest that Amaranth might be working a gimmick with her husband a little bit, or that they might be crazy and it's not just her husband being abusive, or maybe Aiden Ross is playing this up a little bit. How could you say that? He was in danger. If you're scared and you're in danger, you don't take time to zoom out your camera.
No.
So that your Twitch stream can catch the swatting.
I will say, though, I don't know what I would do. I guess, like, do you just sit on the ground? Like, what the fuck do you do if you're being swatted?
I lay on my belly with my hands behind my back. That's it.
Just anything to avoid, like, death?
Yep. Anything to avoid death.
Yeah.
Why do y'all do this to people, bro? Like, why do y'all do this, bro? Why the fuck do y'all swat people? Why do y'all do this shit? I hear my friends outside already, like, being screamed at by cops, bro. Why do y'all do this, bro?
Why do you talk like that? When you were clearly kind of a rich kid growing up.
I would also stop talking so hostile. Like, just in case you sound angry.
That's the other thing. Don't egg the internet on any more than they already
stop
are.
It.
And also, if you stream your swatting, it's only going to encourage more fucked up people to do weird shit to you.
I also have a new thought going on here. Have you ever noticed that the only people that get swatted are streamers? Right? Shouldn't there
No. People get swatted just privately playing video games. Like a guy will get pissed at them and they'll swat them. No, this is a way too common thing in like gaming.
See, I wouldn't have known that, I guess. I just figured like when it comes to these big ass streamers and stuff getting swatted, you'd almost think that these people have a list at some point where they look at it like, oh, let's be like sensitive here. It's probably not anything.
I was lucky enough where when I grew up playing video games, we didn't have like, you couldn't go on the internet. You could go play like Red Alert sometimes, but it would be really laggy and terrible and it was no fun. So I don't play games online. And I'm glad because I like to control my level of immersion.
Any guy I've ever seen, including family and stuff, that does game, you're the only one I know that doesn't go online.
And I'm sorry, but who has the better argument? Like in my opinion,
I wasn't making that argument. I'm just saying you're kind of the exception.
Right, but like in my opinion, I think that going online and doing all that shit, those people are never happy. They're always getting mad and they're throwing shit and
I know.
They're shit talking each other. Like if you go on here's what I can understand. You go on there with your friends. And you have like a closed circuit thing.
No, even those people you scream at.
Do they?
Yes.
See why?
You still scream at those people.
To me, I have a good time. When I start getting mad, that's when I turn it off. I'm like, well, now it's not fun anymore.
It's just kind of why they're not for me.
Yeah.
Why do y'all do this, bro? Why do y'all do this shit, bro? Like, why do y'all fucking do this, bro?
Said that already.
Why do y'all fucking do this, dude? What is wrong with you guys, bro?
Stop saying bro.
Yeah, hey, Aiden, that's going to fix it. Reason with them. That's...
What do you guys need to fix?
That's how you're going to... Let's talk about you guys while I'm down here waiting for the SWAT team for a minute. What are you guys... Oh, I'm sorry, he doesn't talk like, yo, dog, yo, bro. Is that how you talk growing up in your neighborhood? Is that how, is that the common lingo, or did you pick that up somewhere? Yo, bro, for real, no cap, straight bussin'. On God, y'all. Like, why do y'all got to do this?
How do people like this get ladies?
How do they become? I don't understand how he becomes popular.
A likable personality.
You know what? You're getting old.
That does feel like an old thing to say.
You're getting old. That's what that is.
I would never go for this. I don't care how much money he has. I couldn't be paid enough.
If you're over 16 and you enjoy an Aiden Ross stream, I don't know what to tell you.
I could fucking die. My friends could fucking die. Everyone's outside right now, bro. Y'all really fucking SWAT people, bro. I hope whoever's doing it, bro, you literally the worst happens to you, like, bro. I hope you never amount to anything. Hope bad shit happens to you all your whole life, bro. Look at me, bro. This is like not... I hear helicopters, bro. Like, this shit is...
Aiden, I'm going to stop you. This is what they wanted. They wanted you to leave the camera on, zoom it out, complain, cry, whine. This is the reaction they wanted. Congratulations. This now officially won't be your last swatting.
They wanted distress for you in your home, and you're giving them every second of it.
This is why you shut the camera off. You don't even mention that you're being swatted.
Nope.
You shut the camera off. You go away for a few minutes. You come back, and you go, hey, guys, some weird shit just happened at my house. I heard something, and I had to walk away, and we're back now. Because then the person swatting you is all pissed off. They're like, what the fuck? I sent a SWAT team to his house. Why the fuck isn't he mentioning it? That's what you do. This little breakdown you're having, I understand this is a scary thing to have happen.
You're never supposed to show people your weaknesses.
No.
Because then they'll play it.
It's fucking weird, bro. Yeah, you know where I live and shit? That shit is weird. And now I gotta sit like this, bro.
Fuck you. I hate these kids. You wanted to be famous. You wanted to be popular. You wanted the millions of dollars, and you have no tangible skill. You're not an actor. You're not a comedian. You're not an athlete. So this is the way you wanted to be famous. Mm-hmm. There's trades that come with that. Your IP address is available. All the things people need is available. You wanted to go on there and you wanted fame the easy way. You got it. So don't bitch about it now, you pussy. I don't like this kid. I don't like people getting swatted.
No, of course not.
But his reaction is the worst reaction you could possibly have.
I never like people airing their personal, private shit.
Right.
I just think it doesn't belong
And look at
there.
this. When you do it this way, when you don't do like a show or you don't have a skill, you don't even know how to function in your real life without keeping that fucking camera on.
It becomes your life,
Yeah.
It's
Bro, and there's
IRL
gonna be
streams.
Yeah.
Guns pointed at me on stream. I hear walkie-talkies right now. Y'all are fucking lame as fuck, bro. I genuinely hope you guys fucking lose in life. You're fucking weird.
Who's controlling the camera?
I don't know. You can't hear it, though.
Shit is fucking whack, dude. No, it's not a script. Ant wouldn't come in like that and tell me we're getting swatted.
People are writing in this chat, they're like fake as fuck and this and that.
It's fucking dumb as fuck.
No, I think this is actually
I think
happening.
it's real.
You got someone say I'm overreacting, bro. You too, bro. Fucking ban these kids, bro. I'm not ending stream. I'm having this shit all happen on camera, bro, so nothing happens to me.
What is that? That doesn't have anything to do with...
So he's a dumb young kid. He might actually think that if he keeps the cameras rolling, it's almost like body cam footage. Like he's got evidence if they do some shit to him. It's stupid. It is stupid, but I can see how he got there.
Really got swatted in LA this time too. Fuck out of here, bro. Y'all are weird.
Well,
Snaggamo, shut up, bro. Don't yell.
That's the other thing. They all have they all move their friends in with them in their nice house.
I did always think that was weird. Sometimes the kids watch these odd YouTubers and they're all like a group of friends that live in the same house.
Right.
That seems so gay.
Even more says, I would cut the live stream but still record the video for legal reasons. That's reasonable.
See, that's kind of what I'm saying. I can see how he got there.
We never do see the police, though, in that clip. I played you the whole clip. They're saying this had to be fake, video editing after the fact. Oh, that's what the camera movement was. Okay. He's not wrong, but at the same time, this is making money. Oh, yeah, he's making quite a bit of money on this, I'm sure.
Make hay while the sun is shining.
Yeah, Jeff says they're definitely taking their time. This is definitely a horrible SWAT team. No, I'm sure whoever answered the door or whatever, I'm sure that they already talked to the SWAT team and told them what was going on. They might not even get to wherever Aiden is.
I think they will. I think that it's just probably a really big house, too, and they have to talk to everybody they come in contact with.
Maybe. That's swatting, though. I think they got to address that, like in future legislation. It's one of those things that politicians are behind on because it's a relatively new thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be punishable by so much jail time that it just becomes unthinkable for anyone to do it.
Right. Like once they find out who you are, like that's over for you now.
Yeah. American Nightmare says, why did he say stop yelling? Because you don't want to be shouting and getting people agitated when the SWAT team is
That's
there.
what I said. He's sitting here talking all hostile and shit to the chat. They don't know who he's talking to.
Right, exactly.
So stop that.
1:30 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our program, there's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. We got 1 hour left in today's show and only 1:30 away from the goal. So thank you guys very much for that. That's very nice of you.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can lock down the rest of that goal and do 30 minutes of overtime today. Wow, Jesus. It's amazing that I'm still getting all these Twitter notifications about people posting about Stuttering John when he's been gone now for almost a whole week.
So clearly leaving didn't do any good.
Yeah, they still have steam for a week. The Uncle Rico show is still going.
Yeah.
We, our clip that we did of John's last broadcast on Friday, I just put up yesterday. It's doing remarkably well, so people still want to consume that stuff. But, yeah, I wonder how long they'll hang in there with John.
Yeah, what do you move on to after you've kind of used everything?
There are, I will say this, in their defense, there are plenty of people.
I know, but if you've made your show only about that, now you're going to have to kind of, make some adjustments.
Yeah. I am very happy to report we are less than 50 subs away from 6,000. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. If you want to subscribe, that would be great. Let's hit 6K by the end of the week. Sounds good to me. Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. Ya boy Kinko, I like that name, says he can buy any one of us viewing the stream a house. Respect a man's hustle. He made it. We all want to make it in life. He just made it different than others. I don't think I'm hating the guy because he's wealthy. That's good for him. I'm just saying when you make it that way, like I just kind of see what it does, and that's like there's a cost. There's a back end cost towards making it that way. That's like how many
who you are as a person.
How many of these streamers and YouTubers do you see just fall apart mentally? They have mental breakdowns. Yeah, they have mental breakdowns because they have to live their life on the internet, and that's why I advocate to people like it's so weird because our show only has like 6,000 subs, but there's a lot of shows that have 1,000 or 2,000 subs, and they'll be fans of this show, and they'll be, what advice do you have for me? Like, why do I podcast? Asked me that when I was on his show. He's like, what advice do you have? And I'm like, I never thought of that before. What advice? One of the biggest pieces of advice I can give people is do a show. It's a show. Remember, it's a show, and then walk away from it when you're done. Walk away from your show and go live your life. That's the biggest thing that I could tell people. Because if you got to be these IRL streamers, man, you start to blur those lines of what's real and what's the internet, because you got to keep those separate. But you start to blur the lines of what's real and what's internet, and you'll go crazy.
Yeah, then you start like investing in these people in your chat too.
Yeah.
Which in a different way. Like obviously we love you guys here. That's not what I mean. But do you think that that's like they influence you more than they should?
If you're an IRL streamer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I do. Your boy Kinko says tons of rich people still unhappy. Well, that's kind of my point. I think when you do that and you don't unplug for a little bit, in anything you do, your boy Kinko, in anything you do, if you don't have some way to unplug and live a life, you're going to burn yourself out. You're going to go insane.
Unless I'm like messaging with listeners for their needs or, comments
pics,
on how we did. Occasional dick pics.
Sure.
I mean, I don't invest in any of this shit at all until I get on the camera.
Yeah, people saying you turn into Only Use Me Blade. Yeah, I mean, you end up an RV streamer.
Oh.
Because you go nuts.
You start Andy Dicking it.
You start Andy Dicking and blading it. Someone says Epic Mealtime went nuts and had a breakdown. Did he really? Well, good for Harley then, because it seems like he bounced back. He did that boxing thing, and seemed like he's doing okay. So that's a plus. All right. So anyway, 1:30 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in there, what else we got going on? I've got a bunch of shit here. Oh, I just did the one thing I hate. It's like, what else is going on?
What do you guys want to talk about?
Well, no, because I've got like 7 tabs up here, and I got a little intimidated for a second. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I've got a lot of material for today. What do I want to go to next?
Okay.
But I just did that really unprofessional thing. Oof. It's interesting to watch people's takes after the election. One of the takes I'm seeing from Republicans, I'm seeing this from Democrats, but they say it all the time. But from Republicans, they're saying, I'm washing my hands of Trump. Let's be done with Trump. A bunch of Trump people got nominated. A lot of them didn't win. Trump always moves the goalposts. He goes, hey, more of my people won than lost. It's like, yeah, but if you dig into those numbers, a lot of the people you endorsed ran unopposed or were incumbents in red districts. Like that, I don't know how much that counts. But like your Bolduc guy in New Hampshire, he got fucked hard. He got crushed.
Trump is just too polarizing to get things done anymore.
Right. When you lose 50% just by your name.
Exactly.
All you have to do is fuck around and piss off 0.5% of that other 50%. Like, my opinion is there's too little margin of error for Trump. Where people have made up their mind about him. And he's...
Right. He's attached too many negative connotations to his name.
Right. Whereas if you have somebody new, like a Ron DeSantis, much of the country has not made up their mind about him. And the ones who have made up their mind go, wow, I really, really like this guy.
He's a rock star.
He's different. So you want that. You want new blood. I mean, I just don't see how a Republican who likes Trump can sit there and bitch about how we should have term limits and we should have age limits and these old guys. We got to get rid of these old guys. And then out of their next breath go, oh, I really hope Trump runs this time around. I don't see how that makes any sense.
Fresh.
It's time for something new. Like the Trump politics stuff gets exhausted.
The age alone should keep these people out of office.
I think so too. Thank you to Chrome Dome Jesse for becoming a member.
Nice.
That's very much appreciated. And Why Do I Podcast with $5 says, I was busy doing my gay morning yoga, but yes, that was great advice. It's too easy to get sucked into internet communities. And see, when you involve, because I like the dabblers and I like all the Zumach stuff and the Tony Michaels and the Opie stuff that we do and becoming friends with a lot of the compound people on the internet. I think that's been great. But at the same time, if you, like, people let that shit work them up and then they start fighting with people on Reddit. There's nothing better than when you can read all this stuff, you're laughing, you're having a good time, and then you click out of it and you go, okay, on to something else. That's the perfect level of immersion.
Or worst case, you literally just read the thing and you're like, oh, it's whatever. And you just turn it off. That's what I do usually.
If you always have a sense of humor about these things and you keep it in perspective that, this is the internet, this is real life, you'll be able to enjoy both a lot more.
I will say, since we got into Stuttering John quite a while back, my Twitter notifications are insane and I don't check them.
And they're a great community.
So whenever I do... They are.
They're
and
great.
They just want to include us.
They're very funny. And then the John Sock accounts that shit on you and tell you how bad you are, they're fun too because you understand the levels of separation of this game and you can have fun with the people who hate you too.
That Clamoring Carl Sock account really had some interesting things to say about me.
I didn't know that I had.
I'm like, I didn't even know I was the guy here.
Did you know that I had a 4th kid that I'm not allowed to see?
Him. And did you know I'm a sister wife? I'm your sister.
So does this mean I fuck other chicks?
It does. You have multiple.
I'm a pussy
so
magnet.
You've got 4 kids. You don't get to see one of them. He did say I look great for having pumped out 4 kids, although I don't have kids. And I'm a sister wife. I don't think that was the insult he was looking for.
I didn't want people knowing about the 4th kid that I'm not allowed to see. I would not be this jovial and upbeat if I had that kind of turmoil in my life. I can promise you that.
Nah, you'd forget about it.
Oh, would I? I don't like when Nate is like shockingly kind of accurate with his predictions. Nate writing in the chat, prediction, Aaron is wearing purple track shorts. By the way, where did my Viking shorts go? Remember those Viking shorts I had?
You've never had Viking shorts.
I had purple Viking shorts. Or am I insane? Am I crazy?
I don't think you've ever had purple Viking shorts. Not with me anyway, so it must be at your other house.
Must have been when I was walking to the truck with my other sister wife. But here, look, Nate's not that wrong. They're shorts, but they're gray. They're gray Under Armour shorts. So I don't like that Nate has, like, he can pick out a look that means shorts. It's troubling to me.
Aaron's shirt will never match the bottom. You can rest assured.
Yeah, I just kind
Most of the time he has like maroon sweatpants on that don't fit him right and they look like flood pants.
Yeah. Congrats, Aaron, on all the side pussy. Thank you, Standalone K-Corn. I appreciate that. I've been working very hard to get all that side pussy and get it all organized properly. And it's really worked very well for both of us.
You just need to convince that one to let you see the kid.
Yeah, my fourth kid. And people,
Tyrone.
People might... I was going to say, people might wonder, Aaron, why don't you mention how sad it makes you that you don't get to see him? I was going to say, it was with a black lady, so it's complicated.
It's just how it had to be.
I just got an urge to go to Costco. I'm definitely losing my train of thought for the show today.
What is wrong with you?
I really want something at I think I want a slice of Costco pizza.
I've never had it. You know that? They're like known for their pizza and their hot dogs. I've never had either.
This may make me trash. They're both solid. As far as hot dogs go, I mean.
I was going to say, what kind of...
You want to go have a romantic lunch at Costco today? I would take you for a nice...
I don't know.
I would take you for a nice Costco-ian lunch.
What did you tell me? Since you're bringing up you being trash.
Yeah.
What did you tell me yesterday before you left the house that I was allowed to leave you for? Because you're going to get it for a snack.
Oh, God. I was going to buy a can of Hormel chili and make it with queso dip, and I was going to make a chili queso out of Hormel. And
After he leaves the gym because he goes to the gym because he thinks he's getting fat. So therefore, after you go to the gym and get that workout in, you got to have some Hormel chili queso.
Yeah. I didn't do that, by the way. I bought some delicious taco dip at Byerly's instead. Here, I have another question for you. Let's mute the mics. Take your headphone off real quick.
I can hear you if they're muted.
Can you? All right.
Yes. I'd think about it.
Okay, we'll think about it. Oh, we were just plotting a genocide. Benton J8 says pepperoni slice, Polish dog, and a soda. That doesn't sound terrible.
I'm not a pepperoni girl.
Their hot dogs are killer. Don't even need condiments, says Nate. See, people like
I like it when
Costco
I don't need condiments with my hot dogs.
April hates condiments. She finds them to be gay and anti-Catholic.
I find that they get in the way.
Zumikin says, and at least they didn't raise the price on the hot dog combo. That's one of my favorite business stories of all time.
Yes.
That like a year or two ago, the CEO, no, not the CEO, the founder of Costco told his CEO that he would fucking kill him if he raised the price of the hot dog. I just find that
I do like that.
a guy that's got that much standards, because it's a loss leader. Like it's one of those things like, hey, pay these prices for this bulk shit that we get, and we'll make a shitload of money, but we'll spend some of the profit we make on giving you cheap hot dogs and sodas.
I love an established man with standards.
Yeah, I know. And they're like, we could raise the price of this so we don't lose as much. And he goes, how about this? You raise the price of that fucking hot dog 1 red cent. I cut your dick off and I shove it up your ass. You understand me? I just imagine.
No, he cuts the dick off and he puts it in a bun and eats it.
Oh, right in front of him.
Yeah.
I just like to imagine the founder of Costco being Les Grossman from Tropic Thunder. Oh, okay, CEO. Fuckface. How about this? How about instead of raising the price of the hot dog, I give you a hobo's dick cheese? How about that?
Oh, the topping is smegma.
Yeah. Oh, you want to raise the price of my hot dog? I have a better idea. Why don't you take a big step backwards and fuck your own face? I don't know what kind of Pan-Pacific bullshit power play you're making, but Costco Jack is my territory. So if you raise the price of that hot dog, you'd better get a binding fucking UN resolution to stop me from fucking you up. I will massacre you. All right, fine. We'll keep it at $1.50. All right, this has been a productive meeting. Thanks, guys.
Triple N did say that if you don't use condiments, you end up with 4 kids.
And you can't see one of them.
You can't see one
because they're black. Lemmy with $5 says, for a dad joke, sorry, behind in chat. Oh, that's okay.
That's fun.
Thank
Can't you get her one?
Much. No, I don't want to do a dad joke. I'm already having problems focusing this morning.
You really, I don't mean to be hurtful to you. You've got the mind of a fat kid. You just kind of get distracted by food.
I don't mean to hurt you. But you have the mind of a fat
You just got
kid.
distracted by Costco pizza and hot dogs.
I think I'm getting... You know what happened? I have to be completely transparent with my audience here. I had severe... I was up last night with severe stomach cramps. And I had some issues that went along with that. And I think that's made me remarkably hungry. Because I think I kind of cleared out moisture.
It was bad enough he woke me up midnight.
Don't make me sound gay.
He needed help. He's like, dude, this is the worst pain I've ever been in.
April was worried I had appendicitis.
Well, he did say, he's like, no, I've got this, between grunts, he'd say, I've got this pain. It's shooting towards my belly button. That sounds like appendicitis.
And then I gave birth. So that was kind of interesting.
It was a miscarriage, actually.
They're saying it's because you ate that McRib. No, I'll tell you what it was. We had hot dog buns, but we were out of hot dogs. So I felt that I needed to use the hot dog buns. I'm that kind of guy. And we had made a chicken on Sunday. And it was Wednesday. So I'm like, that fucking chicken's either got to go in the garbage or I got to eat some of that chicken. So I had some mashed potatoes and gravy chicken earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And last night after the evening show, I grabbed those hot dog buns and I'm like, I'm going to put some of this cold chicken in there with some mayo, some honey mustard, and some onions. And I'm going to make that. I'm going to make like a hot dog chicken sandwich. Cold.
Right before, okay.
Cold,
no,
right before bed.
I think you need to tell everyone you got up out of bed to make this sandwich.
I certainly did. Because it was bothering me that we were going to be throwing out all this chicken.
It's a chicken.
So.
And we used most of it.
I went down, I made the sandwich. As I grabbed the first hot dog bun, and these are 1 week old hot dog buns. I look at the first one, it's got 2 blue spots in it. And I'm like, oh shit. So I throw that one away. I look at the other ones. I'm like, these are good. And I decide to open that one up. I make a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
And then I probably ate that at like 9:45, 10 o'clock. At 12:30, I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm dying. So
You never wake me up for anything. So that was kind of scary.
I may have eaten a moldy sandwich.
You got some loose spores in your
Yeah,
gut?
I may have gotten a few loose spores in my gut. And they decided to play the 1s and 2s with my shit cutter. What are you going to do?
I will say, though, there's something to that McRib theory because on and off this week, I've had severe stomach cramps too, and it's since I ate one bite of that.
My stomach is usually an iron tank, but
mine's not. Mine is not an iron tank.
Yours is a velvet piece of paper.
I've lost weight this week. I've never been this light, I think, in over half a year.
People are now being very mean. You have a fat kid mentality. Suey, here, piggy. That's remarkably hurtful, and I think you all know that, though. 1:15 away from today's goal.
Mackenzie O'Cole.
Sounds like Aaron was pooping out an orc. These are not things friends say to each other.
If you had to birth a child, it would absolutely look like that.
I was in the condition. Have you ever been in this condition? I had the towel rack. I was grabbing the towel and putting my face to it. And I at one point I leaned my head against the wall.
Oh my God.
I was defeated. I couldn't look at my phone. I was too nauseous.
I've done that.
I looked at my phone. I'm like, I have to put it down because I'm dying.
For me, usually it's like, okay, I gotta take my glasses off. I have to set my phone down, and then I just double over like this and pray that the good Lord forgives me for whatever I did.
Ryan the Garbage Man says, you got diarrhea, but the moldy bread took care of the gonorrhea. That's a big one. That's a big move.
From your side pussy.
N-word is with a very funny line. He says, the wall is always undefeated.
Every time on this show, I pop the same rib. This shit hurts. You guys.
While you're only having seconds, I'm having 23rds. Oh, shit, I forgot the line. Fuck.
Come on.
What is it when I'm only having seconds? Or when you're only having seconds, I'm having 23rds. Because I'm fat. You know, what is the line? I'm not going to look it up. Our audience is going to know it. The audience is going to know it before I move on. John Hahn says, how intense is it that you shit that you have to remove your eyewear?
No, it's not like that. It's like a cramp. I'm talking about cramps. You ever have it where your stomach cramps so hard you're nauseous?
When you're only having seconds, I'm having 23rds. When I go to get my shoe shined, I have to take their word because I'm fat. I'm fat. You know it. You know.
Do you think Aaron keeps his eyewear on, by the way? No.
No, I take my
Okay,
lipstick.
no.
I take my lipstick off my mouth and my anus.
He puts his hair up.
Oh yeah, I dig in. If you don't get naked to shit, you're a weirdo.
That is so fucking odd to me.
Gotta shit naked.
I don't want to put my clothes, like, I'm so afraid that if you ever have to, like, shit in public, that you're putting your clothes on a public floor.
Here, going to naked. Totally fine. Weirdo. All right, we got a poll going up right now. I can't write shitting or anything like that in a poll, so I have to say going to.
I'm voting in this one.
Going to naked. Is it totally fine, or are you a weirdo?
This one means something to me.
Let's see what the chat thinks of this one. The poll is up there so far with the first votes coming in. We are at 57% weirdo.
Why didn't I get a notification today?
Well, we've been doing a lot of streaming.
What the hell?
It's 59-41. This is not a god-awful out there poll.
I'm voting. Hold on.
It's pretty close.
I've cast my vote.
Guys, make sure you vote, because I'm seeing a lot of you guys saying it's fine, but the results are not reflecting that at the moment.
They're gaslighting you into thinking it's okay to be a schlub on the toilet.
60-40. That's not a bad polling average.
I'm with Scott. It's only okay if it's right before a shower. And I think you should always shower after you shit.
Some people are saying, what do you do in public? You don't shit in public.
What if you have to?
There's no shitting in public. You shit in your car.
Are we ever going to get to
the gas tank.
Are we going to get to the guy who shit his pants on air, by the way?
Yeah, well, we got tomorrow too. But yeah, we can get there. We got, what do we have for overtime today? We have Opie. We have, Brendan Schaub stealing a show. And we have the Opster talking about Anthony again. So if we do hit overtime today.
My fucking ribs hurt and my cheeks hurt.
Have you been laughing today?
I've been laughing a lot. I've popped a rib.
103 votes at 60-40. Weirdo instead of totally fine. All right.
You're putting your clothes on a bathroom floor.
Oh, it's so much more liberating. Plus, I can weigh myself after.
But you're looking at yourself all like hunched over and like, rolled. Doesn't that bother you?
No.
Like you're already doing yourself like something that's not very dignified.
Not in the least. Let's burn through a few stories here, because now I'm just talking about shitting and I feel lazy. 1:15 away from today's goal. A 39-year-old St. Petersburg man, hey Florida, was arrested last week. Why? Because he embezzled millions of dollars in an IRS tax fraud scheme. The only reason he got caught, he decided to buy a $1.7 million mansion and luxury vehicles.
Oh, buddy.
Great job. Great job. A guy who's made 50, 60 grand his whole life all of a sudden starts buying really expensive real estate. Yeah, nobody's going to come knocking, asking questions.
These new money people don't understand how to make it last.
Don't figure it out. According to an indictment filed in the Middle District of Florida, Matthew Meredith submitted 5 claims for a tax refund between August 19th and February 2020. In total, those claims exceeded $170 million. Steal small for long periods of time. Don't steal big.
Hold on. I think you're not respecting the hustle here.
Look, it's greed. It's immediate greed. These kids today don't know a slow burn.
Instant gratification.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for and couldn't think of, but didn't want to admit it.
I think you should make everyone just look at the hairline and make them guess who that is.
Authorities say Meredith falsified his income and withholdings in each of the claims, according to court documents. There's his hairline.
Look like anybody?
No. Mersh?
Yeah, Mersh.
Okay. There he is. There's that goony looking fuck. He does look more like Mersh than he does me.
I do appreciate that you knew I was talking about you.
Thank you.
Okay.
On November 23rd, 2019, the IRS issued Meredith a check for $6,374,576.92 for his first submitted claim. The next day, Meredith filed a second fraudulent tax refund claim, this time seeking just under $4 million. See, you get the 6, you shut the fuck up, and you got away with it. You're good.
That should last you a while.
Invest it wisely. Invest like $4 million of it.
Shut up. This guy's not investing anything.
Authorities say Meredith used money from the initial refund to purchase a 6,500 square foot waterfront mansion in St. Petersburg. You might as well have bought a giant red flag.
Just spray paint your house red.
The house was bought in December 2019 for $2,625,000, according to appraiser records. The indictment also alleges Meredith purchased 6 luxury Mercedes-Benz vehicles worth a total value of $843,000.
Why does anyone need 6 Mercedes?
And why didn't he get a Bugatti? You got to get a Bugatti.
I would be such a fucking redneck. I've got every kind of truck I can have.
Oh, is that what you probably got one of those old 80s trucks?
I absolutely would,
Like totally refurbished, the whole deal?
Yes. I've got some nice wood beds, yes.
Jasper with $5 says, you guys really help a guy skip breakfast, don't you? Well, we're trying to help. That's all. Trying to help. Thank you for the $5, buddy. Yeah, Triple N says 6. That's completely unnecessary.
I mean, kind of.
Right.
At what point do you keep buying cars and you think that it might be unnecessary?
Yeah, and I agree with Gordy. The guy's got a shitty taste in cars. If you've got millions of dollars, you've graduated past BMW at that point.
Mercedes.
Oh, is it Mercedes? Same thing. Mercedes and BMW is like doing pretty well people's cars. It's not wealthy people's cars. Wealthy people either drive dog shit cars because they don't care.
Yeah.
Or wealthy people drive, Maseratis and Aston Martins and shit like that, like wild shit that you can't get.
I'm too fucking hick for this shit. Like if I had a bunch of extra money to spend on cars, I'm buying probably trucks, tractors, and a Dodge Challenger, and that's it. And I don't even care what year Challenger.
You got a very Walter White taste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very weird.
What did he buy?
He bought a Dodge Charger.
No, he bought a Charger and he bought that was a Challenger.
No, it wasn't. I know cars. That was a Charger.
I thought it was it wasn't.
Now I'm feeling like an ass.
I'm almost positive that Walter Jr. got a Challenger.
Breaking Bad.
Challenger. Just type in Breaking Bad Challenger.
I'm going to do Dodge.
And then he bought like a Chrysler 200. Like if you were making millions of dollars, you'd buy a Chrysler 200.
Well, fuck me to death. It was a Challenger.
I'm telling you.
I really thought he had a Charger for some reason.
No. Who buys a Charger?
Oh, he bought a fucking 300C too.
Oh, it was a 300? I thought it was a 200. All right.
No, 300.
By the way, that is one of the cringiest parts in Breaking Bad is when they clearly got a fuckload of money from Dodge Chrysler to do a commercial. And that's because they started playing like hip hop music and started showing the awesome badass cars. It's like, this was dropped into this show out of nowhere.
Sponsored by Dodge.
Yeah, this is not how Breaking Bad goes. Anytime I watch that scene, I still kind of look around the room going, is anybody going to stop this?
Well, and then what kind of car did Skyler have? Wasn't that some kind of old
I don't know.
Oh boy.
Not sure. Moving on to the next thing. Oh, this really annoyed the shit out of me. Adidas is confirming that they're going to have more Yeezys on the way, but under a different name. The guy... Stop proving the guy right.
This is sick.
I think they've backed off the Kanye shit because they've realized, oh shit, like normies are starting to think, Kanye might be onto something here. Because they just keep fucking with him. Like at some point, a guy gets beaten down and you go, okay, you beat him down. You made your point. And then you keep beating them down and they're like, whoa, all right, enough. Like it's the difference between like a guy is being arrested for assault and the cops knock him to the ground. You're like, yeah, get him. That's right. But then they keep beating him and they're like, whoa, the cops are the bad guy here now. Like that's enough. Like
they laid fingers on him.
Yeah, cut the shit, you guys. So Adidas could not be associated with Kanye. He's an anti-Semite. He's hateful. He's a bigot. We can't do business with a bigot. Oh, but we also don't want to eat the money it would cost to not sell these shoes. So we're going to rebrand them and sell them. I hope he sues their asses off.
They're only out here as if they own the rights to Yeezys. That's my only opinion.
Yeah, did he sell the rights?
If he sold Yeezy to Adidas, then they can do that.
I guess, yeah, then they could. But God, that is such a dog shit dirty move.
It's gross.
It's
the same shoe.
It clearly shows that you only did this due to public pressure and that you don't really believe in the mission of getting rid of Kanye. You don't believe that he's this bad, terrible guy because then you wouldn't be selling the shoe. The shoe would be an extension of him and he's gross and he's disgusting and racist.
And you know why? Because anyone who sees a Yeezy knows that that's Kanye's shoe.
Right.
They all look the same.
So this move from Adidas is just more horse shit showing that But I get it. People move on from shit so they don't see it. But I wish people could look at this one and go, look, they're full of shit. I know you think Kanye's the bad guy here, but these people are liars. They're frauds. Adidas and shit. And by the way, Adidas, a company that got big making footwear for Nazis.
Yeah, but they don't want to be reminded of that part.
Well,
like TMZ tried when they weren't dropping Ye.
Oh, man. Harvey Levin has been a dirty, dirty, dirty operator during this
Anything.
Kanye thing.
Anything they'd post about Adidas not dropping Kanye for this shit, they'd just plaster the word Adidas with swastikas.
And put the word Nazi in there and the whole deal. Yeah, they tried really hard to just bully people into dropping Kanye. So they're gonna sell his shoes. Again, you're selling his shoes, but he's a bad guy and he's awful. He's the worst. He's an anti-Semite. He's a hateful guy. Oh, but by the way, we're going to sell his shoes. It just rings hollow
because
to me.
Why not?
Yeah, because, well, we got to make that money. I guess Adidas lost a fuck ton of money last quarter. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. I think Adidas losses. That puts Adidas losses from its severing ties with West at $645 million, with the $247 million loss of sales this year stated by the company and the $400 million in lost 2023 revenue forecast by Bernstein. I guarantee that they are selling these shoes because they saw those numbers and they went, look, there's a difference between taking a stand against anti-Semitism and blatant disregard for our shareholders' value. We got to sell the shoes. We're eating all this money in shoes. So go to your local Adidas supplier and check the clearance rack. Might be able to pick up some skeezies really cheap.
I don't know. It's just gross. I don't like it.
It's just the whole Kanye thing just continues to be a joke. It just continues to be they picked this guy to make an example of, and they're not even that upset or offended by it. It's just total horseshit. 110 away from today's goal and about 25 minutes away from the little offering plate segment where we shake our little can and see if you want to knock out our goal for us today, if the show's been good enough. And then we add 30 minutes onto the end of the show if we knock that goal out. So 110 away. There is the Streamlabs and PayPal link in the chat if you'd like to chip in. Atomic Citizen says, just need to put the gold star of approval on them and everyone is happy. Farfik Nukin says, everyone is welcome to make a bad business decision. Fuck it, dude. Pissing on the floor, dude. I mean, again, cutting ties with the guy but still selling his shoes doesn't exactly sound like you're on board with what a terrible moral decision this is. I don't know. Maybe, like you said, maybe TMZ wants to put some more swastikas next to the Adidas logo. Really pressure them. Pieces of shit.
They would at a second. I mean, it's happened before.
Anybody happy about this? I mean, I don't like it when a lot of people lose their jobs, but finding out that Meta has fucking tanked is really nice. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, Facebook is dead.
Yeah. It
It's
has
nothing.
gone downhill big time. And the worst part is they tried to make it like the biggest next thing. Like, oh, Meta. That's how we're going to live our lives.
Yeah, we're going to be Meta, and they're going to have the metaverse, and just people aren't going
That's
for that
gross
yet.
to me. I hate that.
They're not going for it yet because, like, real life is the reason people go to VR and stuff like that is because they escape their real life. But in this metaverse, you're going in to live your real life as an avatar, and that's shitty and scary and creepy too.
Yeah. How quickly did we get like sexual assault and harassment stories from the
Day
VR
one.
stuff? Day one.
It was, yeah, and I agree with Rain. Facebook will become MySpace.
Somebody's avatar touched my ass.
Right, exactly. But I would be like an old grandpa when somebody came to me with that. Somebody's avatar grabbed my ass. Then get the fuck out of there.
That's the thing. Yeah. I'm very boomery that way.
Yeah. Fired Meta employees expressed, I think that's a greatest generation trait because my grandparents were like that.
Okay.
No, boomers, they think everything they do is the most important thing.
If my grandmas were still here and I said avatar, she'd look at me like, what?
She'd go, I fucking hate James Cameron.
Yeah, what's an avatar? No, she wouldn't even go that far. She
wouldn't
doesn't
even
know what
know
that is. No.
Fired Meta employees expressed shock and disappointment Wednesday after learning they were caught in Mark Zuckerberg's bloodbath. He was drinking it. With some grumbling about the fact they learned they had been laid off via email. Now, in fairness to Facebook or Meta, they fired 11,000 people. It's not like you can call them all in and fire them, you know?
It's going to be a crowded, sad room.
Yeah, you got to send out some emails and you got to, one at a time. You know who you got to feel bad for? The guy who had to send out the emails. Fuck the people who got fired. They were probably redundant anyway.
That guy's got to go into like witness protection now.
Yeah, how about the poor bastard who had to send out the emails, and then at the end he's like, "Oh, I got one more email left to send," and he looks at the address. He goes, "Fuck, that's me. I got to fire myself at the end of this."
You'd almost want to though, because everyone's gonna hate you now.
Yeah, but they'll be gone. People who hate you are going to be
guess.
fired. Yeah.
But they hate you a little less if you're also fired.
Just make sure you change the locks. That's all. Just woke up to find out I've been laid off by Meta/Instagram from an email, says Carlos Gafani, who worked as a product manager for Instagram. No warning, and was told recently by a lead the team I worked on was high priority and wouldn't be affected. Classy. I guess I have plenty of time for writing now. Of course you're going to go write.
Oh, God.
Of course.
Nothing sounds more douchey. Oh, I've got all the time to read and write now.
Bad time to be in social media for a living, though.
I get to perfect my craft.
Elon Musk isn't hiring. Meta's firing people. I mean, what are you going to do? Go to the Chinese Communist Party, ask for a job at TikTok?
There you go.
That's about it. That's all you can do. TikTok getting a lot of people's resumes today.
Twitch is tanking.
Amazon ain't going to hire anybody from Twitch. They got the Deer Lady. The Deer Lady's taking care of everybody.
She sees over all things.
Yeah, she's got it all taken care of. Don't you worry your pretty little head. They said Elon hired some back at least. Yeah, I do like that Elon did. He tweeted yesterday. He's like, look, in the next couple of months, we're going to try a lot of shit. Some of it's going to be stupid. Some of it's going to be good. We're going to keep the good stuff and kick out the stupid. I'm like, all right. Well,
I like that he's like that.
I like the transparency of him owning it. You know, I like
he does keep us up to date.
He keeps you up to date on what's going on. Let's open those 8 o'clock hour stories, shall we? But before we do, Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitoltavern.com. Today is Thursday, and that means it's all-you-can-eat house-smoked ribs, and these are very, very good ribs. Served with mashed potatoes and gravy, corn, and a biscuit for $18.99. All-you-can-eat ribs at Old Capitol tonight. And also $2 off all specialty and craft cocktails. That's Old Capitol Tavern with the best old fashions you're going to find. They also do a peach old fashioned, which I didn't think I'd like, but it's really, really good.
The pear one, actually.
Oh, is it? It's pear, not peach. Well, that shows you what a good spokesman
It was
I am.
delicious.
It was really good. Old Capitol Tavern with 50 beers on tap. Great top shelf whiskey selection, over 240 bottles. That's Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. All right, we got about 20 minutes before we fire off the offering plate segment and knock down that $110 goal, so we can burn through a few stories here before we have to do that. This story is it sounds like it was put together via a Mad Libs, like it's a word salad.
Mm-hmm.
2 South Korean presidents are engaged in an ugly custody battle over a pair of dogs given by North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un.
Okay, if there's 2 of you and 2 dogs, just take one, right?
How about the fact that South Korean presidents have dogs that were given by Kim Jong-un?
And they haven't eaten them yet.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it. She said that.
What?
I had no idea.
I've heard things.
That was coming. The 2 white Pungsan hunting dogs, Gomi and Song Yang, were presented to then South Korean President Moon Jae-in by North Korean leader Kim Jong-un at peace talks in 2018, the ones that Trump worked out.
Mm-hmm.
The dogs have lived with Moon ever since, including after he was succeeded by President Yoon Suk-yeol in May, even though they are legally owned by the state. So now they're having a custody battle over these commie dogs about, does the old president get to take them home with him, which he has them now?
Yeah.
Or does the new president have a claim and he can go, hey, give me my fucking North Korean commie dogs?
I guess you don't want to split them up. They'll be sad.
Well, on Monday, Moon's office said in a statement that he was turning the dogs over to the presidential archives, accusing President Yoon of blocking a discussion to provide a legal basis for the former president to keep them. You live just south of a country with nuclear weapons who seems to be itching to use them against you. And you're fighting over which president gets to keep a dog.
So should this maybe make us feel better that these are their struggles?
Or maybe that they're as fucked up as we are in terms of priorities?
We do place a lot of importance on dogs.
Yes. Unlike the presidential archives and the Ministry of Interior, presidential office seems to be against leaving care of the dogs to former President Moon. So he brought his dogs with him. the current president got a wild hair up his ass and said, no, I want the dogs. And now they're fighting over Kim Jong-un's dogs that he gave them. Like, what a weird argument to make. Like, hey, they were a gift. A gift from who? Our worst enemy. And I'd really like to keep them.
I love a good custody battle over dogs.
Yeah.
You could just get some shared time.
Yeah, usually this
like
is
something.
Yeah, usually this is something a gay couple does. This isn't
when they
something,
break up.
Yeah, this isn't something two leaders of a world economic power usually do. President Yoon, who already has 4 dogs and 3 cats, Jesus, denied blocking Moon from keeping the dogs in a statement from his office Monday, saying discussions between relevant ministries were ongoing. They're spending taxpayer dollars on this.
Oh, for sure. What are you going to do, not solve this?
It is not true that former President Moon Jae-in tried to come up with a basis for raising the punks and dogs, but the presidential office objected, the statement said.
I want to know what a punks and dog looks like.
Cute little guys.
Are they cute?
Yeah.
Punksin?
Punks and dog.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an Akita, basically. Oh, those are very cute. I've heard they're bitchy, though.
Are they? They look nice.
One of my old neighbors used to have one of those.
It's a little different than an Akita. Not much.
It looks bigger than an Akita.
Little Asian Akita. But the two last presidents of South Korea are fighting over Kim Jong-un's dogs. This is the distraction he's looking for. Now they're going to attack. Look out. They're coming for your food. Ohio woman tells dispatcher gunman killed her husband because he thought he was a Democrat, according to her report.
That is a killable offense in some states.
I guess, yeah. I mean, Ohio did go red this time around, and so did this house. A 26-year-old Southwest Ohio man has been charged with murder after he was arrested in the shooting death of his neighbor. You used to be able to bust your neighbor's balls about being a different political party.
Yeah.
Now they've got to die.
But that also used to be like a topic that you didn't talk about. Just like at the dinner, you don't talk about abortion, religion, or politics.
I only talk about
keep it to
abortion.
yourself?
I only talk about abortion when I'm eating tomato soup. Because it just reminds me and you can't escape it.
I always throw some chunky stewed tomatoes in there for them.
Exactly.
I don't blend it.
If I'm eating chips and salsa, I'm like, what do you think about murdering babies? And then you get the crunch in there.
Murdering babies does make me hungry.
The sheriff's office says in a news release that Austin Combs of Okeana is accused of shooting Anthony Lee King, 43, in the backyard of King's home at about 11:45. He's being held on a $950,000 bond. Do we have audio of this one? Okay.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
Detail a Butler County neighbor shooting and killing a man over the weekend, apparently because
this guy is nervous as fuck.
Yeah, what is wrong with him?
He is nervous, guys. Dude, couple less cups of coffee before you go on and do the news.
He looks like somebody has a gun to him under the desk.
He was perceived to be.
Yeah. I swear to God, I don't have the dictator's dogs.
Newly released 911 calls detail a Butler County neighbor shooting and killing a man over the weekend, apparently because he was perceived to be a Democrat. WCPO 9 News reporter Jake Ryle walks us through what unfolded.
Butler County 911, where's your emergency?
The call came in Saturday outside a home on Chapel Road in rural Butler County.
So my neighbor just shot my dad.
It's a hell of a call to have to make, huh?
It is.
Yeah.
Kind of aggressive.
What's your emergency? Yeah, my neighbor just came in and shot my dad. He yelled MAGA, so it might be politically motivated.
43-year-old Anthony King was shot and killed. Police believe King's neighbor, 26-year-old Austin Combs, is the one who pulled the trigger.
Do you guys have problems with your neighbor?
Yeah,
really?
He's come over multiple times making statements.
Dispatchers.
No, we didn't have any problems
none.
before. He was a really nice guy. I mean, he mowed our lawn. He played
Watered
cornhole
our
together.
flowers.
Yeah, I think he and my dad were even fucking for a while. But, things went south, and then they were talking about the election, and then he just decided to blow his head off. So
What a dumb question. Do you guys have problems with your neighbor?
No, ship
Not
shape.
at all.
Yeah, I mean, other than this, he's been spectacular.
I'm actually just goofing.
I mean, if my dad pulls through, I'm willing to forgive the guy.
Turned to ensuring King's son and wife, both at home, remain safe.
Is there anyone else in the household with you?
No, just us two.
Just you two. Stay in.
There used to be 3. But somebody had to go the wrong way on Roe v. Wade.
It's too soon.
Inside the house, keep the doors locked. I know that's hard for you to accept right now, but I need to make sure you two are safe.
Make sure you lock yourselves in the house with the dead body of your husband and father.
No, it was in the backyard.
Oh, good.
So they've got to just sit inside the house and look at their dead dad in the yard.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend looking at that. I would go do something else for a while.
I feel like you couldn't look away from it, though.
Go turn on some Netflix. Go watch
Shut
something.
the fuck up. You're not going to Netflix and chill while your dad's laying dead in the yard chilling himself.
You got to distract yourself somehow,
No.
Just let go and let God.
I have a hard time, understanding how people watch one of their family members get killed and then not going after that person.
Can I tell you how they do it? They fall apart mentally and go into drugs and alcohol because it's far too traumatic of an experience for the human brain to handle.
Got deep.
That's about how it works.
Victim's wife said she had just finished mowing.
And I was letting my dog.
The fuck does that have to do with anything?
Because now at least he had a nice,
Wow.
freshly shorn yard to lay in.
Yeah, he could die with grass shavings all over him, loose grass clippings
She's
all
in the
over
house
his dead
bitching.
body.
I just made this yard look so good. Now there's red shit on it.
That is such a woman thing to say. I just want to let you know that I do yard work at my house. It's all right, ma'am.
Yeah, can we leave that out right now?
Yeah, how many times was your husband shot? Well, I don't know. See, I was mowing, so I didn't catch the first
Think about
one.
this. Maybe she's saying that could have been me. I was just out there.
Oh yeah, you poor thing. Let's all worry about you. Are you okay? I mean,
she's not going to be okay after
look,
this.
before we send you an ambulance, I just want to make sure that you're doing all right.
Mowing.
And I was letting my dog out, and I heard shots, and I said to my son, "What the heck was that?" And I looked in the
Probably dad's comeuppance for the way he votes.
Shouldn't do that.
backyard, and that man's walking away from my husband.
She told dispatchers this isn't the first time that they've run into Combs. Those issues have stemmed from a perceived political affiliation.
He's come over 4 times confronting my husband because he thought he was a Democrat.
What a fucked up.
What do you have to do? Fly a flag in your yard that says I'm not a Democrat?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine taking my politics seriously enough where I really give a shit that much about how an election goes, let alone hating somebody because they have a perceived political difference.
I feel like I don't typically take the time to know my neighbors, how they vote either.
Yeah.
I have no idea how either of our neighbors vote.
If they told me, I would just go, I don't care. Don't care. I know how the neighbors on the corner vote because they put yard signs up.
I know my friend down there, how he votes, and that's about it.
Yeah,
I don't even look at the yard signs. I don't even look that hard. Okay.
By the way, Dan Wolgamott and Eric Putnam both won House and Senate in our district. So Democrats both won here in St. Cloud.
Does that surprise you?
That Somali relocation plan worked perfectly. Boom! Turning St. Cloud blue. That's I think why they did it. But at any rate.
Why? Please. I don't understand.
Well, you see, ma'am, your husband is perceived to be a filthy communist, and apparently this was his retribution.
Combs has been charged with murder. He's being held here at the Butler County Jail on $950,000 bond. In Hamilton.
Well, I mean, he could crowdfund that bond unless that's kind of a, liberal communist thing to do. I'm not really sure if that would be okay.
The guy came over and forcefully made him turn red.
Right, exactly. It technically made him turn white this time around.
I'm sure there's a little blue in there.
You know what? You're probably right. Galloway fam with $4.99 says thank you for the content. Thank you for supporting our program. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
The Mark with $20 says not a Democrat.
Oh,
All
says
right.
your blue icon image.
Yeah, your blue icon, you gay. $95 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for being so very nice. $95 away from today's goal. And what? We still got 7-8 minutes before we have to do the offering plate segment. So who knows? Maybe you guys want to throw in a little bit, and we'll knock that 95 out before we even do the offering plate. There's the links in the chat to Streamlabs and PayPal. You can also do super chats. If you become a member, we take that at the beginning of every month, and we knock that off the goal every day, which is a very cool option. We got the radio guy story, but I think I might want to that might lead to more than 7 minutes.
Yeah, I think so.
That might.
For me, it would.
I think we might want to wait on that one. Oh, remember the blind guy that the cops arrested in Florida? The legally blind guy who had the walking stick.
Oh, mm-hmm.
And
because they thought it looked like a gun.
Yeah, that lady cop thought it was a weapon because women should be cops. And then she detained him. They put him in handcuffs. They arrested him, the whole deal. Legally blind man arrested when Kane is confused with gun. The police have now, the 2 deputies have been suspended. A Florida sheriff has apologized to the man after he was arrested on Halloween with a walking cane mistaken for a gun. My first question, of course, how?
The shape alone is not even similar.
It's like red and white. Like it's.
What do you mean?
Like the colors of it don't look anything gun related.
I think it's just white even. It's very boring.
James Hodges, 61, of Lake City, was arrested the morning of October 31st and accused of resisting an officer without violence. In a videotaped segment Tuesday on Facebook, Sheriff Mark Hunter identified the arresting deputy as Jamie Godey and her supervisor, Sergeant Randy Harrison. The deputies faced suspension without pay, and Harrison was demoted after an investigation was launched when Hodges requested body cam video of his arrest. And by the way, that was one of those guys who's like a Republican. There's liberals who don't like cops, and then there's conservatives who don't like cops. And the conservatives who don't like cops are very like libertarian about it. Mm-hmm. They're like, I just don't like your authority, period. It's not you as a cop. It's just authority in general. Am I being detained? I know my rights, blah, blah. He was one of those guys. Mm-hmm. And he kind of knew his shit. He wasn't one of these people who's like, I don't have to give you my ID because I'm a free roaming citizen with a level 3, blah, blah. It's like that bullshit thing that dumb people do. He was more like, I'm not showing you my identification because I'm not being detained. And they're like, well, if you don't show us your ID, you will be detained. He's like, well, fucking detain me then.
I can see both sides of that. Like, if you're not detained, I get it. Like, you shouldn't have to. But how easy is it to just do that thing and then not end up,
Well, you don't want to look.
I don't know.
He doesn't want to look like a bitch. He doesn't want to sacrifice his rights or anything like that.
I understand that. I do.
So the we won't show the video of this because this is just the old story. But the sheriff has officially apologized to the guy.
Good.
And that guy, it sounds like he's going to be let go. And the supervisor got demoted. I hope they fire the one cop because she started the whole thing. It was ridiculous. David, thank you very much for the $20 over there on PayPal. Appreciate that, buddy. Now only $75.
Thank you.
Away from today's goal. If you guys want to help us knock out the rest of it, I believe it's been all 20 and under today, which is great.
Awesome.
Thank you guys very much. I love it when we do a series of small contributions that knock out the goal. We always say, if you like our show, first month or two, give it some time, see if you like it. After that, if you're a believer in what we do, you like the show, $5 or $10 a month, or simply becoming a member, great way to support the show. If you have YouTube Premium, put on one of our playlists, let it play on a loop, all that kind of stuff. If you don't want to do the just direct contribution thing. Boy, I am just being taunted by that radio guy story.
I've been thinking about it for a couple days.
We can do that if we reach overtime, which I think we will. I want to do that one, the poop of the pants story. And then do we want Opie first or Schaub first?
I'd rather get Opie out of the way.
Because Opie's talking about Anthony again. Spoiler alert, Anthony didn't say shit about Opie. But we'll, you know what? Here, let's do the offering plate segment now. We'll do it a little early, and we can get all this. That way we'll have plenty of time.
Okay.
For all of our other stuff. Let's fire up the music, and then we'll just start overtime early once we knock it out. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are $75 away from today's goal. Thank you, John Cetera, for renewing your membership. Here's your money. Can I have my cat back now? I would never steal a cat. I would have to keep it at my house, and that's, fucking gross. All right, $75 away from the goal. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal link in the chat. Thank you, Mindy Lee, for renewing your membership as well.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can knock out that 75 and do a half hour of overtime. As we said before, plenty of material, that's for sure. Plenty of stuff to talk about in that overtime. In fact, we're not going to get through all of it. I can promise you. So let's see how far we go here. Thank you for the 99 cents, Gordy. April renewing her membership in a in the ultimate rob Peter to pay Paul move. Very cool. Marquis says, renewing his membership, give me my girlfriend back, Aaron.
No, he has a fourth kid with her.
Yeah. We have a black kid.
Tyrone.
What am I supposed to do? All right, but we membership renewals are knocked off at the beginning of the month. So those have already been knocked off. $75 away from said goal. And if we get inside of 50, we will do the overtime period. Altruistic Germ says, good morning, you crazy kids. Good to see your channel consistently growing. Good on you. Well, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeep ZJ, for the 99 cents. Every little bit helps move this program forward. Shane F says, Aaron got faux babies. No, that's something that we're making fun of Stuttering John
No, he does.
when we say that.
The woman didn't want to tell him about that one.
Yeah, David Chandler says, real Sophie's choice, Opie or Schaub. Sorry. Thank you for the $9.99. And also Mr. Approachable with $5. That's going to knock us down to $60 away from today's goal. And we've got we got a couple minutes here left in the offering plate segment. Does April's Yeehaw membership go towards the goal? No, everybody's renewed membership has already been counted, and we've knocked down our goal every day because of that. New memberships, however, do count towards the goal because they have not been counted this month. Thank you very much to Ryobi for the $10, and that's going to put us at 55 for this morning. So we are getting very, very close. We will play Mr. Approachable's link in just a second. Thank you, buddy. Streamlabs and PayPal link pinned to the top of the page also, if you'd like to do it that way. About a minute left. Jeff says, check your PayPal. It's going to be a little bit of a delay here, I think. There's nothing there, my friend, so it'll probably take a minute or two.
It'll come.
But we're at 55, so we're going to end up doing overtime. Jeff says nothing there but made you look. Oh!
What a dick.
Well, that's very funny, then.
Oh, you got him. Aaron went for like the nervous drink after that one.
Rain says, Steel Toe, please tell us your next compound victim interview. Look.
Gino.
We're going to...
Oh,
Can
sorry.
I fucking do the... Jesus.
Go ahead.
We are kind of burning through the entire compound cast. Gino Bisconte, because we had Bob Levy on, and they've had their issues with Kevin Brennan and all that. So we're going to give Gino a chance to be on Tuesday.
Sorry, you'd
So
already
there's that.
said it. I didn't mean anything.
I mean, he did say Aaron. Just wanted to be able to
You know
answer my
what?
own
I'm not
goddamn
needed
question. Jesus Christ. All right, we got about a minute left here, and we are $50 away from our goal. Thank you, Jeep ZJ, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. $50 away for today. And about a minute or two left in the offering plate segment. So will we perhaps not make it? We had a low goal today. We kind of have been knocking it out all day. But we've stalled a little bit. Cliff says, did my $2 count earlier? Yes, it did, sir. We did count that. Rain says, I will watch if Gino is on. Well, very good. I hope a lot of people decide to watch when Gino is on. All right, there is the PayPal. There is the Streamlabs Death Row with $4.99. We're 45 away, so as soon as the music stops, we will stop the offering plate segment, and we will do our overtime. Scott Richard Staska with $40.
Thank you.
Away from today's goal, and you guys will just slowly knock that out during the overtime period. Tomorrow's going to be the first day, because I don't think we're going to go over today. Tomorrow's going to be the first day we've had a full goal since like Tuesday.
I know. It's been a
wild
weird week.
Thank you guys very much. We really do appreciate it. All right. 10 seconds left, and then we will just fire up overtime and hopefully knock that 40 out during it, if you will. There you go. All right. Radio Guy Poops, and then Opie, and then Brendan Schaub. But guys, if you would, help us. Let's all band together and knock out the rest of that 40 before we leave at 10:30 Central Time today. My voice is starting to go.
Yeah, you got the
humidifier over here
going.
and everything.
You're falling apart.
My health is deteriorating rapidly. Now, I want to point out, this is a stupid fucking bit. I hate radio. I hate radio people. They're all just phony shitbags who they sit in meetings and they try to plan spontaneity. And I hate that. They try to do that thing where they're like, all right, how can we do a thing? and then trick people into thinking it's a shoot. Like, how do we trick our audience? This is something I hate about radio.
Oh,
is
like
that
War of the Roses and shit?
War of the Roses, or like any dog shitty bit, and then they pass it off as real, and then they trick stupid people, and then like long-term just further alienate themselves, because podcasts and streaming and stuff like that is a lot more honest form of entertainment. So all radio does is the more and more podcasts and streaming is out there, the more people realize, oh, this radio shit is corny.
Well, you can see us too when we're podcasting. You can tell we're not doing a thing here.
Like, it's really
Or when
awful.
we are doing a thing.
So this guy on CBS Sports Radio, and sports radio, by the way, can be as wacky, if not more wacky and lame than like top 40 radio.
Because it's sports and you have to make it interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you can only talk about, the upcoming game on Sunday for so many hours before you've said everything. CBS Sports Radio contributor Sean Marash was, I don't know. Let's just watch this. It's so radio. That's the way I'll put it.
You're like the fanatic taking a number 2 on Mike Schmidt's chest. You just don't do it.
What is this guy?
It's the fake laughing that gets me, too.
I can't stand this middle guy.
The middle guy he's pounding and he's, oh my God. The fanatic taking a dump on Mike Schmidt's chest.
Do that?
No, I'm saying if he did, this is
Braves, not on Phillies. I mean, really? Did he do that on Dale Murphy? Yeah. When is that a thing that the Philly Fanatic does?
Popcorn right out of his nose. It's a matter of disrespect.
Oh my God, Bobby Cox is down prone. Here comes the Fanatic squatting over him.
Just say it's a legend, and it's the ultimate disrespect to take a number 2 in somebody's chest.
Oh no, please, David Wright, get off the ground. Here comes the Fanatic.
How much do you like radio?
Oh, God, I'm so wet right now listening to these three.
Where did this guy buy his teeth?
I don't know. Him and Andy Samberg are related somehow, though.
A lot
This
of
is
scrapping.
awful.
Poop joke.
That image of the Philly Fanatic.
Natural gas.
Squatting over Mike Schmidt.
Bro, it's not that funny.
I'm laughing very unironically right now. They all look so stupid.
I mean, it's...
And you lived in radio for over a decade.
Imagine
Look
the
at you.
lack of fun these guys have every day doing this show, that this just cracks them up and this is wild beyond their dreams.
Do you think their wives all sit at home just cackling to this?
Just unsatisfied and depressed.
They at least drink a bottle a day of wine.
Who is laying on his back on the ground like a turtle
With the
on his
stirrups
shell.
on.
Natural gas.
Oh no, Fanatic, no.
Natural
No. He's a legend. He's a franchise icon. No.
We get it. He's pooping on a guy.
This is sports talk, by the way.
I know. This is... and TMZ wants to show this to everyone. Go, isn't this funny? Isn't this great? Like...
Natural gas.
Don't do it. I know you had Scrapple yesterday. No. I know Geno's went right through you. No, don't do it.
This guy's wheeze laughing.
He's wheezing. I mean, it's like he's watching Carlin for the first time
I know.
ever. And it's all because a guy goes, it's like our mascot taking a crap on one of our old third basemen.
Whoa.
It's like, okay, that's maybe worth a, yeah, right? That'd be
An
kind of
awkward
wild.
laugh, yes.
Yeah. Not like this guy, horse tooth, like...
What is wrong with his
cackling.
mouth? It's so scary.
Oh, this guy looks like he grew up near a nuke plant. Jesus Christ. By the way, that line, those guys would be laughing for 3.5 minutes. And I'd be mad if I was the guy making the joke. I'd be like, guys, I feel like you're making fun of me at this point.
It wasn't that funny.
It wasn't that good. Let's move on.
Perez said that offhandedly, like that's what the Fanatic does. He shoots hot dogs into the stands, takes dumps on your chest.
Can't say that.
Oh, one got up, one fell down.
That guy's off his chair pounding the desk, and he's jumping up and down. I don't care that this guy's about to fake shit himself for a radio bit. Everything leading up to this is still just tragic and awful. You know how people will ask me that question sometimes, and even you'll ask me it? Do you ever regret leaving radio, or do you wish you would have stayed? I watch something like this, and I go, I don't know how I stayed there as long as I did.
Think about that. You were there for over a decade.
Oh.
Did anything ever get you this excited, actually? Ever?
Not for this long. Like, I've belly laughed at shit we've done on the
Look,
air.
I know that. I just mean for real. Like, did you?
But, like, never this. No, because you've got a fucking show to do. This is guys who are over laughing. This is what you're doing. You're over laughing to try and convince the audience what you're doing is funny. This is actually borderline insecurity. You're trying to put it out there so much so the audience goes, oh, well, they're having a great time. If I'm not laughing at this, I'm kind of the piece of shit.
You're missing out now.
Yeah.
Well, you broke Pete and the callback. I just wet my pants.
That's it.
How you doing?
These guys are psychotic.
They're actually going to play it up like this guy shit his pants.
You have to go with the bit now.
Oh, my God.
What are you going to do? Not do it?
This is awful.
A lot of paper towels. I don't know. I don't even know. I can't even look at you guys in the eye right now.
I feel bad for anyone in that hallway. Mraz is looking down like a dog that went on the kitchen.
I don't know what
Should we hold your face in it?
I don't know. I laughed too hard up and friction down, and luckily it wasn't, mega poundage.
This is so fake. It's so fake. This is making me uncomfortable.
I just don't like that they think it's that good.
Right. They think this is that funny. Like, it's almost insulting.
The guy with the huge teeth has a problem.
He bothers me. Is he Baba Booey's kid?
Maybe.
Maybe he's Gary Delabate's son.
So just a little wet.
He reminds me of a cross between Derek Lee and Zach Halverson, like a guy who will do anything, like humiliate himself for a paltry salary.
You will throw yourself under the bus every time.
Yeah, just so he can be on the radio. Ugh, there's a lack of dignity in this that's troubling.
Before you
honestly, I know you guys think I can live. I'm ashamed right now. I was kind of hoping I came back and you guys are midway through the update.
You're so ashamed that you came back into the room, sat down in front of a live microphone, and started talking about it openly. That's because that's what shame is. Ugh.
Every time I'm ashamed of something, I talk about it.
Could these guys, like radio guys, could you just... All this time you spend trying to trick your audience into thinking something's good, how about you, I don't know, create something good. Create a good show instead of how can we trick everyone? Here's what I'll do. I'm going to say something about the Philly Fanatic, because the line was so rehearsed.
Mm-hmm.
Like the line was so, they planned this. It's so cringe. I know how radio works. This guy goes, I'll say this, we'll start laughing. And then we'll get into a thing. You'll repeat the guy repeated the line for the fourth time. And then that's when this guy fell off his chair. And he goes, then I'll fall off my chair and I'll pretend I shit my pants.
Meanwhile, all the losers tuning into this station, do you think they love it, or are they like, okay, the sports now?
No, they love it. I'll tell you this. I have friends who listen to a sports talk station and they think a morning show is good. And I'm like, you guys are you're living sheltered lives and like this is your escape. Like, it's fucking terrible. I'll tell you this. I have a buddy who, since he met his new wife and has been like happier, he has been saying, he's like, that show's not any good. And I'm like, I'm telling you, these suburban white guys live these lives of quiet desperation that are lame and they suck and they're unhappy. And they listen to that hacky, terrible show and they're like, oh, I really like this. And then when they get happy and something good happens to them, they're like, this is shit.
Interesting.
This really is garbage.
No.
The show's over. I mean, I'll show Pete how wet the back of my cheeks are.
You can see it, Pete? Invisible?
Why isn't it on camera?
Oh my God.
Oh, my God.
Dude, you know what?
Oh, my God. He's like a black woman in a Wawa.
Yeah, loud for no reason.
Jesus, you guys. Oh, that was
exhausting.
That was fucking terrible. And TMZ put that up there as they're like, this is really good. You guys got to see this shit. Paul Polito writes, True Geordie has more charisma.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Radio is bad. I haven't turned on actual radio, I think, in years.
Jay Santos says, morning drive radio guys are unbearable. I think the best way you can convince people to keep watching YouTube in the morning and like watching our show rather than turning on their radio is just to play them radio. and they'll go, oh yeah, you know what? You're right. I think my curiosity has been satisfied. Oh boy. Moobs got me going. I like the moobs. That's from Nelson with $75 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy.
Wow.
And Amy with $20 over there on PayPal. We have crushed our goal today, and we are $50 over for tomorrow. So thank you guys very much for all of your support in knocking that out. And I gotta make myself a little note there. We're not going to start tomorrow with a full goal, like we said.
A whole week without full goals, pretty much.
You know what else I'm learning is that with the people who become new listeners, they are not real bothered by the goal and the asking and stuff. I'm definitely finding that I'm more insecure about it and I feel worse about
I
it
am too, yeah.
than they do. And that's kind of a nice feeling. So thank you guys very much for putting up with the one thing we have to do to make sure we can do this. And again, means to an end. Camo Girl says, I listen to Wild Wood on my way to work in the morning. That's the only station to listen to. Yeah, I like Matt Wood, so I think his show's good.
Matt's a good guy in general.
Yeah, Matt's just a good dude. So if his show is, I don't listen to his show, but I know he's a funny guy. So if they just let him be him, I'm sure it's funny. But if you think it's radio trash, like, I don't know. I don't listen to it. I just, I hope it's good because he's a very funny guy. So if it's not a funny show, then they're not letting him be himself.
That's kind of a guy I don't want to go back and listen to right now because I want to see him the way I have him in my head.
Right, because it's radio, so you're like, well, he has to
There's
work.
a chance.
Yeah, he has to work within radio, so you're like, what are the odds that he can't be himself?
And that's not necessarily his fault.
Yeah, so you're right. I don't want to go back and watch it.
Right. Because we like the guy too much.
When I hear something on radio, and I haven't listened to radio in years, but I'll listen to sports talk radio when the Vikings are really good. No, I'll turn on YouTube. I watch Pro Football Talk and shit like that. You're right. I don't listen to radio ever.
The radio I listen to is if I'm on a drive to like the woods or something and the game is on and I turn on AM radio.
That's
it, just so I can listen to it.
I don't even think that counts because that's just listening to the game.
Okay, well then
and
I don't listen
you
to
should
radio.
have your Hulu on and you should just
I can't log into Hulu on my phone.
Oh, because you can't do the multiple.
No, it's not that. I don't have the password. I'm not allowed to have. I tried it.
It's the same password.
It's not.
Really?
Nope.
Oh, fuck. I hope I never get logged out of my Hulu. I don't know my password.
I don't know it either.
Shit. Well, anyway, guys. Let's do Brendan Schaub first, then we'll get into Opie. Or did we say Opie and then Brendan? We said Opie and then Brendan. I don't want to fuck over the audience here and what they asked for. What do you want first? Opie's not a narcissist because he has a family, or...
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that one first.
Yeah, obviously.
All right. Opie can't be a narcissist, you guys, because Opie has a family. By God, that man has a family. So the reason we follow Opie and we keep in touch with Opie is because, A, he was a total cunt to us when we asked for an interview.
For very little, by the way.
For very little. I made a slight critique of him. It wasn't even a jab. You took shots at me. I'm not coming on your show. Like, he was about to come on the show, and then he went digging through our channel. Went back like 2 months. Obsessive as fuck. This guy's crazy.
Did leave the door open, though, to let's, think about this again in the fall because I need to get on some shows.
His quote was, he told me, we'll revisit in the fall. Fuck you. You're not bigger than me anymore, motherfucker. You go live, you got 40 people. I got 500. I'm not saying I'm the biggest show in the world, but I don't need to be big-timed by former radio guy Greg Opie Hughes. No, thank you.
But that's what I'm saying. He left it open so he can maybe still get on a show.
Fuck him.
Right.
I didn't like that big-timey attitude that he had towards it. Like, if he was still Opie, then I would be like, yeah, who am I? Don't even respond to my shit.
Yeah, but even when you go back and listen sometimes.
But like if Opie, and this feels really cool to say, if Opie comes on Steel Toe, it's the biggest audience he's going to be exposed to this year. That's
pretty cool.
That tells you, actually, it's speaking less of him than it is high of us, but still, So Opie wrote to us and said, I'll do your show. Then he said, no, I'm not going to because you said that I may not be that funny, but at least I have a family. I'm like, how is that a fucking insult? You didn't know you weren't the funny guy of Opie and Anthony?
It's over, dude.
Like, what? That's like April saying, that's like me critiquing April by saying, well, you're not a host. And her going, what? I'm like, well, no, that's just a statement of fact. I didn't know that was going to upset you.
I am not host material.
You are not the host of the show. So Opie got mad that I said, Oh, he may not be funny, but at least he has a family.
Mm.
And now this motherfucker is going to use his family as the justification for why he's not a narcissist. I don't understand. But yeah, you're right. That whole we'll revisit in the fall thing, I'm like, no, I'm going to start shitting on you now. Because I don't.
And that's what I would have done too. He did that for him.
Right, because he's like, I'll put you on the back burner, sir, and I will simply revisit your little program for you. The Steel Toe Show. Well, very clever words you had for me when you were talking about Anthony and I. I don't think I'm going to do your program, but I will certainly revisit you in the fall. Revisit my dick and balls, you blonde old creep. Let's watch Opie. The warm-up here will be him using his family to hide from his narcissism. The second clip will be us celebrating nearly 9 years of Opie not giving a fuck about Anthony.
Okay.
By talking about Anthony.
Yeah, I believe it.
Here we go.
Narcissist pot meat kettle. You don't know what narcissism is. You don't. I pretty much gave up on being a popular, famous person.
You do, whoa, time. You did not give up on it. You suck. That, by the way, I love that he denies being a narcissist by lying about his popularity and why he's basically being a narcissist to deny he's a narcissist.
Right, he just gave himself an out.
Right, narcissists justify why their thing isn't working out or whatever, instead of being a normal person and going, yeah, I'm not as big as I used to be. I'm not as successful without my other guys, you know?
He needs a crew around him for sure.
I just love that they call him a narcissist and he goes, oh, I actually chose to not be successful. Thank you very much. No, Opie, you tried. You got a podcast with Westwood One. They realized, oh, there's no Anthony here. It's fucking done. You had an afternoon show with Sirius XM. You filmed your producer or your booker taking a shit, and they fired you from that. And now you're doing live streams on Facebook or on YouTube for 20 or 30 people. And half of those are watching ironically. So let's not pretend that you chose not to be famous anymore, Ope. I gotta call. You know what I love about him not having Anthony and Jimmy to protect him anymore?
What's that?
Is that now it's open season on Opie and everybody can pick the bones of his bullshit. Because he doesn't have Opie or he doesn't have Anthony and Jimmy in the studio feeling uncomfortable when people shit on Opie's lack of contribution and them going, oh, no, Opie's fine. No, he plays a role on the show, and if you don't understand that, you don't get the show. Meanwhile, what they wanted to say is, yeah, get this fucking sack of no fun out of here. Let's do a good show.
Yeah, I feel like once you have to explain somebody's presence there and stuff, you've kind of lost.
Here, let's say Opie is a narcissist, but he doesn't want people to know he's a narcissist. There's easy ways to cover this up. April, go ahead and tell me, Aaron, your guys' show isn't that big.
Aaron, your guys' show isn't that big.
I know, but we're still growing. And look, we got respectable numbers. I mean, we got like 40,000 people every month checking out our program. I mean, I'm really proud of that. But you're right. You know, in the YouTube grand scheme of things, it's pretty small, but it's upward trajectory, man. We'll be at 6,000 subs soon. We just got to keep working hard. We'll get there.
Yeah, but you're not big right now.
Yeah, I know. But we'll, hopefully we will be.
But aren't you insecure that your show is so not big?
No, we got a really fun audience, and I have a great time doing it. More fun than I've ever had before. Broadcasting is just such a fun.
But I don't get it. Like, everyone else can see that you're not big.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, what am I going to do?
That doesn't bother you to be so small?
No, what am I going to do? Argue with them?
I think maybe you should. No. Maybe your show would get bigger if you just get a little bitter and stand up for yourself.
They can show me numbers and go, you're not as big as this guy. And I go, that's accurate. I'll wait until I get that guy's size, then I can caulk off.
Oh, well, you're just wrong.
Yeah. Opie, I chose to stop being famous. Suck a dick. You tried every avenue there was.
Famous person to spend more time with my family, you idiot!
This is not often how people respond to being called a narcissist.
I don't like listening to him anymore because he talks like that.
Because he talks like a fucking dope.
It's not even what he says sometimes. He's just the aggression that he tries to portray.
You don't like that he says he's been in radio since he was 18.
Yeah, whatever that is. Stop elongating your words.
Radio. He's like a more retarded Ace Ventura.
God.
If Ace Ventura was mentally retarded and not funny, he'd be Opie Hughes.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're not a narcissist, you don't lash out at people this way when they accuse you of being one.
No.
Like, before you before you like try that crap, maybe you should look up the definition of narcissist and narcissism and figure it out.
Is it delusional aging ex-radio star? Because then if so, I got bad news.
Guy that's been with the same woman for 18 years, has 2 kids, takes care of a dog. That doesn't fall into the category of narcissist or narcissism.
Narcissists have never had children and a wife for 18 years?
Hello.
Bro.
I think they're everywhere.
He's either making me feel comfortable because I go, wow, watching him, I know I'm not a narcissist, or I'm going, boy, I'm glad I'm so upfront and open about my narcissism.
This is your scapegoat. You can't be a narcissist. You've got a family.
Like, look, yeah.
You got to look for people that never fell in love, never had a family.
That is not true at all.
Narcissists fall in love all the time with themselves.
They need it. Well, no, and they need it.
They do. They need the person.
They're codependent as fuck.
It's like it's almost, some of them see it as like a compliment to themselves. Like, look what I can get.
In their mind, they are in love. Yeah. So like Opie going, I'm not a narcissist. This is what I think of myself. Right. Yeah, but it's... an evaluation of narcissism, Ope, is an outside-in kind of a thing, not an inside-out.
I don't think a narcissist can do it to themselves.
Yeah, a narcissist, you don't see
then you're just kind of a sociopath.
Yeah, you don't see many narcissists going, boy, I sure am a big-time narcissist. Oh, I think we crossed that off the list.
What a weird thing.
You know, hey, can I, this is something that every narcissist has ever said when they're told they're a narcissist. Ready?
Huh.
Nuh-uh. There.
Aaron.
Yeah.
You're such a narcissist.
Yeah, there's definitely some tendencies there.
Yeah.
See?
At least you're honest.
You gotta look. You gotta look in those areas. God, it's just so ridiculous.
God, stop talking like that.
Oh, hey, that's our boy Turtle.
Turtle.
That's our VIP Turtle from the Steel Toe
Turtle.
Show. He was watching Opie's show. He says, I got to take a shit. Hey, Opie, you still got an itch for voyeurism? Oh, the filming Roland on the toilet. Wow, hey, our boy Turtle making an appearance on Opie's stream. Oh, that's awesome. Steel Toe fucking everywhere.
Do you think he read that comment?
I don't believe he did.
Shoot.
Oh, man. I tell you what, Curtis says, how the fuck does Opie make money these days? In fairness to him, he doesn't need to.
No, and I think anyone that does give him money probably just really does hang on to the O&A days.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's Opie.
And that's fine. You know, make your money. All right. So another 1-minute clip, but of course we have to fast forward because Opie... Oh, wait, maybe he didn't do it for this one. Oh, yeah,
he did.
He does this stupid thing where he skips... Like, he plays a clip of the middle of the speech.
In black and white.
Opie, it's a 1-minute video. Like, you don't need to skip around. So, Opie, excuse me, is over Opie and Anthony. How many times have we heard him say it?
103.
He doesn't want to talk about Opie and Anthony. God.
That was in the past.
It's in the past. It's so sad that people live their lives that way.
You're hurting me.
I just want to play with my dog and have a coffee and suck a cock. God. All right, anyway. So it's very sad to hang on to the Opie and Anthony show. We should all just let it go. It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Greg Opie Hughes.
Hey, hypothetically, Radio Hall of Fame, would you show up with Ant? No, I would not.
What a crusty cunt.
What is wrong with you? What was that, 20 years?
Yeah, can I point something out? No. Axl Rose and Slash are performing together still.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to murder each other for decades.
It's business, man.
I wouldn't go on stage. Good, you know what? Then Anthony and Jimmy can go on stage at the Radio Hall of Fame, and just the funny parts of O&A will be there.
I literally don't want to ever see Anthony again.
Oh, fuck.
That's how bad it got with his BS.
Opie is paranoid that Anthony created like sock Twitter accounts to fuck with Opie. And that he did all this behind the scenes shit. When Anthony on his show has made fun of Opie a few times when Opie does stupid shit, which is totally fine. All of his mockery of Anthony is out in the open. It's like This is why I want Opie, Chad Zumach, and Stuttering John to do a show together, because they all have this same problem. They create sock accounts and then project that other people are doing the same thing. Meanwhile, all the people they're accusing of making sock accounts openly say to his face what they're thinking. Like Frank was in the chat at Levyland when Chad Zumach was on there, and Chad's like, he makes sock accounts. And Frank's like, Chad, I'm right here with my account saying you're fucking goofy.
I was going to say, there's enough weirdos out there to create sock accounts.
Yeah.
Like, Anthony doesn't need to do that.
No, and Anthony has gone on his show multiple times and talked about how he doesn't like Opie. But if you asked Anthony, hey, Radio Hall of Fame, would you go up there? He's like, fuck yeah, I would. Of course I would. Mm-hmm. It's the show. We get inducted. It would be a great time. Good. Leave the unfunny guy at home. He's got a family and a dog anyway. I don't need to go to the Hall of Fame.
I literally don't want to see him ever again.
Oh.
And I haven't seen him in, I don't know, I've lost track, but.
I've lost track. Horse shit. You have it written down in a journal somewhere. Yes.
Like, I saw Anthony at this date at this time.
Again, the Johns, the Chads, and the Opies, they share a lot of similar characteristics. I don't care, but I'm going to talk about it.
I don't know this thing, but here's this thing I don't know about.
Over 8 years, 9 years, something like that, I literally haven't seen him. And no, I wouldn't. Nope. And I don't give a fuck about the Radio Hall of Fame.
That's gay. I would.
Yeah, wouldn't you want your name in there?
Again, this is like, there's bitterness and hatred in this man. You know, the people who say the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference, because hate requires you to care.
Mm-hmm.
This guy cares a lot. He wants the respect from the radio business. He wants that Hall of Fame big time. He doesn't want to share the Hall of Fame with Anthony. He wants his contributions recognized. The problem is neither of you are getting your contributions recognized without the other. Why is that so fucking hard to swallow?
He wants to be up there because then he can say like how racist and everything Anthony was and how he wasn't that guy and he wasn't okay with it.
He cares.
He wants some social points.
He cares a lot.
I don't really care about those accolades. But you're a narcissist. Shut up.
Oh, the narcissist thing's still bugging him quite a bit.
I really don't like his voice.
He's still bugged by the narcissist thing.
I literally could care two shits about the Radio Hall of Fame, but I'm a narcissist. You're trying too hard.
Dude, caring about accolades for your career or being honored by accolades for your career doesn't mean you're a narcissist.
Are you sure?
Right. I mean, if you're sitting there like, oh man, I'd really like to win an Oscar. What are you, a psycho?
What are you, full of yourself?
Yeah. All right, let's get this done real quick. Thank you, Opie, for the wonderful entertainment. But it is time for some Schaub. We don't have a lot of time for Schaub. We'll go a little bit over today because you guys are just so fucking generous. Thank you so much for supporting this show. If you ever see people chipping into this show and you go, oh, I feel so bad, don't feel bad. Give what you can give in the form of sharing the show, subscribing to the channel, YouTube Premium, but also just share a link, man. That's cool.
Like and share.
That's cool. Nobody's less than because it's shitty economic times and you can't give this, you can't give that. Plenty of ways to support this program. Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. By the way, I'm going to war with Husey.
Why?
Fuck Husey.
I like him.
I know, I love him too. He interviewed Chrissy Mayer. Quit picking my bones, Hughes.
Oh, God.
Quit picking my interview bones.
Definitely not the first time they've talked.
No, I'm just kidding. It's literally, I copy him I always get these people after Husey's done with them.
He's so cute. He's like a little guy I wish we had at home.
He is just a naturally funny human being.
Can we adopt him? You never let me adopt anybody.
Adopting people. First of all, I say this with all due respect, and I love Husey.
Yeah.
In fact, we got invited to the next Content House. If we get invited to a second one, then I'm going to start to maybe, push some weight around.
Are we going to survive that if we
I
go?
demand Husey be invited to
What
a
did I
Content
say
House.
when you had Bob Levy on the other day? I think I said in the chat that I refuse to go to the next Content House unless Bob's there.
Dude, if Bob's there making like 25-year-old girls cry, I'm going to die laughing.
I need him there.
I want to. If he would honor me enough, I would like to be on the couch with Bob Levy, making girls cry with him. I would.
You guys have fun. I will watch.
Really enjoy that show. Oh no, you're going to be one of the targets.
I will politely pass.
All right, Fine. You can be in the booth with Frank.
Okay.
Well, Frank was better. All right. So Brendan Schaub has a new show with Chris D'Elia and this fucking guy, Griffin.
And is it a good business move to have a podcast with D'Elia at this point? Can we talk about that?
D'Elia's starting to look like he's an alien in a human body in Men in Black.
A cancer patient?
Oh, he looks terrible. But then again, if you've done the shit he's done, you'd look mortifying as well.
Well, that's kind of what I mean. Like, is it a good business move to have a show with this guy?
I don't think so. But I got to show you guys this, and then we're going to show you something. Brendan Schaub is being accused of thievery. Not a joke this time. Not anything else. He's being accused of stealing a show. Now, Theo Von left The King and the Sting. So Brendan needs a new show, because if he doesn't have 7 shows going at once, he's going to lose his mind. So he gets 2 of his buddies, Chris D'Elia and this Griffin guy, and they made a show called The Golden Hour. Pretty cool, right?
Not bad.
Okay. Well, let's watch a little clip of The Golden Hour, and then we'll show you where the accusations of theft come from.
I guarantee it.
I guarantee it. No, the movie's called Heavyweights. That's a reference. Wait, is that a big man basketball camp or just big like?
No, big man basketball camp. It meant
camp.
like big camp, like learning how to post and all that kind of stuff.
Fat kid camp.
I didn't want to. Yeah. Like heavyweights.
Yeah.
No.
Ben Stiller.
No, tall.
Yeah, tall, big man.
Listen,
like in the post.
I'm gonna get to teach you something. When you do the joke and it doesn't hit.
Oh, that's why I went quiet. That's why I went quiet.
You don't say it 8 more times.
I like that guy. That guy's my favorite.
He's fine.
I enjoy this guy. He's good.
D'Elia's a fucking creep. I just don't even like watching him.
He's very weird. But this guy, I love that he looks at Brendan and he goes, look, when you're not funny once, don't be not funny 8 more times. It's not going to work.
Don't hammer it home.
Yeah.
No, Brendan, that's his thing.
No, that's my thing. That's the thing. See how hard you're laughing? That's my thing.
I'm purposely not funny.
See, I'm stupid so you can laugh.
You see, I'm a fucking moron. That's my thing.
You're doing it now.
He's got 2 premises at his show, and I'm going to keep doing it.
People don't laugh. They just go, okay.
We got move on.
Where's the merch?
Did him and D'Elia just do a handshake, by the way? Did you miss that?
Yeah, they did. That would be really funny if it wasn't remarkably spot on. Okay, so I'm going to keep that window up.
Of The Golden Hour.
The Golden Hour. Guys, I want you to take a good look at all of it. The set, the whole deal. Here, take a look. The Golden Hour. All right? We know Brendan's got a show now with D'Elia and Griffin called The Golden Hour. All right. Watch this.
Hello and welcome to another episode of
The Golden Hour Podcast.
Golden Hour Podcast. The original.
The original Golden Hour Podcast. We've been robbed.
We've been robbed by Brendan Schaub.
Yeah.
Eric Griffin.
And Chris D'Elia. Yeah.
Now look, I don't want to sit here and pretend these guys are good. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying a thievery has taken place.
If you're those 2, though, you have raging boners over this because you can sue.
Oh, yeah, and you're going to get a lot of views out of this and new subs and
you're
stuff
going to
like that.
win. Like, this is a home run.
So if we could get these guys a charisma transplant before all the new fans get here, might be good. I hate the nerdy white guys who purposely talk softly show. It's like, it's
kind of NPR or something like that.
So bad.
It is what it is. I mean, like, it doesn't really matter. No, it is kind of funny though. It's just like kind of random.
I like the theme song.
Yeah, maybe we just
they ripped our logo too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go back to the beginning here. There's the logo. Like they take the logo for the Golden Hour, the whole deal, and just rip it off. Now, they did steal it. But I will say this. I don't think Brendan Schaub is out there watching the Golden Hour podcast. I do think this is a James Corden situation where Brendan's got someone working for him that hates his guts and wants him to look like shit, stole this thing, and made him look bad.
Part of me hopes so. How fucking funny is that if you're that guy?
Yeah.
He's laughing his dick off.
And then he can, when Brendan confronts him, Brendan's dumb enough where he can go, oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. It just kind of came to me. Oh, okay, B, it's all right. I feel bad yelling at you about it.
You didn't know.
P.A. Cheddar says they're calling it the Stolen Hour. There you go. That's a good name for it.
I prefer Golden Shower, actually.
Oh, man. Theo was the thing. The show is over now. Yeah, it's not going to go well without Theo Von, but it's never, while it's not going to go well without Theo, it's never a good start to steal your show's name and logo. It's never going to be.
It's not good.
If you want to guarantee a rocky start, go ahead and steal your show's name.
How mad is Brendan's dad at this point because he owns Thick Boy?
Yeah.
He's just, now Brendan's out here like stealing other people's shit.
It's just a shit show. Well, anyway, we'll be back tomorrow on the Howard Stern Show. We appreciate you guys being here. Still a lot of, I'm sorry.
You narcissist.
Not allowed. I don't have a narcissist. I have a dog and a family. All right, guys, thank you very much. Another wonderful day. We've got one more show. It's tomorrow and then off to the weekend. Thank you, guys. We'll put up a best of clip today. Could be the Opie one. I think I might put the Opie one up.
Okay.
We got Bert and Joe. We got the Zumach thing. We got the True Geordie. That was so funny yesterday. We got a lot of stuff to talk about and put up on the channel. So we'll do that a little bit later on this afternoon. Guys, we will talk to you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central Time. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, like the channel or like the video, subscribe to the channel, and we'll talk to you.